Section 39 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 23. Prostitution among the semi-civilized nations. Part 5. Of prostitution in India. Continued. One of the most remarkable and celebrated institutions of the Hindus was that of sati, or the burning of the widow with her husband's body. The Shastras, or sacred books, are full of recommendations to perform this terrible sacrifice, and promise ineffable bliss to the voluntary victim. The custom of female immolation, which distinguished especially Rajput manners, had its origin, according to the priests, in the example of a holy personage who, to avenge an insult, consumed herself before an assemblage of the gods. Custom gave it sanction, as religion offered it a reward. The institution of castes, however, and the perpetual separation enjoined upon them, appear to have been the real origin of the custom. In a few instances, a man might marry a woman of inferior order, but in no case could she descend. Polygamy being practised, men continually left numerous young widows, who, being forbidden, under the pain of damnation, to contract a second engagement, had to choose between infamy, misery, and the funeral pile. It is said that 15,000 victims formerly perished annually in Bengal. When we remember that 60 sometimes died on one pyre, we can believe that a large number were thus destroyed. But the calculation alluded to appears nevertheless extravagant. It is unnecessary here to enter largely on the subject, which is familiar to every general reader. Happily, the horrible practice is now effectually abolished throughout the British dominions, one among the innumerable blessings achieved for that region by the Company's administration. The contrast between the native states and the English provinces is remarkable, if for this alone. At the death of Runjeet Singh, a large sacrifice of women was made for his funeral, but now that the Punjab is annexed, no more will be permitted. In central India, the custom prevailed most when the Rajputs were in the height of their power, their influence, and their pride. The suttees were then very frequent, as is attested, among other evidences, by the number of monuments still remaining, with representations of the ceremony, which were erected in memory of the devoted wives. The Mohammedans, when they were supreme, endeavoured as far as possible to check the practice. The Mahrattas, by a judicious neglect and indifference, which neither encouraged by approval nor provoked by prohibition, which they were unable to enforce, rendered it very rare. When Sir John Malcolm wrote about 1820, there had not been, as far as it was possible to know, throughout central India more than 3 or 4 instances annually during the last 20 years. These instances were confined to particular communities of Rajputs and Brahmins, while no examples occurred, as under the princes of Jaipur, Jadepur, and Aundapur, of women being forcibly dragged to the pile and thrust, an unwilling sacrifice, into the flames. Some of the greatest fanatics had entirely abandoned the custom for several generations. Where it continued most generally to be preserved was where the priests denounced the terrors of heavenly vengeance against those who dared to allow one precept of the sacred law to be set aside. These hereditary nobles of India obstructed the social reform of the country with all the bigotry usual to such a class. There was no duty, said the law, which a woman could honourably fulfil after her husband's death, except casting herself in the same fire with him. Formerly, the horrors of the practice, in its details, could not be exaggerated, though writers occasionally enlarged upon the general results. Children of 8 or 10 years of age have devoted themselves sometimes through fear of the harsh usage they experienced from their relatives. Women of 85 have been plunged into the blazing pile, and maidens not married but only betrothed have been made a sacrifice with the ashes of their intended husbands. In Ripa, if one wife consented to burn, all the rest were compelled to follow her example. Fearful scenes have on these occasions been witnessed by travellers. A miserable wretch, escaping twice from the pyre, has clung to their feet, imploring them to defend her, until, naked, with the flesh burned off many parts of her person, she has been finally flung upon the burning heap. Young children bound together have been laid struggling by the body, and appeared to be dead from fear before the wood was kindled. Among the yogis, the wife sometimes buried herself alive with the corpse of her husband. In 1803, it was computed that 430 suttees took place within 30 miles of Calcutta. In 1804, between 200 and 300. What Aborigines Protection Society can regret the revolution which has given India into the hands of England? The painful subject of infanticide is next forced upon our contemplation. Formerly it prevailed to a great extent in India, though the exertions of the Company have now all but extirpated it from the British dominions. Various circumstances contributed in Rajputana to encourage the destruction of female children. The Rajput must marry a woman of pure blood, beyond the utmost degree of affinity to him. To find partners for their daughters was therefore a difficult undertaking for the haughty nobility of Rajasthan. Besides, the stupendous extravagance of the nobles at their wedding feasts, which the pride of caste compelled, rendered such contracts an overwhelming expense. The majority of the female infants were therefore slain. In cases where a community was threatened with danger from an enemy, all the children, and indeed all the women, were slaughtered, lest they should fall into strange hands. Custom sanctioned, but neither traditionary law nor religion allowed, infanticide, of which the ancient dwellers on the banks of the Indus gave an early example. It was the custom among them, says Firishta, when a female child was born, to carry it to the market-place. There the parent, holding a knife in one hand and his infant in the other, demanded whether any one wanted a wife. If no one came forward to claim the child as a future bride, it was sacrificed. This caused a large numerical superiority of men. Such a birth was among the Rajputs an occasion of sorrow. Its destruction was a melancholy event. Families were accustomed to boast of the suttees to which they had contributed the victims, but none ever recurred with pride to the children which had thus been slain. The choice, however, was for the girl to die or live with a prospect of dishonour, which could not be endured by the proud people of Rajasthan. Wilkinson asserted in 1833 that the number of infants annually murdered in Malwa and Rajputana was 20,000. In 1840 the population of Kutch was 12,000, but there were not 500 women. In 1843 a folio of more than 400 pages was presented to Parliament, full of correspondence on this subject. In many of the states, it appeared, the Rajas were induced to offer portions to women when marrying, in order to check infanticide. In Kathiawar, great efforts were made, and parents were rewarded for preserving their female children. Pride of caste, the expense of marriage feasts, and poverty were the general causes, besides a desire to conceal the fruit of illicit intrigues. In some villages there were only 12 girls to 79 boys under 12 years of age. In one hamlet of 20 people, not one female was living. It is probable, nevertheless, that much exaggeration has been put forward on this subject, especially in reference to Rajputana, as the seclusion of the females there rendered it impossible accurately to know the number of births. Undoubtedly, however, it was practised to a great extent. but by means of funds for the reward and encouragement of those parents who reared all their children, as well as by the gradual introduction of laws, a mighty reform has been effected in India. In Odessa and the east of Bengal, children were formerly sacrificed to the goddess Gunga, and for this purpose cast into the sacred river. In most countries, infanticide has been chiefly the resort of the poor, but in parts of India it was the practice of the rich, being caused by pride rather than indigence. In Bengal, however, the peasantry were occasionally guilty of this device to rid themselves of a burden. A mother would sometimes expose her infant to be starved or devoured, and visit the place after 3 days had passed. If the child were still living, a very rare case, she took it home and nursed it. Another unnatural crime was that of procuring abortion, which is still practised, though in a clandestine manner, since it is a breach of the law. It was formerly very prevalent. Ward was assured by a pundit, a professor, that in Bengal 100,000 children were thus destroyed in the womb every month. This was a startling exaggeration, but there is no doubt the offence was of frequent occurrence. Whether the Hindus and other inhabitants of India are remarkable for their chasteness or immorality is a question much disputed. Unfortunately, men with a favourite theory to support have been so extravagant in their assertions on either side that it is difficult, or even impossible, to form a just opinion on the subject. Many have represented the Hindus as a sensual, lascivious, profligate race, but we have the weighty testimony of Professor Wilson to the contrary. There is no doubt that the manners of the people have undergone a remarkable improvement since the establishment of British rule. The original institutions of the people were opposed to morality. The prohibition against the marriage of widows was a direct encouragement to prostitution. Many enlightened Hindus long ago recognised the demoralising influence of this law and exerted themselves to abolish it. A wealthy native in Calcutta once offered a dowry of 10,000 rupees to any woman who would brave the ancient prejudices of her race and marry a second husband. A claim was soon made for the liberal donation. A learned Brahmin of Nagpur, high in rank and opulence, wrote against the law. Among one tribe, the Bunyas, it was long ago abolished, not however from a moral persuasion of its injustice, but under the pressure of circumstances. Even then, however, in Bhopal, the hereditary dignitaries of the priestly order, naturally attached to ancient prejudices, sought to re-establish the prohibition. There were very few exceptions of this kind among all the millions of the Hindu race. Even the Mohammedans, with the precept and example of their own prophet to encourage them, held the marriage of a widow disgraceful. Temporary reform took place at Delhi, but the old custom was until recently supreme. The moral evils were that it led to depravity of conduct on the part of the widow, caused a frightful amount of infanticide and abortion, and induced these women by their practice to corrupt all others with whom they came in contact. Female children being married so early, hundreds and thousands were left widows before they had ripened into puberty. The crowded house, containing men of all shades of consanguinity, grandfathers, fathers-in-law, uncles, brothers-in-law, and cousins, all dwelling with the young widow in the enclosure of the family mansion, led to illicit and incestuous connections being continually formed. Pregnancies were removed by abortion. The Bombay Code took cognizance of this and punished it severely. When a woman was known to be pregnant, she was narrowly watched, and if the father could be found, he was compelled to support his child. A boy might be betrothed to a child. If she died, he was free from the engagement, but if he died, she was condemned to remain a maiden widow, and subject to the humiliating laws attached to that condition. It is easy to imagine the demoralizing effects of such an institution. Under the old system, the hardships and indignities imposed on the widow made her prefer suttee, or the sacrifice by fire, or else a retreat in a brothel. Another corrupting custom is that of early marriages. Men seldom have sentiments of affection for any woman, or if at all, it is for some fascinating dancing girl, for their wives are chosen while too young to feel or excite the passion of love. They therefore, and the Brahmins in particular, resorted to the company of the prostitutes, who are all dedicated, more or less, to the service of some temple. All the dancing women and musicians of southern India formerly belonged to the Korinlar, a low caste, of which the respectable members, however, disdain connection with them. They thus formed a separate order, and a certain number were attached to every temple of any consequence, receiving very small allowances. They were mostly prostitutes, at least to the Brahmins. Those attached to the edifices of great sanctity were entirely reserved for these priestly sensualists, who would have dismissed anyone connecting herself with a Christian, a Mussulman, or a person of inferior caste. The others hired themselves out indiscriminately, and were greatly sought after. Their accomplishments seduced the men. The respectable women, ignorant, insipid, and tasteless, were neglected for the more attractive prostitutes. Under the rule of the Mohammedans, who were much addicted to this class of pleasures, the Brahmins did not dare enforce their exclusive privileges, but afterwards resumed their sway with great energy. A set of dancers was usually hired out at prices varying from 12s. to £6 sterling. They performed at private entertainments as well as public festivals. Each troupe was under a chief. When one became old, she was turned away without provision, unless she had a handsome daughter following the same occupation, and in this case was usually treated by the girl with liberality and affection. Buchanan tells us that all he saw were of very ordinary appearance, inelegant in their dress, and dirty in their person. Many had the itch, and some were vilely diseased. In the temples of Tulava, near Mangalore, a curious custom prevailed. Any woman of the 4 pure castes who was tired of her husband, or as a widow was weary of chastity, or as a maiden of celibacy, went to the sacred building and ate some of the rice offered to the idol. She was then publicly questioned as to the cause of her resolution, and allowed the option of living within or without the precincts of the temple. If she chose the former, she got a daily allowance of food and annually a piece of cloth. She swept the holy building, fanned the image of the god, and confined her prostitution to the Brahmins. Usually some priestly officer of the revenue appropriated one of these women to himself, paying her a small fee or sum, and would flog her in the most insulting manner if she cohabited with any other man while under his care. Part of the daughters were given away in marriage, and part followed their mother's calling. The Brahmini women who chose to live outside of the temple might cohabit with any men they pleased, but were obliged to pay a 16th part of their profits to the Brahmins. They were an infamous class. This system still obtains, though in a modified degree. In other parts of the region it prevails more or less. In Sind, every town of importance has a troupe of dancing girls. No entertainment is complete without them. Under the native government, this vice was largely encouraged. The girls swallowed spirits to stimulate their zeal. They are, many of them, very handsome, and all are prostitutes. To show the system of manners prevailing before the British conquest, it may be remarked that numbers of these women accumulated great fortunes, and that the voices of a band of prostitutes were louder than all other sounds of the durbars of the debauched amirs. In consequence of this, the people of Sind were hideously demoralized. Intrigues were carried on to an extraordinary extent in private life, and women generally were very lax. An evident reform is already perceptible. Among the Hindus, immorality is not a distinguishing characteristic, though many men of high grade pass their nights with dancers and prostitutes. In the temples of the south, lascivious ceremonies still occur, but in Hindustan proper, such scenes are not often enacted. This decency of public manners appears of recent introduction, which is indeed a reasonable supposition, for the people have now aims in life, which they never enjoyed in security under their former rulers. It was for the interest of the princes that their subjects should be indolent and sensual. It is for the interest of the new government that they should be industrious and moral. Great efforts have been made with this object, and much good has resulted. Towards the close of the last century, an official report was made by Mr. Grant and addressed to the Court of Directors. It was the result of an inquiry instituted into the morals of British India. India and Bengal were especially held in view. Much laxity of morals in private life then prevailed, and he believed that many intrigues were altogether concealed, while many that were discovered were hushed up. Receptacles for women of infamous character everywhere abounded, and were licensed. The prostitutes had a place in society, making a principal figure at all the entertainments of the great. They were admitted even into the zenanas to exhibit their dances. Lord Cornwallis, soon after his arrival in Bengal, was invited by the Nawab to one of these entertainments, but refused to go. The frightful punishments against adultery appeared enacted far more to protect the sanctity of caste than public or private virtue. A man committing the crime was threatened with the embraces, after death, of an iron figure of a woman made red hot. Connection, however, with prostitutes and dancing girls was permitted by the written law. If that account was correct, and it is corroborated by many others, an immense amelioration must have taken place. The Hindus are now generally chaste, and the profligacy of their large cities does not exceed that of large cities in Europe. In Benares, in 1800, out of a population of 180,000, there were 1,500 regular prostitutes, besides 264 natch or dancing girls. They were all of the Sudra, which is a very low caste. In Dhaka, there were, out of a population of 35,238 Mohammedans and 31,429 Hindus, 234 Mohammedan and 539 Hindu prostitutes. At Hurdwar, it was one of the duties of the female pilgrims to the sacred stream to bathe stark naked before hundreds of men, which does not indicate any great modesty. The better order of natch girls are of the highest grace and fascination, with much personal charm, which they begin to lose at 20 years of age. They mostly dress in very modest attire, and many are decent in their manners. The gypsies of India, many of whom are thugs, have numbers of handsome women in their camps, whom they send out as prostitutes to gain money, or seduce the traveller from his road. It is said that many of the Europeans scattered over India encourage immorality, taking temporary companions. A large class of half-caste children has been certainly growing up in the country, whose mothers are not all the children of white men. The institution of slavery in Malwa was principally confined to women. Almost all the prostitutes were of this class. They were purchased, when children, by the heads of companies, who trained them for the calling, and lived upon the gains of their prostitution. The system is even at present nearly similar, the girls being bargained away by their parents into virtual servitude. Many of the wealthy Brahmins, with from 50 to 200 slaves, employed them all day in the menial labours of the establishment, and at night dispersed them to separate dwellings where they were permitted to prostitute themselves as they pleased. A large proportion of the profits, however, which accrued from this vile traffic, formed the share of the master, who also claimed, as slaves, the children which might spring from this vile intercourse. The female slaves and dancing girls could not marry, and were often harshly used. Society was disorganized by the vast bastard breed produced by this system. The Europeans at Madras, a few years ago, did not consider their liaisons with the native women so immoral as they would have been considered in England. The concubines were generally girls from the lower ranks, purchased from their mothers. Their conduct usually depends on the treatment they receive. Many of them become exceedingly faithful and attached, being bitterly jealous of any other native women interfering with their master's affections, but never complaining of being superseded by an English wife. They are often, however, extravagant gamblers, and involve their lovers in heavy debts. An Indian mother will sometimes dedicate her female child to prostitution at the temple, and those who are not appropriated by the Brahmins may go with any one, though the money must be paid into a general fund for the support of the establishment. Some of the ceremonies performed in the temples of the south by the worshippers of the female deities were simply orgies of the impurest kind. When a man desired to be initiated into these rites, he went with a priest, after various preliminary rites, to some house, taking 9 females, one a Brahmin, and 9 men, one woman for himself, and another for his sacerdotal preceptor. All being seated, numerous ceremonies were performed until 12 o'clock at night, when they gratified their inflamed passions in the most libidinous manner. The women, of course, were prostitutes by habit or profession. Men and women danced naked before thousands of spectators at the worship of the goddess Durga. The impurities originated usually with the priests. Many of the Brahmins persuaded their disciples to allow them to gratify their lust upon their young wives, declaring it was a meritorious sacrifice. At the temple of Juggernaut, during the great festivals, a number of females were paid to dance and sing before the god daily. These were all prostitutes. They lived in separate houses, not in the temple. The daughters of Brahmins, until 8 years old, were declared by the religious code to be objects of worship, as forms of goddesses. Horrid orgies took place at the devotions paid them. Other women might be chosen as objects of adoration. A man must select, from a particular class, his own wife or a prostitute. She must be stripped naked while the ceremony is performed, and this is done in a manner too revolting to describe. The clothes of the prostitutes hired to dance before the idols are so thin that they may almost be said to have been naked. Thus the immorality of the Hindus, as far as it extended, was encouraged by their religion. In another way, some classes of Brahmins contributed to demoralize the people. A man of this profession would marry from 3 to 120 wives in different parts of the country. Many, indeed, earned a living in this manner, for as often as they visited any woman, her father was obliged to make a present. Some go once after their marriage and never go again, while others visit their wives once in 3 or 4 years. Some of the more respectable Brahmins never hold sexual intercourse with any of their wives who dwell at home, but treat them with great respect. These neglected women often take to prostitution. The brothels of Calcutta and other large cities are crowded with such cast-off mistresses of the Brahmins. They procure abortion when pregnant. In the city of Bombay, a whole quarter is inhabited chiefly by prostitutes. Riding in the environs, the European resident is frequently assailed by men, or sometimes boys, who inquire by signs or words whether he desires a companion. Should he assent, the woman is privately brought to his house in a close palanquin, or he is taken to a regular place of resort in one of these vehicles, which are contrived for secrecy. Among the Nares, on the coast of Malabar, the institution of marriage has never been strictly or completely introduced. Polyandrism is practiced. A woman receives 4 or 5 brothers as her husbands, and a slipper left at the door is a signal that she is engaged with one of them. The mother is thus the only parent known, and the children inherit the property of the family in equal divisions. In some cases, the Nares marry a particular woman who never leaves her mother's home, but has intercourse with any men she pleases, subject to the sacred law of caste. In the mountain community of Tibet, the same custom prevails. It is to be regretted that our information on this subject is not more explicit and full. The venereal disease is known in most parts of Hindustan. Some, with little reason, suppose it was carried there after the discovery of America. Had it been so, its introduction would probably have been noticed in history or by some tradition. It is not, indeed, called by any Sanskrit word, but is known by a Persian name. Footnote: Hamilton's East India Gazetteer, Buchanan's Journey in the Mysore, and so on. Bishop Heber's Journal, Hamilton's Description of Hindustan, British Friend of India magazine, Asiatic Researches, Hugh Murray's Account of India, Conformité des coutumes des Indes orientaux avec celles des Juifs, Todd's Travels in Western India, Todd's Annals of Rajasthan, Lancelot Wilkinson's Second Marriage of Widows in India, Papers presented to Parliament in 1803 on infanticide, Grant's Observations on Society and Morals among our Asiatic subjects, Davidson's Travels in Upper India, Maine's Continental India, Campbell's British India, Howe's Christianity in India, Abbé Dubois' Letters on the Hindus, Malcolm's Memoir on Central India, Bevan's 30 Years in India, Crawford's Researches concerning India, Hofmeister's Travels in India, Ward's Account of the Hindus, Mill's History of British India, Notes by Wilson, Ferishta's Mohammedan History, Thornton's History, Penguen's Empire Anglais, Xavier, Raymond, Jasseni, Land. End footnote. End of section 39. Section 40 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 24. Prostitution among the semi-civilized nations. Part 6. Of prostitution in Ceylon. In Ceylon, the influence of Christianity, accompanied by the moral law of England, is working a reform in the manners of large classes among the people. Under the original institutions of the Sinhalese, they never licensed public prostitution, and whatever effect the Buddhist religion produced, it produced in the cause of virtue. The temples were never made brothels, but the character of the people is naturally sensual, and the capital vices of society widely prevail among them. The Buddhist code, indeed, abounds with precepts inculcating not only chastity, but rigid continence. Profligacy, however, among the men, and want of chastity among the women, are general characteristics of all classes, from the highest to the humblest caste. To this day, the disregard of virtue is a crying sin of the women, even of those who profess Christianity. Murders often occur from the jealousy of husbands or lovers detecting their wives or mistresses with a paramour. In Ceylon, as in continental India, the division of castes is by the ancient and sacred law absolute, though custom sometimes infringes the enactments of the holy code. Marriage from a higher into a lower caste is peremptorily forbidden, though occasionally it is tolerated, but never approved, between a man of honourable and a woman of inferior rank. If a female of noble blood engage in a criminal intrigue with a plebeian, his life has on many occasions been sacrificed to wash out the stain, and formerly hers was also required to obliterate the disgrace. A recent and striking instance of this kind came to the knowledge of Mr. Charles Sir. The daughter of a high caste Candian, enjoying the liberty which in Ceylon is allowed to women of all grades, became attached to a young man of lower caste, and entreated her parents' consent to the match, begging them to excuse her for her affection's sake, and declaring she could not live unless permitted to fulfil the design on which her heart was set. They refused, and though the petition was again and again renewed, remained obdurate in their denial. The girl was some time after found to have sacrificed her honour to the man whom she loved, but dared not wed. He was all the while willing and desirous to marry her, and would have married her then, but her parents were inexorable. To preserve the honour of the family, the father slew his daughter with his own hand. The English authorities at once arrested the murderer, brought him to trial, and condemned him to death. He resolutely asserted his right to do as he pleased with the girl, protesting against any judicial interference of the English with his family arrangements. He was nevertheless executed as a warning, and several of these examples have had a most salutary influence in restraining the passions of the natives in various parts of the island. It was undoubtedly the man's sense of honour that impelled him to murder his daughter, and she was thus the victim of caste prejudices, which in Ceylon are so rigid that a man could not force his slave to marry into a rank below him, whether free-born or otherwise. In Ceylon, as in most other parts of Asia, marriages are contracted at a very early age. A man by the law "attains his majority" when 16 years old, and thenceforward is released from paternal control. All engagements, however, which he may form previous to that time without the consent of his friends in authority are null and void. A girl, as soon as she is marriageable according to nature, is marriageable according to law, and her parents, or if she be an orphan, her nearest kindred, give a feast, grand or humble according to their means, when she is introduced to a number of unmarried male friends. If she be handsome or rich, a crowd of suitors is sure to be attracted. Free as women are in Ceylon after their marriage, they are rarely consulted beforehand on the choice of a partner. That is settled for the girl. To this custom much of the immorality prevalent in the island, as well as in all parts of the East, may without a doubt be ascribed. Where the sexes are not free to form what lawful unions they please, it may be taken as an axiom that they will have recourse to irregular intrigues. When the feast is given at which a young girl is introduced as marriageable, a custom very similar in form and object to that which obtains in our own country, numerous young unmarried men of the same caste are invited to the house. In a short time after, a relative or friend of any young man who may desire to take the maiden as his wife calls upon her family and insinuates that a rumour of the intended union is flying abroad. If this be denied, quietly or otherwise, the matchmaker loses no time in withdrawing, but if it is answered in a jocular bantering strain, he takes his leave with many compliments to announce his reception to the father of the bridegroom. This personage, after a day or two, makes his call, inquires into the amount of the marriage dowry, and carries the negotiation a few steps further. Mutual visits are exchanged, and all arrangements made with great precision. The mother of the young man, with several other matrons, takes the girl into an inner room, where she is stripped and her person examined to see that it is free from any corporal defect, from ulcers, and from any cutaneous disease. Should this investigation prove satisfactory, numerous formalities succeed, and an auspicious day is fixed upon for the wedding. This takes place with much ceremony, the stars being in all things consulted. Should the bridegroom's horoscope refuse to agree with that of the bride, his younger brother may wed her for him by a species of proxy. The whole is a tedious succession of formal observances, not so much the ordinance of religion as the details of an ancient ritual etiquette. This is the Budaical custom, but it is immensely expensive, and cannot be followed by the very poor classes. It is also forbidden to people of extremely low caste, even though they should be wealthy enough to afford or sufficiently improvident to risk it. Among the humble and indigent, the marriage is confirmed by the mutual consent of the parents and the young couple passing a night together. One of the most remarkable features in the social aspect of Ceylon is the institution of polyandrism, which among the Kandhians is permitted and practised to a great extent. A Kandhian matron of high caste is sometimes the wife of 8 brothers. The custom is justified upon various grounds. Sir expressed to a Kandhian chief of no mean rank his abhorrence of this revolting practice. The man was surprised at these sentiments, and replied that, on the contrary, it was an excellent custom. Among the rich, it prevented litigation. It saved property from minute subdivision. It concentrated family influence. Among the poor, it was absolutely necessary, for several brothers could not each maintain a separate wife, or bear the expense of a whole family, which jointly they could easily do. The offspring of these strange unions call all the brothers alike their fathers, though preference is given to the eldest, and are equal heirs to the family property. Should litigation, however, arise concerning the inheritance, they often all claim the senior brother as a parent, and the Kandhian laws recognise this claim. Although, when a plurality of husbands is adopted, they are usually brothers, a man may, with the woman's consent, bring home another, who enjoys all the marital rights, and is called an associated husband. In fact, the first may, subject to his wife's pleasure, bring home as many strangers as he pleases, and the children inherit their property equally. It is rare, however, to meet one of these associated husbands among the Kandhians of higher and purer caste, though 2 or more brothers continually marry the same woman. This revolting custom is now confined to the province of Kandy, though some writers assert that it was formerly prevalent throughout the maritime districts. In these, however, monogamy is at present practised, except by the Mohammedans, who are polygamists. Statements to the contrary have been laid before us, but Sir positively asserts that he never saw a Kandhian or Sinhalese who had acknowledged himself to have more than a single wife. The Muslims, though long settled in the island, preserve their peculiar characteristics, their religion, habits, and manners, which they have not communicated to the rest of the population. There are 2 kinds of marriage in Kandy, the one called Bema, the other Diga. In the first of these, the husband goes to live at his wife's residence, and the woman shares with her brothers the family inheritance. He, however, who is married after this fashion, enjoys little respect from his wife's relations, and if he gives offence to her father or the head of the household, may be at once ejected from the abode. In reference to this precarious and doubtful lodgment, there is an ancient proverb still popular in Kandy. It says that a man wedded according to the Bema process should only take to his bride's dwelling 4 articles of property: a pair of sandals to protect his feet, a palm leaf to shield his head from the fiery rays of the sun, a walking staff to support him if he be sick, and a lantern to illuminate his path should he chance to be ejected during darkness. He may thus be prepared to depart at any hour of the day or night. Diga, the other kind of marriage, is that in which the wife passes from underneath the parental roof to dwell in her husband's own house. In this case, she relinquishes all claim to a share in her family inheritance, but acquires a contingent right to some of her husband's property. The man's authority is, under this form of contract, far greater than under that of Bema. He cannot be divorced without his own consent, while in the other case, separation, as we have seen, is a summary process, entirely depending on the caprice of the woman or her family. In a country where the female population is considerably less numerous than the male, and where women generally enjoy much freedom, a certain degree of indulgence will always be granted to the fickle quality in their character. In Ceylon, this liberty in the one sex involves a certain kind of slavery in the other. Women frequently seek for divorces upon the most frivolous and trifling pretexts, and as these are too easily attained by the simple return of the marriage gifts, they continually occur. Should a child be born within 9 months from the day of the final separation, the husband is bound to maintain it for the first 3 years of its life, after which it is considered sufficiently old to be taken from its mother. If, however, while under the marriage pledge, the woman defiles herself by adultery, the husband, if with his own eyes he was the witness of her infidelity, might with his own hands, under the native law, take away the life of her paramour. Notwithstanding this terrible privilege, it is asserted with consistency by many authorities that in all parts of Ceylon, from the highest to the lowest caste, the want of conjugal faith in the married and chastity in the unmarried people is frightful to consider. When a man puts away his wife for adulterous intrigue, he may disinherit her and the whole of her offspring, notwithstanding that he may feel and acknowledge them all to be his own children. When, however, he seeks a divorce from caprice, he renounces all claim to his wife's inheritance or actual property, and must divide with her whatever may have been jointly accumulated during the period of their cohabitation. The men of Ceylon do not always, however, exercise their privileges. They are generally very indulgent husbands. Many of them, indeed, are uxorious to an offensive extreme, and forgive offences which by most persons are held unpardonable. A short time since, a Kandyan applied to the British judicial authorities to compel the return to him and his children of an unfaithful wife who had deserted her home for that of a paramour. The husband pleaded his love for her, implored her for her children's sake to come back, and promised to forgive her offence, but she turned away from him and coolly asked the judge if he could force her to return. He answered that, unfortunately, he could not, but advised her to return to the home of her lawful partner, who was ready to forgive and embrace her. She disregarded equally the entreaties of the one and the exhortation of the other, and returned to her paramour, whom she shortly afterwards deserted for another. The numerous instances of this kind which happen in the island have encouraged a swarm of satirical effusions upon the faithlessness of the female sex, but if the women were also poets, they might echo every note of the song. In illustration of the estimate formed of them, we may quote a few lines translated from the original by Sir. They apply to the fraudulent disposition of women, and have become proverbial among the people. Quote, I've seen the adumbra tree in flower, white plumage on the crow, and fishes' footsteps on the deep have traced through ebb and flow. If man it is who thus asserts, his words you may believe, but all that women say distrust, she speaks but to deceive. End quote. The adumbra is a species of fig tree, and the natives assert that no mortal has ever seen its bloom. Under the native kings, the Sinhalese were forbidden to contract marriage with any one of nearer affinity than the second cousin. Such a union was incestuous, and severely punished. Under the English government, however, many of these old restrictions have been modified. Among the Christian population, on the other hand, Catholic as well as Protestant, many traces of their old idolatry are still distinctly visible in the ceremony of marriage. The Buddhist law allows to every man, whatever his grade, only one wife. But the ancient Kandyan princes, of course, broke this law and took as many wives or concubines as they pleased. We have alluded to the numerical difference between the sexes. The population of Ceylon is about 1,500,000, and the males exceed the females by nearly a tenth. In 1814 it was 476,000. There were 20,000 more males than females. In 1835 there was a population of 646,000 males and 584,000 females. At both these periods the disparity was greatest in the poorest places. In the fishing villages, where wholesome food abounded, there were more females than males. The same circumstance is true at the present day. Some writers attribute this to a gracious provision of nature, which checks the increase of the people. But nature makes no provision against unnatural things, and starvation is a monstrous thing in a fertile country. We may with more safety assign as a cause the open or secret infanticide, which under the old laws was common. Female children, except the firstborn, born under a malignant star, were sure to be sacrificed. It was hardly considered an offence. But being under the British rule denounced as murder, has been gradually abolished. The easier means of life, which in Ceylon and throughout the rest of our Asiatic dominions are afforded to the people under English sway, take away the incentive of poverty to crime. The population has enormously increased, an unfailing sign of good government, if misery does not increase with it. The social position of the Sinhalese women is not so degraded as in many other parts of the East, the poor labouring hard, but as partners rather than as slaves. This superior condition does not, unhappily, elevate their moral character, for it is unaccompanied by other essential circumstances. Profligacy, we have said, is widely prevalent in Ceylon. Yet prostitution, at least of the avowed and public kind, is not so. Under the Kandyan dynasty it was peremptorily forbidden. A common harlot had her hair and ears cut off and was whipped naked. If, however, we accept the general definition of the word prostitution as any obscene traffic in a woman's person, we shall find much of it clandestinely practised. The women are skilful in procuring abortion, and thus rid themselves of the consequences which follow their intrigues. Of course, in the seaport towns, prostitution exists, but we have no account of it. It is fair, however, to notice the opinions of Sir Emerson Tennant, that the morals of the people in these and in all other parts of the islands are rapidly improving, and that marriage is becoming a more sacred tie. Footnote: Sirs, Ceylon and the Sinhalese. Pridham's History of Ceylon. Forbes's 11 Years in Ceylon. Davies' Interior of Ceylon. Campbell's Excursions in Ceylon. Knox's Captivity in Ceylon. Knighton's History of Ceylon. Tennant's Christianity in Ceylon. End footnote. End of section 40. Section 41 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 25. Of Prostitution among the Semi-Civilized Nations. Part 7. Of Prostitution in China. In the immense Empire of China, the civilization of which has been cast into a mould fashioned by despotism, a general uniformity of manners is prevalent. Singular as many of its customs are, they vary very little in the different provinces, for although the population be composed of a mixture of races, the iron discipline of the government forces all to bend to one universal fashion. The differences which are remarked between the practice of the people in one district and those of another spring only from the nature of circumstances. It is more easy, therefore, to take an outline view of this vast empire than it is to sketch many smaller countries, where the uniformity of manners is not so absolute. China affords a wide and interesting field for our inquiry. Were our information complete, there is perhaps no state in the world with reference to which so curious an account might be written as China, with its prostitution system. Unfortunately, however, the negligence or prudery of travellers has allowed the subject to be passed over. We know that a remarkable system of this kind does exist, that prostitutes abound in the cities of the Celestial Empire, and that they form a distinct order. We know something of the classes from which they are taken, how they are procured, in what their education consists, where and in what manner they live, and how and by whom they are encouraged. But this information is to be derived not from any full account by an intelligent and observing inquirer, but from isolated facts scattered through 100 books, which require to be connected and then only form a rough and incomplete view of the subject. Statistics we have positively none, though ample opportunities must be afforded travellers for arriving at something near the truth in such cities as Canton. However, from what knowledge we possess, it is evident the social economy of the Chinese with respect to prostitution presents clear points of analogy with our own. In conformity with the plan of this inquiry, we proceed first to ascertain the general condition of the female sex in China. Abundant information has been supplied us on this subject, as well by the written laws and by the literature of the country, as by the travellers who have visited and described it. As in all Asiatic, indeed in all barbarous countries, women in China are counted inferior to men. The high example of Confucius taught the people, though their own character inclined them before and was reflected from him, that the female sex was created for the convenience of the male. The great philosopher spoke of women and slaves as belonging to the same class, and complained that they were equally difficult to govern. That 10 daughters are not equal in value to 1 son is a proverb which strongly expresses the Chinese sentiment upon this point, and the whole of their manners is pervaded by the same spirit. Feminine virtue, indeed, is severely guarded by the law, but not for its own sake. The well-being of the state and the interest of the male sex are sought to be protected by the rigorous enactments on the subject of chastity. But the morality, like the charity of that nation, is contained principally in its codes, essays, and poems, for in practice they are among the most demoralized on the earth. The spirit of the Salic law might naturally be looked for in the political code of such a state. It is so. The throne can be occupied only by a man. An illegitimate son is held in more respect than a legitimate daughter. The Constitution provides that if the principal wife fail to bear male children, the son of the next shall succeed, and if she be barren also, of the next, and so on, according to their seniority. The son of each has a contingent claim to the sovereignty. Thus, in the most important department of their public economy, the national sentiment is manifested. We may now examine the laws which regulate the intercourse of the sexes, and then inquire into the actual state of manners. It will be useful to remember the truth, which has already been stated, that no language is so full of moral axioms and honourable sentiments as the Chinese, while no nation is more flagitious in its practice. The government of China, styled paternal because it rules with the rod, regulates the minutest actions of a man's career. He is governed in everything, in the temple, in the street, at his own table, in all the relations of his life. The law of marriage, for instance, is full, rigid, and explicit. The young persons about to be wedded know little or nothing of the transaction. Parental authority is supreme, and alliances are contracted in which the man and wife do not see each other's faces until they occupy the same habitation and are mutually pledged for life. Matchmaking in China is a profession followed by old women who earn what we may term a commission upon the sales they effect. When a union between two families is intended, its particulars must be fully explained on either side, so that no deceit shall be practised. The engagement is then drawn, and the amount of presents determined, for in all countries where women hold this position, marriage is more or less a mercantile transaction. When once the contract is made, it is irrevocable. If the friends of the girl repent and desire to break the match, the man among them who had authority to give her away is liable to receive 50 strokes of the bamboo, and the marriage must proceed. Whatever other engagements have been entered into are null and punishable, and the original bridegroom has in all cases a decisive claim. If he, on the other hand, or the friend who represents and controls him, desire to dissolve the compact, giving a marriage present to another woman, he is chastised with 50 blows, and compelled to fulfil the terms of his first engagement, while his second favourite is at liberty to marry as she pleases. If either of the parties is incontinent after the ceremony of betrothal, the crime is considered as adultery, and so punished. But if any deceit be practised, and either family represent the person about to marry under a false description, they become liable to severe penalties, and, on the part of the man, most strictly. The husband, finding that a girl had been palmed off on him by fraud, is permitted to release himself from the tie. Such incidents, nevertheless, do occasionally occur. One of rather an amusing nature is alluded to by several writers. A young man who had been promised in marriage the youngest daughter of a large family was startled when, after the ceremony was complete, he unveiled his bride to find the eldest sister, very ugly and deeply pitted with the smallpox. The law would have allowed him to escape from such a union, but he submitted, and soon afterwards consoled himself with a handsome concubine. Although the girl, when once betrothed, is absolutely bound to the husband selected for her, he dare not, under pain of the bastinado, force her away before the specified time. On the other hand, her friends must not, under similar penalties, detain her after that time. Thus the law regulates the whole transaction, and the parents dispose as they will of their children. Occasionally, however, a young man, not yet emancipated from paternal authority, contracts a marriage according to his own inclination, and if the rites have actually been performed, it cannot be dissolved. But if he be only betrothed, and his parents have in the meanwhile agreed upon an alliance for him, he must relinquish his own design and obey their choice. Polygamy is allowed in China, but under certain regulations. The first wife is usually chosen from a family equal in rank and riches to that of the husband, and is affianced with as much splendour and ceremony as the parties can afford. She acquires all the rights which belong to the chief wife in any Asiatic country. The man may then take as many as he pleases, who are inferior in rank to the first, but equal to each other. The term inferior wife is more applicable than that of concubine, as there is a form of espousal, and their children have a contingent claim to the inheritance. The practice, however, brings no honour, if it brings no positive shame, though now sanctioned by long habit. Originally, it appears to have been condemned by the stricter moralists, and it has been observed that the Chinese term to describe this kind of companion is, curiously enough, compounded of the words crime and woman. It is a derogatory position, and such as only the poor and humble will consent to occupy. One of the national sayings, and the feeling with many of the women, is that it is more honourable to be a poor man's wife than the concubine of an emperor. A man cannot, under the penalty of 100 blows, degrade his first wife to this position, or raise an inferior wife to hers. No such act is valid before the law. None but the rich can afford, and none but the loose and luxurious will practice polygamy, except when the first wife fails to bear a son. Unless some such reason exists, the opinion of moralists is against it. Men with too many wives lose the emperor's confidence, since he accuses them of being absorbed in domestic concerns. In this case, it is usual to take an inferior wife, who is purchased from the lower ranks for a sum of money, that an heir may be born to the house. The situation of these poor creatures is aggravated or softened according to the disposition of their chief, for they are virtually her servants, and are not allowed even to eat in her presence. They receive no elevation by her decease, but are forever the mere slaves of their master's lust. At the same time, their inferior position, and therefore inferior consequence, gains them some agreeable privileges. The principal wife is not allowed to indulge in conversation or any free intercourse with strangers, a pleasure which is sometimes enjoyed with little restraint by the others, as well as by the female domestics. Not much jealousy appears to be entertained by these women, who are easily to be procured. Their sons receive half as much patrimony as the sons of the mistress of the household. The social laws of China inculcate the good treatment of wives, but the main solicitude of the legislative has been with respect to the fixity of the law, and the rights of the male or supreme sex. Leaving her parents' home, the girl is transferred into bondage. Some men, however, go to the house of their bride's father, which is contrary to the established form. But when once received across the threshold as a son-in-law, he cannot be ejected, and leaves only when he is inclined. A man may not marry within a certain period of his chief wife's death, but if he takes a woman who has already been his concubine, the punishment is 2 degrees milder. So also with widows, who cannot be forced by their friends to make any new engagement at all, but are protected by the law. Women left in this position have a powerful dissuasive against a fresh union, in the entire independence which they enjoy, and which they could enjoy under no other circumstances. With respect to the laws relating to consanguinity, the Chinese system is particularly rigid. The prohibited limits lie very widely apart. In this, a change appears to have been effected under the Manchus, for among the traces of ancient manners which become visible at a remoter period, revealed only, however, by the twilight of tradition, a profligate state of public morals is indicated. We find parents giving both their daughters in marriage to one man, while the intercourse of the sexes was all but entirely unrestrained. The strictness of the modern law is attended with some inconvenient results, for in China the number of family names is very small, while it enacted that all marriages between persons of the same family names are not only null and void, but punishable by blows and a fine. All such contracts between individuals previously related by marriage within 4 degrees are denounced as incestuous. A man may not marry his father's or his mother's sister-in-law, his father's or mother's aunt's daughter, his son-in-law's or daughter-in-law's sister, his grandson's wife's sister, his mother's brother's or sister's daughter, or any blood relations whatever, to any degree, however remote. Such offences are punished with the bamboo. Death by strangling is enacted against one who marries a brother's widow, while with a grandfather's or father's wife it is more particularly infamous, and the criminal suffers the extreme disgrace of decapitation. These regulations apply to the first wife. similar offences with regard to the inferior being visited with penalties 2 degrees less severe. Not only, however, are the degrees of consanguinity strictly defined, but the union of classes is under restriction. An officer of government within the third order, marrying into a family under his jurisdiction, or in which legal proceedings are under his investigation, is subject to heavy punishment. The family of the girl, if they voluntarily aid him, incur the chastisement also. But if they have submitted under fear of his authority, they are exempt. To marry an absconded female flying from justice is prohibited. To take forcibly as a wife a freeman's daughter subjects the offender to death by strangulation. An officer of government, or the son of any high functionary with hereditary honours, who takes as his first or inferior wife a female comedian or musician, or any member of a disreputable class, is punished by 60 strokes of the bamboo. An equal punishment is inflicted on any priest who marries at all, and in addition to this, he is expelled his order. If he delude a woman under false pretences, he incurs the penalty of the worst incest. Slaves and free persons are forbidden to intermarry. Any person conniving at or neglecting to denounce such illegal contracts are criminals before the law. The union after the betrothal must be completed, but it may also be broken. 7 causes, according to the law, justify a man in repudiating his first wife. These are barrenness, lasciviousness, disregard of her husband's parents, talkativeness, thievish propensities, an envious, suspicious temper, and inveterate infirmity. If, however, any of the 3 legal reasons against divorce can be proved by the woman, she cannot be put away. First, that she has mourned 3 years for her husband's family. Second, that the family has become rich after having been poor before and at the time of marriage. Third, her having no father or mother living to receive her. She is thus protected in some measure from her husband's caprice. If she commit adultery, however, he dare not retain but must dismiss her. If she abscond against his will, she may be severely flogged. If she commit bigamy, she is strangled. When a man leaves his home, his wife must remain in it 3 years before she can sue for a divorce, and then give notice of her intention before a public tribunal. It is forbidden under peremptory enactments to harbour a fugitive wife or female servant. A man finding his wife in the act of adultery may kill her with her paramour, provided he does it immediately, but only on that condition. If the guilty wife adds to her crime by intriguing against her husband's life, she dies by a slow and painful execution. If even the adulterer slay her husband without her knowledge, she is strangled. The privilege of putting a wife to death is not allowed for any inferior offence. To strike a husband is punishable by 100 blows and divorce. To disable him, with strangulation. In all these circumstances, the inferior wife is punished 1 degree more severely. Thus, offences against them are less harshly and offences by them more rigidly chastised. In addition to these legal visitations, the bamboo is at hand to preserve discipline among the women. One of the laws of China exhibits a peculiar feature of depravity in the people. It is enacted that whoever lends his wife or daughter upon hire is to be severely punished, and anyone falsely bargaining away his wife or his sister is to be similarly dealt with. All persons consenting to the transaction share the penalty. Nor is this an obsolete enactment against an unknown crime. Instances do not unfrequently occur of poor men selling their wives as concubines to their wealthier neighbours. Others prostitute them for gain, but these instances of profligacy usually occur in the large and crowded cities. Sometimes the woman consents, but sometimes also opposes the infamous design. In 1832, a woman was condemned to strangulation for killing her husband by accident while resisting an adulterer whom he had introduced for her to prostitute herself to him. These incidents occur only in the lowest class. Some men are as jealous as Turks and maintain eunuchs to guard their wives. Under this system, many restrictions are imposed on the women of China. They form no part of what is called society, enjoying little companionship even with persons of their own sex. Those of the better class are instructed in embroidering and other graceful but useless accomplishments. They are seldom educated to any extent, though some instances have occurred of learned women and elegant poetesses who have been praised and admired throughout the country. Fond of gay clothes, of gaudy furniture, and brilliant decoration, they love nothing so much as display, and though assuming a demure and timid air, cannot be highly praised on this account, for their bashfulness is, in such cases, more apparent than real. Still, they are generally described as faithful partners. Religious services are performed for them in the temple, to which women are admitted. The wives of the poorer sort labour in the fields and perform all the drudgery of the house, an occupation which is held as suited to their nature. "Let my daughter sweep your house," is the expression made use of in offering a wife. It should be mentioned, however, to relieve the darkness of this picture, that husbands often present offerings at the temple with prayers to the gods for the recovery of their sick wives. The idea may indeed suggest itself that this is with a view to economy, as girls are costly purchases. But no man is the greater philosopher for asserting that a whole nation exists without the commonest sentiments of human nature. Indeed, many instances occur, even in China, of husbands and wives living as dear friends together, especially when polygamy has not been adopted in the dwelling. The obedience to old habits is not to be confounded with characteristic harshness in the individual. Nor does it seem impossible, when we examine the variety of manners in the world, to believe in a strong and tender attachment between a man and the woman whom, in adherence to ancient usage, he would not allow to eat at the same table with himself. A privilege belongs to the female sex which it enjoys in no other barbarian country. A strong authority is recognized in the widow over her son. She is acknowledged to have the right to be supported by him, and it is a proverbial saying that "a woman is thrice dependent, before marriage on her father, after marriage on her husband, when a widow on her son." End of section 41. Section 42 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 26. Of Prostitution among the Semi-Civilized Nations. Part 8. Of Prostitution in China, continued. From this view of the condition of women and the regulations of marriage, we proceed to an important part of the subject, the infanticide for which China has been so infamously celebrated. It is impossible to conceive a more contradictory confusion of statements than we have seen put forward with reference to this question. Weighing the various authorities, however, we are inclined to adopt a moderate view, rejecting the extravagant pictures of one and the broad denials of the other set of writers. Infanticide, it cannot be disputed, is practised in the country, and to a considerable extent. But it is, and always will be, impossible to acquire the exact statistics, or even an approximation to the precise truth. Two causes appear to have operated in encouraging this practice: the poverty of the lower classes, and the severity of the law with respect to the illicit intercourse of the sexes. The former is the principal cause. There is a strong maternal feeling in the woman's breast, and children are only destroyed when the indigence of the parents allows no hope of rearing them well. It is invariably the female child which is, under these circumstances, slain, for the son can always after a few years earn his livelihood, and be an assistance instead of a burden to the family. The birth of a female child is regarded as a calamity, and brings mourning into the house. One of the national proverbs expresses this fact in a striking manner, exhibiting also the inferior estimation in which that sex is viewed. It says that to a female infant a common tile may be given as a toy, while to a male a gem should be presented. When it is determined to destroy the offspring thus born under the roof of poverty, a choice of method is open. It may be drowned in warm water, its throat may be pinched, it may be stifled by a wet cloth tied over its mouth, it may be choked by grains of rice. Another plan is to carry the child immediately after its birth and bury it alive. Captain Collins, of the Plover, sloop of war, relates that some of his company, while visiting the coast of China, saw a boat full of men and women with 4 infants. They landed and dug 2 pits, in which they were about to inter their living but feeble victims, when they were disturbed. They then made off rapidly and passed round a headland, beyond which they no doubt accomplished their purpose without interruption. When the missionary Smith was in the suburbs of Canton in 1844, he was presented by a native with a work written by a mandarin and published gratuitously at the expense of the government, to discourage the practice of infanticide. When questioned upon the actual prevalence of the custom, the native said that, taking a circle with a radius of 10 miles from the spot they then occupied, the number of infanticides within the space thus included would not exceed 500 in a year. It was confined to the very poor, and originated in the difficulty of rearing and providing for their female offspring. The rich never encouraged, and the poor were ashamed of the practice. He knew men who had drowned their daughters, but would not confess the act, speaking of their children as though they had died of disease. In Fukien province, on the contrary, infanticides were numerous. At a place called Ki King Chow, about 5 days' journey from Canton, there were computed to be 500 or 600 cases in a month. The comparative immunity of Canton from the contagion of this crime was the government foundling hospital established there. About 500 female children, born of parents in poverty and want, were annually received, to have temporary provision and sustenance. From time to time, the more wealthy merchants and gentry visit the institution to select some of the children, whom they take home to educate as concubines or servants. The hospital has accommodation for at least 1,000 infants, each of which is usually removed after 3 months, either to the house of some voluntary guardian, or to wet nurses in other districts. This is the only important institution of the kind in the province. Infanticide is still, even by the most favourable accounts, lamentably prevalent. The foundling hospitals, of which there is one in every great town, do certainly oppose a check to the practice. That at Shanghai receives annually about 200 infants. The villagers in the neighbourhood of Amoy confessed that female infanticide was generally practised among them, and their statements were expressed in a manner which left no doubt that they considered it an innocent and proper expedient for lightening the evils of poverty. 2 out of every 4, they said, were destroyed, but rich people who could afford to bring them up never resorted to, because they never needed, such a means of relief. Some killed 3, 4, or even 5 out of 6. It depended entirely on the circumstances of the individual. The object was effected immediately after the infant's birth. If sons, however, were born in alternate succession, it was regarded as an omen of happy fortune for the parents, and the daughters were spared. None of the villagers denied to any of their questioners the generality of the custom, but few would confess personally to the actual fact. In some districts, 1/2 was reported as the average destruction of the female population, and in the cities some declared the crime was equally prevalent, though we may take this as the exaggeration which always attends the loose statements of ignorant men, who, having little idea of figures, are required to furnish a number and speak at random. Infanticide, however, is not wholly confined to the poor. It is occasionally resorted to by the rich to conceal their illicit amours. In 1838 a proclamation against it was published, but the general perpetration of the crime rendered its repression impossible, with such machinery as the Emperor has at his command. Abele calculated that throughout a large district the average was 39% of the female children. It is evident, however, from all these facts, that under an improved government the crime might be altogether extinguished, not by severe enactments or vigilant police, but by rendering infanticide unnecessary in the eyes of the people. The second cause which induces parents to destroy their children is the stringency of the law against the illicit intercourse of unmarried people. Its provisions are equally characteristic and severe. To render its enforcement easier, the separation of the sexes is rigidly insisted upon. Not only are servants, but even brothers and sisters, prohibited from mixing, except under regulation. Intercourse by mutual consent is punished with 70 blows, while with married people the penalty varies from 80 to 100. Violation of a female, wedded or single, is punished by strangulation. An assault with intent to ravish by 100 strokes of the bamboo and perpetual banishment to a remote spot. Intercourse with children under 12 years of age is treated as rape. Should a child be born from one of these unlawful intrigues, its support devolves on the father. But if the transaction be thus far concealed, this evidence of it is usually sunk in the river, or flung out by the wayside. An unmarried woman found pregnant is severely punished, whether her accomplice can be discovered or not. The illicit intercourse of slaves with their masters' wives or daughters is punished with death, while officers of government, civil and military, and the sons of those who hold hereditary rank, if found indulging in criminal intrigues with females under their jurisdiction, are subjected to unmerciful castigation with the stick. One grace is accorded to the weaker sex in China. No woman is committed to prison, except in capital cases, or cases of adultery. In all others, they remain, if married, in the custody of their husbands, if single, in that of their friends. No woman quick with child can be flogged, tortured, or executed until 100 days after her delivery. Women, however, of the poorer orders, whose friends do not care, or are unable to be responsible for them, are lodged under the care of female wardens, and, in reference to this, we may instance a curious fact, illustrative of prison discipline in China. In 1805, one of the great officers of government made a report to the Emperor that 3 female warders of the prison were in the habit of engaging with traders in an illicit and disgraceful intercourse with female servants, and hiring out the female prisoners not yet sentenced or waiting for discharge to gain money for them by prostitution. Sensual as the Chinese are, the punishable breach of the moral law, the intercourse of unmarried persons, is checked by the system of early marriages. Children are often betrothed in the cradle. Men seldom pass the age of 20, or girls that of 15, in celibacy. The Parsees, however, of all ages, are notorious for their abandoned mode of life. Prostitution, however, prevails to a prodigious extent. There is throughout the country a regular traffic in females. Quote, "Seduction and adultery," says Williams, "are comparatively unfrequent, but brothels and their inmates occur everywhere on land and water. One danger attending young girls going alone is that they will be stolen for incarceration in these gates of hell." End quote. This is an allusion to a very extraordinary system prevalent in the great cities of China. In 1832, it was calculated there were between 8,000 and 10,000 prostitutes having abodes in and about Canton. Of these, the greater portion had been stolen while children and compelled to adopt that course of life. Dressed gaily, taught to affect happiness, and trained in seductive manners, they were examples of their class in Europe. Many young girls were carried away, forcibly violated, and then consigned to a brothel. Hundreds of kidnappers, chiefly women, swarmed in the city, gaining a livelihood by the traffic in young girls and children. Nor was this the only way in which such places were supplied. In times of general scarcity or individual want, parents have been seen leading their own daughters through the streets and offering them for sale. The selling of children, says Cunningham, one of the most recent visitors to Canton, is an everyday occurrence, and is, on the whole, a check upon infanticide. The little victims are seen constantly passing on their way to the habitations of their purchasers, gaily dressed out, as though for some great ceremony or happy festival. Of these, indeed, some are disposed of as concubines, but many also are deliberately sold to be brought up as prostitutes. It is looked upon as a simple mercantile transaction, the children being transferred at once to the brothels, whence they are hired out for the profit of their masters. Some of those who are deserted or exposed to perish are reserved by the agents for these places, but the principal supply is brought by kidnappers. Proclamation after proclamation has been issued to complain of them, but with little effect. The system appears rather on the increase than otherwise. The children thus purchased or picked up in the streets are educated with care, taught to play on various kinds of instruments, to dance, to sing, to perform in comedies or pantomimes, and to excel in many graceful accomplishments which render them agreeable. They are often richly clothed and adorned in such a way as to render them most attractive to the roués of Canton and Peking. They do not often compress their feet, as it is a hindrance to their movements, but may be seen in the streets occasionally, though not often, with painted faces, looking boldly at the strangers who pass along. Of the houses they frequent we have no particular description, but they probably resemble much similar places of resort in civilized countries. A peculiar feature of China, however, is displayed in the floating brothels, which are the chief habitations of the prostitutes. Licentious as the native of that empire is in the general turn of his ideas, he makes a public display of his indulgence in those pleasures which in Europe men affect, at least, to conceal from general view. The floating brothels of the Pearl River are moored in conspicuous situations, and distinguished from the other boats by the superior style of their structure and decorations. The surface of the stream, indeed, is studded with beautiful junks, which are the first objects to attract the traveller's eye as he approaches the provincial city of Canton. Comparatively few of the women parade the streets, except when they form part of a public procession, so that there is at least in the heart of the town an appearance of morality. Many of these brothel junks are called flower boats, and are resorted to by numbers of the class. They form indeed whole streets in the floating city on the Pearl River, which is one of the most remarkable features of Canton. The prostitutes themselves, like all women of the same sisterhood, lead a life of reckless extravagance, plunging, while they can, into all the exciting pleasures which are offered by their particular mode of life, careless of the future, and eagerly snatching at anything which might release them from the change of dullness or time for reflection. Diseases are very prevalent among them, and cause much havoc among the men who frequent their boats or houses. They endeavour to cure themselves by means of drugs and medicinal draughts, and by this means concentrate the malady upon some secret vital part, whence it shoots through the frame, but does not manifest itself until the victim is all but destroyed. With the exception of an unusual paleness and a heated appearance in the eyes, the prostitutes do not wear the aspect of disease, but they indeed paint themselves inordinately to mask the ravages of time or the maladies which afflict them. The prostitutes of Canton are usually congregated in companies or troops, each of which is under the government of a man who is answerable for their conduct. If they rob, or disturb the peace, or commit any gross offence against decency, or perpetrate any other offence. National delicacy, however, has little to do with the prohibitions which restrain them from entering certain parts of the city, and forbid young men of rank and influence to hold intercourse with them. The brothel junks, of lofty build, brightly painted, and glittering with gaudy variegated flags, float in squadrons on the water, are seen and known by all, and are resorted to by numbers of the citizens. Persons pass to and from them without an attempt at disguise or concealment. Rich men, on festive occasions, make up a party of pleasure, embark in a gaily decorated boat, send to one of the prostitute junks, engage as many of the women as they please, and spend the day in amusement with them. It is openly done, and no disgrace attaches to it. The junks themselves are fitted up in the interior, according to the class of prostitutes inhabiting them, with all the appurtenances of luxury, and on board them is a perpetual gala. It would be interesting to know how many of these boats are known to float on the Pearl River, with the average number of prostitutes in each. But this is not the only or the most offensive form which prostitution assumes in China. An incident which occurred at Shensi a few years ago illustrates another system, which is clandestine, though apparently carried on to a considerable extent. A young widow resided there with her mother-in-law, supporting herself and her companion by the wages of prostitution. At length her occupation failed her. She was deserted by her associates, and could procure no more rice or money by the pursuit of her vicious calling. The elder woman, however, would not hear of these excuses, ordered her daughter-in-law to obtain her usual supplies from the man she had last cohabited with, and on her declaring her inability, began to flog her. The prostitute defended herself, and at last, taking up a sickle, struck her relative dead. She was seized, tried, and condemned to be cut in pieces for the crime. But as her mother-in-law had been guilty of an illegal act in forcing her to prostitute herself, the sentence was changed to decapitation. It is to be regretted that our sources of information on this subject are not more copious. Travellers have had opportunities of communicating more, but have refrained from doing so. We wait for a separate and full account of prostitution in China. Footnote. Staunton, Teaching Liao Li, Code of Criminal Law. Davis, The Chinese. Utzlaff's China Opened. Fortunes, Wanderings in the North of China. Smith's Visits to the Consular Cities of China. Montgomery Martin's China. Forbes's 5 Years in China. Williams's Survey of the Chinese Empire. Tradescant Lay's Chinese as They Are. Morrison's View of China. Meadows' Desultory Notes on China. The Chinese Repository. Hugh Murray's Description of China. Thornton's History of China. Abeille's Residence in China. Cunningham's Recollections of Service. Abel's Embassy to China. Medhurst's State of China. Auguste Apman, Revue des Deux Mondes. Langdon's China. De Guigne, Voyage à Peking. End footnote. End of section 42. Section 43 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 27. Of Prostitution among the Semi-Civilized Nations. Part 9. Of Prostitution in Japan. Among the innumerable islands scattered over the southern and eastern oceans, there are none more curious in their social aspects than Japan. We find there a kind of native civilization, influenced indeed by former intercourse with Europeans, but now complete within itself, and isolated from all other systems in the world. The mountainous, rocky, and arid country has been fertilized from the centre to the sea by the persevering industry of a hardy race. They found it poor, and they have made it one of the richest agricultural regions in the globe. This fact serves to illustrate the national character. The Japanese, upon whose institutions much light has been thrown by the learned and laborious researches of Mr. Thomas Rundle of the Habloot Society, may be described as a punctilious, haughty, vindictive, and licentious people. But there is nothing vulgar in their composition. Truth is held in reverence. Hospitality is viewed as sacred, and the bonds of friendship are regarded with extraordinary earnestness. St. Francis Xavier, the Apostle of the Indies, declared the Japans to be the delight of his heart. There is perhaps more to admire than to love in their character. They are certainly elevated far above many of the nations who surround them, as well in the arts as in the amenities of life. Virtue is a recognized principle, and this indicates a phase of true civilization. The character of the male is reflected by the female sex. Intelligent and agreeable in their manners, affectionate in their family relations, and faithful to their marriage vows, the women of Japan breathe all the pride of virtue. The man who attempts the honour of a matron sometimes encounters death in his adventure. In illustration of this characteristic, Mr. Rundle relates an interesting anecdote. A noble, going on a journey, left his wife at home, and another man of rank made infamous proposals to her. Her scorn and indignation only inflamed him to his purpose, which he effected in spite of her denial. When her husband returned, she received him with much reserve, and when he asked why, bade him wait until the morrow, when a grand feast was to be given. Among the guests was the noble who had wronged her. They sat down on the terraced roof of the house, and the festival began. After the repast, the woman rose, declared the injury she had suffered, and passionately entreated to be slain as a creature unfit to live. The guests, the husband foremost, besought her to be calm. They strove to impress her with the idea that she had done no wrong, that she was an innocent victim, though the author of the outrage merited no less punishment than death. She thanked them all kindly. She wept on her husband's shoulder. She kissed him affectionately. Then, suddenly escaping from his embraces, rushed precipitately to the edge of the terrace and cast herself over the parapet. In the confusion that ensued, the author of the mischief, still unsuspected, for the hapless creature had not indicated the offender, made his way down the stairs. When the rest of the party arrived, he was found weltering in his blood by the corpse of his victim. He had expiated his crime by committing suicide in the national manner, by slashing himself across the abdomen with 2 slashes in the form of a cross. The condition of women in Japan varies with different classes. Those of high rank have a separate suite of rooms assigned to them, beyond which they are seldom seen. Among the middle and lower orders they enjoy more liberty, though they are careful to seclude themselves, and are distinguished in general by extraordinary reserve. Men pay them a polite respect not common among semi-barbarians, as the Japanese will continue to be until they are forced to acknowledge the duty of intercourse with the rest of mankind. The marriage laws of Japan are curious, and vary in different classes. Among the wealthy, they are occasions of extravagant parade and long ceremonies, in which the minutest detail is regulated by a peremptory law. A full description of all the marriage ceremonial would fill a small volume. A man can only take 1 wife. He is united to her in the temple. In addition, however, he may take as many concubines as he chooses, who are not degraded by their position. He may separate from a woman when he pleases, but one who is known to have done so must pay a large sum for the daughter of any other person whom he may desire to have. Marriages are seldom contracted before the age of 15. The courtship and betrothal are conducted with much formality, but sufficient opportunity is allowed to the youth of the 2 sexes to become acquainted each with the other. The Japanese are not so jealous as many other Asiatics. "Indeed," says Captain Golovnin, "they are not more so than, considering the frailty of the sex, is reasonable." Nevertheless, a man may put his wife to death for whispering to a stranger, while adultery is always capitally punished, sometimes by the hand of the injured husband. In the northern parts it is said that in the beginning of the 17th century a curious custom prevailed. When a woman was convicted of infidelity, her head was shaved. Her paramour was exposed to an equally disgraceful, but more whimsical, penalty. The friends of his victim, whenever they met him, might strip him naked and deprive him of his property. But the modesty with which youth are inspired from the cradle tends much to protect female virtue. The intercourse of the sexes, it will thus be seen, is regulated by very natural laws. The condition of the sex is somewhat high. Its virtues are prized by the men, and consequently are generally faithfully preserved. We have said, however, that the men of Japan are licentious. Since, therefore, the wives and daughters of the respectable classes are difficult to corrupt, a numerous sisterhood of prostitutes is rendered necessary. Accordingly, we find them, from the earliest period, associating with every rank of men. In one of William Adams' letters, published under the editorship of Mr. Rundell, we find the king coming on board our countryman's vessel, bringing with him a number of female comedians. These formed large companies, and travelled from place to place, with a great store of apparel for the several parts they played. They belonged to one man, who set a price upon their intercourse with others, above which he dared not charge under pain of death. It was left to his own discretion to set a value on a girl at first, but afterwards he could not raise, though he might abate his charge. All bargains were made with him, and the woman must go whither she was directed. Men of the highest rank, when travelling through the islands, and resting at houses of entertainment, sent without shame for companies of these prostitutes. But the pander was never received by them, however wealthy he might be. After death he was also consigned to infamy. Bridled with a rope of straw, he was dragged in the clothes he died in through the streets into the fields, and there cast upon a dunghill for dogs and fowls to devour. In Kupfer's account of the city of Nagasaki, we find a curious description of the prostitute system. The part of the town inhabited by these women was called the Body House Quarter. Reader's note: body, spelt B-A-W-D-Y, end reader's note, and consisted of 2 streets, with the handsomest houses in Japan, situated on a rising hill. At these places the poor people of the town sold their handsome daughters while very young, that is, from 10 to 20 years of age. Every bawd kept as many as she was able in one house. Some had 7, others 30, who were commodiously lodged, taught to dance, sing, play on musical instruments, and write letters. The elder ones taught the younger, who in return waited on them. The most docile and accomplished were most sumptuously treated. The price of these women was regulated by law, and one wretched creature, having passed through all the degrees of degradation, occupied a small room near the door, where she acted as watch all night, and sold herself for a miserable coin. Others were set to this task as a punishment for ill behaviour. The infamy of this vile profession attached justly, not so much to the unhappy women themselves as to their parents, who educated them to it. Many, as they grew up, changed their mode of life, and were received again among the reputable and chaste. Generally well educated and politely bred, they often procured husbands, and passed from a life of daily prostitution to one of unswerving fidelity. The pander and the tanner of leather occupied the same position in society, which shows that the prejudice of class, rather than the abhorrence of an infamous calling, ruled the Japanese. The historian classes the temples and brothels together, and not without justice. Prostitution was greatly encouraged by the priests. In their public spectacles, representing the adventures of gods and goddesses, young prostitutes, richly attired, were engaged to act. Their performances resembled those of the European ballet, dress, gesture, and action expressing that which in a drama language would represent. Such was the prostitute system in the great cities. Throughout the country a similar system prevailed. The houses of entertainment lining the main highways, with the tea booths of the villages, were frequented by innumerable girls. These usually spent the morning in painting and dressing themselves, and about noon made their appearance, standing before the door of the house, or sitting on benches, whence, with smiling face and coy address, they solicited the passengers. In some places their chattering and laughter were heard above all other sounds. 2 villages, called Akasaki and Goi, were celebrated on this account, all the houses being brothels, each containing from 3 to 7 prostitutes. The Japanese seldom passed one of these great storehouses of whores without holding intercourse with some of these women. Kupfer asserts, in contradiction to Karras, who married a native, that there was in his time scarcely one house of entertainment in the islands which was not a brothel. When one inn had too many customers, it borrowed some girls from a neighbour who had some to spare. This profligate system is said, in the Japanese traditions, to have taken its rise at a remote period during the reign of a certain martial emperor. That monarch, who was perpetually marching his armies to and fro, feared lest his soldiers should become weary of separation from their wives. He therefore licensed public and private brothels, which multiplied to such an extent that Japan came to be known as the Body House of China. This was in allusion to a period when prostitution was made in that empire an unlawful calling, and suppressed by severe laws. The people, deprived of the resources they had formerly enjoyed at home, made Japan the place of resort, so that its prostitution system flourished far and wide. These accounts appear extravagant, and doubtless are so in some degree. All writers, however, coincide in describing the prostitution system of Japan as very extensive and flagitious. The French historian Charles Roy repeats the statement of Kempfer. We have before us extracts from the autograph Diary of Occurrence, written by Captain Richard Cock, who was chief of the English factory at Ferrando from the year 1613 to 1623. There are many passages corroborative of the representations we have given. Of these, some examples follow, which are also interesting as illustrations of Japanese manners. Quote, A.D. 1616, September 8th, at Edo. We dined, or rather supped, at a merchant's house called Neyem Dono, where he provided kaboks, or women players, who danced and sung. And when we returned home, he sent every of them to lie with them that would have them all night. October 24th, at Uenda, between Edo and Ferrando. We went to bed and paid 3,500 guineas, and to the servants 300 guineas, and to the children 200 guineas, or about £200. This extraordinary charge was for that we had extraordinary good cheer, being brought hither by a merchant of Edo, our friend called Naaman Edo, and every one a wench sent to him that would have her. I gave one of them an Ichibo, but would not have her company. 1617 to 18, January 27th, at Ferrando. Schiazzazon Dono set the masts of his junk this day, and made a feast in Japan fashion. 29th. Schiazzazon Dono and his consorts had the feast of Bacchus for their junk this day, dancing through the streets with kaboks, or women players, and entered into an English house in that order, most of their heads being heavier than their heels, that they could not find their way home without leading. March 29th, at Ferrando. The king and the rest of the noblemen came to dinner at the English house, and, as they said, were entertained to their own content, and had the dancing bears, or kaboks, to fill their wine. Nifon Katangis, with a blind fiddler to sing, ditto. July 11th. There came a company of players, or kaboks, with apes and baboons, sent from the Tono, or king, to play at our house. December 6th, at Miyako. Our host, Miyako's brother-in-law, invited us to dinner to a place of pleasure without the city, where the dancing girls, or kaboks, were with a great feast. And there came an antic dance of satyrs, or wild men, of other Japons, until whom I gave 1,000 guineas, about 10 shillings, and a bar of plate to the good man of the house, value about £1 1s. 6d. So the dancing girls were sent home after us. End quote. As not altogether inapplicable to the subject, the following passage, which shows how the courtesans of Japan proceed towards such as would cheat them, may be cited. Quote, the kaboks took Tane, an interpreter, prisoner, for 15 tares, note, about £3 15s. End note. He owed them for litchery, and not having to pay, set his body for sale, no one having the money for him. End quote. It would appear that in obtaining possession of a female of this class by clandestine means, tragical consequences may ensue, while, if done fairly, considerable expense may be involved. Mr. Wickham, one of the English factors stationed at Mesco, writing on the 15th of April 1616 to his chief, Captain Cock, gives an account of a soldier of high reputation who ran away with a prostitute, and, fearing she would be reclaimed, was seized with a fit of frenzy, during which he first cut the throat of the girl, and afterwards ripped himself up. The writer then communicates a piece of news. Quote, Bikao ni kamo, the nobleman that gave me my katan, or sword, hath carried away a kabok, and hath paid her master 10,000 tares, note, £2,500. I would I had the money, and it makes no matter who hath the woman. Replying to this communication, Captain Cock quaintly observes on one point, if some will be so foolish as to cut their bellies for love, or rather lust, of whores, the worst end of the staff will be their own. And on the other point, he agrees with his correspondent that he had rather have the money than the ware. Vice of a more brutal kind is systematically practiced by many of the Japanese nobility, as well as by the meanest orders, and houses are kept for this purpose similar to those inhabited by prostitutes. Some parents apprentice out their daughters for a term of years to this abominable profession, and the girls then return to honourable life. The houses they frequent continually resound with music. At Jeddo, a later traveller was informed there was one brothel, or rather temple of prostitution, where 600 women were maintained. Notwithstanding this number, young men were nightly refused admittance from the overcrowded state of the rooms. Passing through the streets of the brothel quarter, Golovnin saw groups of girls standing about the doors. Some of them were in the bloom of youth, and so handsome that they appeared fascinating even to the European eye. Thus the system of professional prostitution flourishes more in Japan than in any other part of insular Asia. Yet the women of other classes appear to hold a higher position, and to enjoy more respect from the men. It is remarked, however, by all writers that the profligacy of the female sex is confined to those who are so by profession, but the male is generally licentious throughout the empire. Of prostitution in the Ultra-Gangetic nations. In this division we include what are commonly called the Hindu-Chinese nations, or the inhabitants of that immense tract lying between Hindustan and China. Geography makes several sections of them, and they present, it is true, some variety in laws, customs, and degrees of progress, but these are not more distinct than may be observed in every large country, whether called by one name or many. The same physical type is marked upon them all, and, speaking in general terms, their manners are uniform. In one respect they are all similar. The condition of women is extremely low. A curious phenomenon is observable in relation to this subject. The Buddhists of the Ultra-Gangetic countries, uninfluenced by the jealous spirit of the Hindu and Mohammedan codes, allow the female sex great liberty, yet assign it less respect than it enjoys either in Hindustan or China, to both of which they are inferior in civilization. The freedom thus conceded to women fails to elevate them. They are held in contempt. They are taught to abase themselves in their own minds, and they employ their license in degrading themselves still further. In few parts of the world is the effect of Asiatic despotism more plainly visible than in the countries lying between Hindustan and China. The peculiar system of government renders everyone the king's serf. The men labour for the benefit of their master, having no opportunity to profit themselves by their own industry. Their support, therefore, naturally devolves on the women, who, in Cochin China especially, plough, sow, reap, fell wood, build, and perform all the offices which civilization assigns to the abler sex. The marriage contract is a mere bargain. A man buys his wife from her parents. The first is usually the chief, but he may have as many others as he chooses to purchase. A simple agreement before witnesses seals the union. The band thus easily formed is as easily dissolved. In Cochin China, a pair of chopsticks or a porcupine quill is broken in two before a third person, and the divorce is complete. When only one desires a separation, it is more difficult, but the law allows a man to sell his inferior wives. The unmarried women of this region are proverbially and almost universally unchaste. They may prostitute themselves without incurring infamy or losing the chance of marriage. A father may yield his daughter to a visitor whom he desires specially to honour, or he may hire her out for a period to a stranger who may reside for a short time in his neighbourhood. The girl has no power to resist the consummation of this transaction, though she cannot be married without her own consent. The wife, however, is considered sacred, but rather as the property of her husband than for the sake of virtue. A man's harem cannot be invaded even by the king himself. This, at least, is the theory of the law, but absolutism never respects the high principles of a code which opposes its desires. Adultery is punished in Siam with a fine, in Cochin, China, with death. In Burma, executions are very rare among females. The sword, they say, was not made for women. In all parts of the region, however, the bamboo is in requisition to discipline the women, and husbands are sometimes seen to fling their wives down in the open street, lay them on their faces, and flog them with a rattan. It will thus be seen that, lying between two regions, in each of which a form of civilization has been introduced, the Ultra-Gangetic or Hindu-Chinese nations differ from them both. Since no unmarried woman is required to be chaste, professional prostitutes do not form so large a class as might be expected. They do exist, however, and in considerable numbers. In Siam, a common prostitute is incapable of giving evidence before a country justice. But this is by no means on account of her immorality. It is from other prejudices. The same disability attaches to braziers and blacksmiths. Footnote: Crawford's Embassy to Siam, Crawford's Embassy to Avar, Tomkins' Journals and Letters, Finlayson's Mission, White's Journey, Latham's Natural History of the Varieties of Man. End footnote. End of section 43. Section 44 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 28. Prostitution among the semi-civilized nations, Part 10. Of prostitution in Egypt. Egypt, as the seat of a civilization among the most ancient and remarkable that have flourished on the earth, calls for particular attention. The inquiries of the curious have in all ages been directed as well to its people as to its monuments. It has indeed been the subject of infinite investigation. Travellers innumerable have explored its beautiful valley. Year after year adds to their number, and countless reports have been made to us of the ruins, the antiquities, the resources, the condition, the scenery, and the manners of Egypt. In all, consequently, except statistics, our knowledge is very considerable, though the inexhaustible interest of that celebrated country still leaves an open field for the romantic traveller. The dry, hot climate is supposed to influence the character of the people. A remarkable system of politics also modifies the national features, so that we examine our subject in reference to Egypt with peculiar curiosity. The population of Egypt is various, being composed of the 4 Mohammedan sects, of the Copts, the Greeks, the Armenians, Maronites, and Levantines. The mass, however, is formed of Arabs, while the general plan of manners has originated, in a great measure, from the spirit of the Prophet's civil and religious code. Of the system with respect to the female sex, this is more especially true. But the history of manners before Mohammed's age is too incomplete for us to know precisely how much was originated and how much was adopted by him. Had his scheme opposed itself wholly to the previous habits of the East, it would never have been so universally or so readily accepted. It is one characteristic of Asiatic countries that women exercise less influence on manners than in Europe. The laws made by men would in fact isolate them within a sphere of their own. But agencies which are irresistible counteract this effort. The tendency of social legislation is to shut them out from a share in the government of society, but the tendency of nature is in the contrary direction. The women of Egypt are naturally adapted for the position in which they are placed, unless we suppose that long discipline has subdued them to the level of their condition. They display every attraction for Mohammedans, with few of the characteristics which fascinate a European. In youth, many of them are possessed of every charm, the bosom richly developed, the whole form gracefully rounded, the face full of bloom, and the eyes overflowing with brilliance. But all these beauties speedily fade, and nowhere is old age so unsightly. The figure approaches maturity at the 9th or 10th year, and at 15 or 16 has reached the perfection of the Oriental ideal. With rare exceptions, they have passed the flower of their lives at 24. And in this short-lived loveliness, we may find one cause of polygamy and frequent divorce, among a people with whom women are the mere unspiritual ministers to the senses of man. The Mohammedan peoples even his heaven with feminine creations destined for his animal gratification. When, therefore, we find religion itself thus impregnated with a gross element, we can only expect to find the female sex regarded in a degrading point of view. The opinion prevails with some Muslims that paradise has no place reserved for women. But this is by no means the universal idea among them. Though by their tame spirits and submissive humility the women of Egypt appear moulded to suit the system in which they move, their character has not, on the whole, been entirely vitiated by the process. Modesty and virtue are frequent ornaments of the harem, and distinguish the sex throughout the valley. Even among the lower or labouring orders, though the maidens may sometimes be seen bathing in the Nile, or hurrying from hovel to hovel naked, and at all times with a light and scanty garment, a demure and retiring demeanour is general. Chastity is a very prevalent virtue, except in the cities, where a crowded population is immersed in that profligacy surely bred by despotism. With respect to their modesty, travellers appear to have been led astray by their prejudices. Many of them appear to carry among the necessaries for their journey an English measure of propriety, which they invariably apply to all nations with which they come in contact. Thus the remark is commonly made that women in Egypt hide their faces in obedience to habit, but care not what other part of the person they expose. Consequently, it is inferred they are devoid of modesty. But this by no means follows. Custom, which is one of the most powerful among the laws which regulate society, has taught them that to display the features is disgraceful, but has made no regulation for more than that. Unless, therefore, we accept the doctrine of innate ideas, which meets a refutation in every quarter of the globe, we must not cite the women of Egypt before the tribunal of our own opinions, and condemn them on that charge. On the contrary, we must confess that they are naturally a virtuous race, though the influences of their government are sufficiently injurious. Any indeed but an excellent people would long ago have been irredeemably depraved. There are in Egypt only two classes of female: those whose opulence allows them to be wholly indolent, and whose life is entirely dreamed away in the luxury of the harem, and those to whom poverty gives freedom with the obligation of labour. To see the wife of a bey, to examine her tastes, her conduct, her private pleasures, and daily occupations, you have the beau ideal of a voluptuous woman literally cradled in one long childhood, with all the ease, the indulgence, and the trifling of infancy. Enter the habitation of a fellah or artisan, and the hardship of the man's lot is exceeded by that of his wife. She has to do all that he can do, but if he be personally kind, her situation is morally superior to that of the petted toy nursed on the cushions of the harem. The same weakness, however, is paramount over both. The indolent lady satisfies herself with rich Eastern silks and shawls, and gems of fine water, while the poor drudge of the field adds to her toil and stints herself in food to purchase decorations for her person. The polygamy which is practised in Egypt has, more than in many other countries, tended to the degradation of the female sex. It seems to be encouraged in some degree by the rigid separation of the sexes before marriage. A man takes with less scruple a wife whom he has never seen, when he knows that if she disappoint him, he may take another. The law allows 4 wives, with an unrestricted number of concubines. The Prophet, his companions, and the most devout of his descendants so indulged themselves. But the idea is vulgar which supposes that Mohammed introduced the practice. On the contrary, he found it universal and was the first to put a check upon it. Some of the higher moralists contend that as 4 wives are sufficient for one man, so are 4 concubines. But few of the rich men who can afford to keep more allow themselves to be influenced by this opinion. The Muslim lawgiver was wiser than the priestly legislators of India, for he insulted nature with less peremptory prohibitions against the union of sects. A Mohammedan may marry a Jewish or a Christian woman when he feels excessive love for her, or cannot procure a wife of the true faith. But she does not inherit his property or impart her religion to her offspring. The children of a Jewish woman, if they are not educated to the Mohammedan, must embrace the Christian creed, which is considered better than their own. In this we find a privilege reserved by the male sex to itself, for a woman of the Prophet's faith dare not marry an infidel, unless compelled so to do by actual force. This has given rise to many apostasies, which form the subject of numerous romances. The degrees of consanguinity within which marriage is prohibited are strictly marked. A man may not marry his mother or any other relative in a direct ascending line, his daughter or any descendant, his sister or half-sister, his aunt, his niece, or his foster mother. The Hanafi code enacts that a man shall not take as his wife any woman from whose breast he has received a single drop of milk, but Shafi'i allows it unless he has been suckled by her 5 times within the course of the first 2 years. Nature, in this respect, is the principal guardian of the law, for as women in Egypt age very quickly, the men endeavour to obtain more youthful brides. A man may not marry the mother or daughter of his wife, or his father's or his son's wife. His wives must not be sisters, or his own unemancipated slaves, if he already have a free wife. Those women whom the Muslim is forbidden to marry, it is lawful for him to see, but no others except his own wives or female servants. The marriage engagement is merely a civil transaction. The man and woman, having declared in the presence of 2 witnesses their mutual willingness, and part of the dowry being paid, their union is legal. The bride usually signifies her consent through a deputy. If, however, she be under the age of puberty, her assent is not necessary, and she is in the hands of her friends. A boy may also be thus disposed of, but he may divorce his wife if he be not contented with her. Usually, if rich, he neglects the first and takes a second by way of solace after his disappointment. In one feature of its manners, modern Egypt resembles the states of ancient Greece. The character of a bachelor is ridiculous, if not disreputable. As soon as a youth has attained a proper age with sufficient means, his friends advise him to marry. His mother, or a professional matchmaker, is usually left to choose the bride. When a girl has been fixed upon with his approval, someone goes to her father to effect an arrangement. The price is fixed with the amount of dowry, and the future ceremonials depend on the resources of the two families. Sometimes a profusion of rights is insisted upon, sometimes the simplest agreement is all that is required, for the law exacts nothing but the plain convention we have before described. The giving of a dowry is, however, indispensable. With all who can afford it, also, the sanction of religion and the witness of the law add solemnity to the occasion. The rich choose it as an opportunity to display the pride of wealth, and the poor to indulge in a little show, with that idleness which is so essential to the happiness of most Asiatics. The condition of wives in Egypt has been much misrepresented by some popular writers, to whom the imprisonment and slavery of women offer a fertile theme for declamation. The word harem or harem, indeed meaning sacred or prohibited, applies to the women as well as to the apartments in which they dwell. But considerable liberty is allowed them. Those of the upper classes are secluded and go veiled in the streets. They are seldom seen on foot in public, and their costume is indicative of this detail in their manners. Though, however, they have a suite of apartments assigned to them, they are not prisoners. A few Turks, jealous to exaggeration, may immure the inmates of the harem and shut them altogether from contact with the world, but generally they are allowed to go out, pay visits, and control the household. The theory of the Moslems is more rigid than their practice, which, were it consistent in all its features, would swathe the female sex with convention, as the ancient inhabitants used to swathe their mummies, until the form of humanity is lost amid the very devices which seek to preserve it. To such an extravagant height do some of them carry their ideas of the sanctity of the female sex, that their tombs are closed against strangers, while others will not permit a man and a woman to be buried in the same grave. Generally, however, husbands do not object to their wives mingling with the public throng, so as they religiously veil their faces. The lower orders are, of course, the least restrained. Those of the wealthiest and proudest men are most strictly secluded, but the interchange of visits between the harems is constant. With this degree of freedom, the Egyptian women are content. Time has trained them to their situation, until a relaxation in their discipline is viewed less as an indulgence than a right. The wife who is allowed too much liberty imagines she is neglected, and if others are more narrowly watched, is jealous of the superior solicitude bestowed on them. Among the rich, the harem supplies all the delights of life. Rosewater, perfumes, sherbet, coffee, and sweetmeats constitute the supreme joys of existence, with precious silks, muslins, and jewels. Among the poor, though reduced to beasts of burden, their buoyant hearts are not depressed under the load, and they sing from infancy to old age. Nevertheless, their lives are full of misery, but it is the misery of a class, not only of one sex. The Muslim woman is proud of her husband and fond of her children. Exceptions undoubtedly occur in which the warmth of the Oriental temperament takes the form of refined and spiritual love, but these are rare. In their offspring they find the chief resource of their lives. They may become mothers at 12 years of age, and at 15 commonly do so. They give proof of astonishing fecundity, bearing numbers of children, though ceasing at an earlier period than among Europeans. That is the critical occasion of their lives, but they who pass it safely often survive to an extreme old age. The manners of the country render it necessary that midwives only should attend at the accouchement, which is usually easy. When a physician is called in, He must feel his patient's pulse through the sleeve of her garment, while her face is almost invariably wrapped in a veil. The utmost kindness, even in the indulgence of their most trifling whims, is shown to pregnant women. The absence of that sentiment which, according to English notions, should attach a wife to her husband, is made up by the stronger bond which binds a mother to her child. Upon this all the wealth of her affection is bestowed, and in that precious charge all her soul is centred. This feeling, the most pure and true of any that grow in the human breast, stands to the women of Egypt in place of every other. A proverbial saying expresses the national philosophy upon this subject. Quote, "A husband is a husband. If one is lost, another is to be got. But who can give me back my child?" End quote. To be childless is regarded as a signal misfortune, and with those who happen to be barren, many devices are employed to remove the curse. Among these, one of the most curious is to wash the skin with the blood of an executed criminal. Her fecundity, with her parental care, might be expected to prove itself by a flourishing population, but the blind rapacity and profligate contempt of human life exhibited by the tyrants who, in succession, have ruled Egypt, have been more than enough to neutralize the liberality of nature. The Mohammedan is essentially an Epicurean. In him the object of nature appears perverted. Instead of the animal being made subservient to the intellectual man, the mind is devoted to gratifying the sense. His life is divided between praying, bathing, smoking, lounging, drinking coffee, and the gratification of the various appetites. Voluptuary as he is, therefore, the opulent Egyptian does not rest content with the 4 wives allowed him by the law. He takes as many concubines as he can afford. They are all slaves, and are absolutely at the disposal of their master, who may handle, whip, or punish them otherwise as he pleases, and incurs very slight danger by killing one of them. The same regulations as to blood affinity apply to them as to free women. A man, when he takes a female slave, must wait 3 months before he can make her his concubine. If she bear him a child which he acknowledges to be his own, it is free. Otherwise, it is the inheritor of its mother's bonds. She herself cannot afterwards be sold or given away, but is entitled to emancipation on the death of her lord. He is not, however, obliged to free her at once, though if he have not already 4 wives, it is considered honourable to do so. A wife sometimes brings to the establishment a few handmaidens. Over these she has control, and need not, unless she pleases, allow them to appear unveiled in their master's presence. But occasionally we find a wife presenting her husband with a beautiful slave damsel, as Sarah presented her bondwoman Hagar to Abraham. Rich men often purchase handsome white girls. Those of the humbler class are usually brown Abyssinians, for the blacks are generally employed in menial offices. Neither the concubine nor the wife is permitted to eat with the lord of the house. On the contrary, they are required to wait on him, and frequently, but not always, to serve as domestics. In consequence of this system, a great gulf lies between man and wife. His presence is viewed as a restraint in the harem, which, from all we can learn, is most lively and loquacious. Nor is this surprising, when we consider that the harems of aged men are so frequently filled with young girls in the fresh bloom of life, who can never learn to be fond of their husbands. The Egyptian proverb in reference to this is peculiarly apt. It describes an ugly old Turk with some beautiful youthful wives as, quote, "a paradise in which hogs feed." End quote. Ibrahim Pasha introduced into his private apartments the amusement of billiards, which at once became a favourite recreation. Though polygamy is not only licensed but esteemed, and concubinage unlimited, few Egyptians have more than one wife, or one female slave. Not more, indeed, than 1 in 20, it is said, indulge in this kind of pluralism, and it is probable that concubinage might be almost altogether abolished by the suppression of the slave trade. At present, the markets are continually supplied with girls kidnapped in various countries, and these are sometimes stripped and exposed naked to the purchaser's inspection. Satisfied as he generally is with one wife, the Egyptian Mohammedan is not by any means remarkable for continence. He may content himself with a single woman, but he may change her as often as he pleases, a privilege which is continually abused. The facility of divorce has had a most demoralizing effect upon Egyptian manners. A man may twice put away his wife and take her back without ceremony. If, however, he divorces her a third time, or deliberately unites in one act the effect of 3, he cannot take her again until she has been married and divorced by another husband. The manner of divorce is sufficiently simple. The husband says, "I divorce thee," and returns his wife about 1/3 of the dowry, with the effects which she brought at her marriage. He may do this through sheer caprice, without assigning or proving any reason. But when a woman desires to put away her husband, she must show herself to have suffered serious ill-treatment or neglect, lose the share of her dowry, and often go into a court of justice to prove her claim. With the man, this is never required, as is indicated by the common proverb, "If my husband consents, why should the Cadi's consent be necessary?" A widow must wait 3 months, and a divorced woman 3 months and 10 days, or, if pregnant, until delivery, before marrying again. The latter, in this case, must also wait an additional 40 days before she can receive her new husband. Meanwhile, her former proprietor must support her, either in his own house or in that of the parents. If he divorce her before the actual consummation of the marriage, he must provide for her more liberally. In case, however, of a wife being rebellious and refusing to recognize the lawful authority of her husband, he may prove her to have offended before a Cadi and procure a certificate exempting him from the obligation to clothe, lodge, or maintain her. Thus she is desolate and without resource, for she dare not go to another home. But if she formally promise to be obedient in future, her husband must support or divorce her. When a wife desires to be freed from any man's restraint, and is unable to dissolve the union altogether, she may make a complaint and obtain a license to go to her father's house. In that case, he, through sheer spite, generally persists in refusing to divorce her. Sometimes a man with a disagreeable mother-in-law quartered upon him puts away his wife in order to be rid of both. The slightness of the marriage tie, and the ease with which it may be severed, leads, as we have said, to a profligate abuse of the power thus assumed by the male sex. Numbers of men have, in the course of their lives, 10, 20, 30, or even 40 wives. Women also have as many as a dozen partners in succession. Some profligates have been known to marry a woman almost every month. A man without property may pick up a handsome young widow or divorced woman for about 10 shillings, which he pays as dowry. He lives with her a few days or weeks, and then divorces her with the payment of about 20 shillings, to support her in the interval during which she is prohibited from marrying again. Such conduct, however, is regarded as disreputable, so that few respectable families will trust a girl with any man who has put away many wives. The crime of adultery is laid down by the law as worthy of severe punishment. 4 eye-witnesses, however, are necessary to prove the fact, and the women may then be stoned to death. From the secluded nature of their lives, and from the nature of the offence itself, it is rarely that such testimony is to be had. Cases therefore scarcely ever occur before the public courts. Heavy and ignominious penalties are denounced against witnesses who make these charges and fail in the proof. Unmarried persons convicted of fornication may be punished by the infliction of 100 stripes, and under the law acknowledged by the Sumra sect, may be banished for a whole year. End of section 44. Section 45 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 29. Prostitution among the semi-civilized nations, Part 11. Of prostitution in Egypt, continued. Egypt has in all times been famous for its public dancing girls, who were all prostitutes. The superior classes of them formed a separate tribe or collection of tribes known as the Ghawazi. A female of this community is called Ghaziyeh, and a man Ghazi. The common dancing girls of the country are often erroneously confounded with the Almeh, Awalim in the singular, who are properly female singers, though whatever some authoritative writers may assert, they certainly practice dancing as well as prostitution, especially since the exile of the Ghawazi. They perform at private entertainments and are sometimes munificently rewarded. The Ghawazi, on the other hand, were accustomed to put aside their veils and display their licentious movements in public before the lowest audience. The evolutions with which they were accustomed to amuse their patrons were commonly the reverse of elegant. Commencing with decency enough, they soon degenerated into obscenity, the women contorting their bodies into the most libidinous postures. The dress was graceful, but exposed a large portion of the bosom, and was frequently half thrown aside. The Ghawazi sometimes performed in the court of a house or in the open street, but were not admitted into the harems of respectable families. A party of men often met in a house and sent for the dancers to amuse them. Their performances on such occasions were more than usually licentious, and their dresses less decent. A chemise of transparent texture, which scarcely hid the skin, and a pair of full trousers, was frequently all that covered them. Drinking copious draughts of brandy or some other intoxicating liquor, they soon laid aside even the affectation of modesty, and scenes took place like those with which the priests defiled the temples of India. Many of the women who thus degrade themselves are exceedingly beautiful. As a class, indeed, they are described as the handsomest in Egypt. They are distinguished by the peculiar cast of their countenances from all other females in the country, and there can be little doubt that they spring from a distinct race. They boast themselves of the Barmecide descent, but this is impossible to be proved. It has been conjectured that they are the lineal as well as the professional descendants of those licentious dancers who exhibited naked, as these sometimes do, before the Egyptians in the age of the pharaohs. Some imagine that the dancers of Gade or Cadiz, ridiculed by Juvenal, were the prototypes of the modern Ghawazi. But it has been supposed with more reason that the Phoenicians introduced the practice thither from the East, where profligacy flourished at the earliest period. It has been the pride of the Ghawazi tribes to preserve themselves distinct from all other classes of the population, to intermarry, and thus to perpetuate their blood unmingled. A few have repented their mode of life and married respectable Arabs, but this has not often occurred. They never, among themselves, took a husband until they had entered on a course of prostitution. To this venal calling they were all trained from childhood, though all were not taught to dance. In this community of harlots it is singular to find that the husband was inferior to the wife. Indeed, he was subject to her, performing the double office of servant and procurer. If she was a dancer, He was generally her musician, and sat by quietly tinkling upon a stringed instrument, while she, his wife, exposed her person in the most indecent attitudes, and by every voluptuous artifice endeavoured to seduce the spectator. Profligacy never assumed a more infamous form than that of the husband assisting at the daily adultery of his wife. Some of the men earned a livelihood as blacksmiths or tinkers. Many of them, however, were rich, and the women especially were possessed of costly dresses and ornaments. The Hawazi generally followed the kind of life led by our gypsies, whom some indeed have traced to an Egyptian origin. Many, but not all, of the wanderers of this nation in the valley of the Nile ascribe to themselves a descent from a branch of the same family from which the Hawazi claim to have sprung. But both traditions rest on doubtful testimony. The ordinary language of the Gawazi is similar to that in use among the rest of the Egyptian population, but, like all other unsettled wandering tribes, they have a peculiar dialect, a species of slang only intelligible to themselves. Most of them profess the Mohammedan faith, and they were accustomed to follow in crowds the pilgrim caravans to the sacred shrine at Mecca. Every considerable town in Egypt formerly harboured a large body of the Gawazi, who occupied a distinct quarter, allotted entirely to prostitutes and their companions. Low huts, temporary sheds, or tents, formed their usual habitations, since they were in the habit of frequently transplanting themselves from one district to another. Others, however, occupied and furnished handsome houses, trading also in camels, asses, and grain, possessing numerous female slaves, upon whose prostitution they also realized much profit. They crowded the camps and attended the great religious festivals, and on these occasions the Gawazi tents were always conspicuous. Some joined the accomplishment of singing with that of the dance. The inferior Gawazi women resembled in their attire the common prostitutes of other classes, which also swarmed in Egypt. Many of these also, who were not Gawazis, took the name, in order to increase the gains of their calling. The system of marriage, to which we have slightly alluded, is worthy of more particular notice. The man who married a Ghaziye was a low and despised creature. The saying is proverbial in Egypt that, quote, "the husband of a harlot is a base wretch by his own testimony." End quote. The law among the Gawazi was that a girl, as soon as marriageable, must prostitute herself to a stranger and then take a husband. He is constantly employed in looking for persons to bring to her, himself cohabiting with her only by stealth, for she would be exposed to shame and made the object of ridicule were it known that she had admitted her own husband to her embraces. Polygamy is unknown among the Gawazi. In that community, indeed, as it existed previously to the Edict of 1835, we find a system exactly the reverse of that in the midst of which it existed. The birth of a male child was looked upon as a misfortune, since he was of no value to the tribe. Women, on the contrary, were precious, because they were sought after by nearly the whole male population of Egypt. The Ghaziye made it a rule never to refuse the offer of a person who could pay anything. The fashionable dancer, therefore, at country fairs, though glittering with golden ornaments and arrayed in all the beauties of the Eastern loom, would admit the visit of any rough and ragged peasant for a sum not exceeding twopence. In this manner, by seizing whatever was offered to them, they often accumulated wealth, dressed in superb attire, rich embroidery of gold, with chains of golden coins, and solid bracelets of the same costly metal. In many instances, when the Ghaziye had lost or divorced her former husband and become opulent upon the profits of her venal calling, she married some village sheikh, who was proud of his acquisition. A virgin Ghaziye was never induced to forsake her hereditary profession, but when she formed such an alliance, she made a solemn vow on the tomb of some saint to be true to her new partner, sacrificed a sheep, and was generally faithful to her sacred engagement. It was not only in the more populous cities and districts of Lower Egypt that the Gawazi pursued their double calling of dancer and prostitute. Those in the upper country were equally addicted to that immoral calling, and were in proportion equally encouraged. Even in the small villages, a company of them was usually to be found, glittering in finery of gaudy colours, unveiled, and clothed only in those light transparent garments in which the members of the same sisterhood are represented on the monuments, a loose chemise of gauze, a scarf negligently hung about the loins, and loose trousers of the most delicate texture. Their dances were exhibitions of unrestrained indecency, attitude, look, and movement being equally lascivious. They also sang and played on the viol, lute, tambour, lyre, or castanet. The common prostitutes of the meaner class excelled them, at least in the affectation of modesty. Many of the Gawazi, however, appear sensible of the degradation to which they are consigned. The dance of the Gawazi was, to the Egyptians, what an opera ballet is in England, the representation of some episode, generally of love. Formerly there was near Cairo a little village called Shahra, the Eleusis of modern Egypt, where the mystical rites of Hathor were until recently celebrated. It was a collection of small mud huts, distinguished from those of the common people by superior cleanliness and comfort. Numbers of the Gawazi dwelt there, and when Mr. J. A. St. John visited their abode, came out to meet him, dressed in elegant attire, with a profusion of ornaments. All were young, none were more than 20, many not more than 10 years of age. Some were exceedingly handsome, while others, to a European judge, appeared quite the reverse. In this village lived a considerable number of the Gawazi. The greater part of their lives was passed in the coffee house, where they lounged all day on cushions, sipping coffee, singing, and indulging in licentious conversation. In the great room 100 might assemble, and here they were visited by the profligates of Cairo, to whom the village of Sha'ara was a regular place of resort. In the towns they frequented the common coffee houses, and in the smaller hamlets up the valley they wandered all day among the dwellings, or reclined on benches in the open air until a boat with travellers appeared on the Nile, when they immediately hurried down to the shore and commenced their lascivious songs. The Arabs have a reputation of being extremely profligate, and when on their journeys never visited a city or village without paying a visit to the Gawazi quarter. Indeed, the manners of the population have been debased under every vicious influence. A despotic government, an Epicurean religion, and the spirit of indolence, thus engendered, have encouraged among the men every species of crime against nature. The corruption which brought a curse on the cities of the plain is emulated in the cities of Egypt. When Burckhardt wrote, about 1830, the number of males and females of the Gawazi nation in Egypt was estimated at from 6,000 to 8,000. Their principal settlements were in the towns of the Delta in Lower Egypt, and in the upper country at Kenne, where a colony of at least 300 generally resided. The scattered companies generally formed a great concourse at Tanta in the Delta, at the 3 annual festivals, when a vast multitude was collected from all parts of the valley. 600 Gawazi have on such occasions pitched their tents near the town. During the reign of the Memluks, the influence of these women was, in the open country, very considerable. Many respectable persons courted their favour. They were accustomed to dwell in the towns until the brutality of the soldiers, who sometimes killed one in a fit of jealousy, drove them into the rural parts. At each of their chief places of sojourn, one was invested with the title of Emir, or chief of the settlement. she was entitled to no authority over the rest, yet exercised much influence by virtue of her dignity. In Cairo itself, their number was small, and they inhabited a spacious khan, or hotel, overlooked by the castle. Quote, "In a city," says Burckhardt, "where among women of every rank chastity is so rare as at Cairo, it could not be expected that public prostitution should thrive." End quote. This is a harsh judgment on the character of the Cairean females, and according to the accounts of most travellers, it is unjust. Before Muhammad Ali, instigated by the priests, made his awkward crusade against the Ghawazi tribes, the public prostitutes were put under the jurisdiction of a magistrate, an aga, or captain of the dancing girls. He kept a list of them, and exacted from each a sum of money by way of tax. He also acted as a censor on the general morality of the people. One of these agas took upon himself an extension of his jurisdiction, and whenever he found a woman, no matter of what class, who had been guilty of a single act of incontinence, he added her name to the list of common prostitutes, and extorted the tax from her, unless she could offer him a sufficient bribe, and thus escape the infamy. Nor was this all. To gratify private revenge, he sometimes inserted in his list the names of respectable ladies, but was at length detected and punished with death. Whenever a party of Ghawazi was engaged, they had to pay to their chief a sum of money and procure his permission to dance. This practice was pursued by persons who farmed the tax, until Muhammad Ali was smitten by a sudden reverence for morals, and made an attempt, characteristic of his vulgar genius, to abolish the profligacy of Egypt. In June 1834, a law was published compelling the Ghawazi throughout the country to retire from their profession. It is said that the mullahs, or Muslim bishops, objected to them, not on account of the impurities they practiced, but because it was a scandal that women belonging to the race of true believers should expose their faces to infidels for hire. An agitation was raised on the subject, a storm of sacerdotal rage assailed the palace, and the viceroy, priest-ridden, banished all the dancers to Esne, 500 miles up the Nile. There they were herded together with a small stipend from government to keep them from starvation. The effect of this truly barbarian device was just what might have been expected. The profligacy, which had been chiefly confined to them, broke out in other classes, and demoralization advanced several steps further. It is said that the mullahs repent their policy, since some additional burdens have been laid on them to make up for the loss of revenue. Under the old system, when all the known prostitutes paid a tax, the amount contributed by those of Cairo alone was 800 purses, or £4,000, which was a tenth of the income tax on the whole population. This will suggest an idea of the numbers in which they existed. The Ghawazi formed the chief element in this system of prostitution, and Muhammad Ali imagined that with one stroke of the pen he could obliterate this blot on the social aspect of Egypt, he who had so worn himself out with licentious pleasures that his physicians had to persuade him to disband an army of concubines which he had kept at the expense of his miserable people. At once prostitution was denounced as a crime. The Ghaziya, daring to infringe the new law, was condemned to 50 stripes for the first, and imprisonment with severe labour for the second offence. The punishments of these and of all other women were illegal, according to the code of the Prophet. It has, however, been a blessing to the Mohammedan population of the East that their great lawgiver left his frame of legislation, for, invested with the authority of religion, it has been some check on the caprice of tyrants. The men also who were detected encouraging the Ghawazi were made liable to the punishment of the bastinado. Legal enactments, however, cannot purify the morals of a whole community. Prostitution was abolished by law, but remained in practice as flagrant as ever. The Egyptians borrowed a device from the Persians. When a man desires to have intercourse with a woman of the prostitute class, he marries her in the evening and divorces her in the morning. The dowry he pays her is no more than she would receive were this transaction not to take place. She dare not apply for the usual stipend to maintain her afterwards. Even these connections are often kept entirely secret. The dancing has been more successfully suppressed, for many of the performances were public, but the Europeans, as well as the rich natives, frequently indulge by stealth in the prohibited amusement. The Almehs, at least since the banishment of the Gawazi, dance and prostitute themselves as well as sing, though their name implies neither practice, meaning simply learned or accomplished women. When an entertainment of the kind is given, it is usual to choose for the scene a lonely house in the outskirts of the city, surrounded by a garden with a high wall. There, with the windows veiled, parties meet and the dancers are introduced. Women with children at the breast come sometimes to take part in these abominable orgies, but do not usually, unless excited by the men, develop all their powers of licentious expression. Occasionally a party of soldiers breaks in on the forbidden revel, and the girls are carried off to prison, where stripes or perhaps sentences of banishment await them. There are, however, in Egypt, considerable classes of women solely devoted to prostitution, who practice none of the accomplishments in which the Almeh and Gawazi excel. Among them is a peculiar tribe called the Halikye, whose husbands are tinkers, or horse and ass doctors. They wander about the country like gypsies, and most of the women engage in prostitution. Prostitutes of the common order swarm in all the cities and towns of the valley. In and about Cairo they are particularly numerous, whole quarters being inhabited exclusively by them. Legislation is powerless to suppress their calling. Their dress differs from that of the other sorts of women only in being more gay and less disguising. Some even wear the veil and affect all the airs of modesty. Many are divorced women, or widows, or wives of men whose business has obliged them to go abroad. The wives of many of the Arabs, if neglected for a short time, slide easily into prostitution. When Ibrahim Pasha was away on the expedition to Syria, it was said that on his return the soldiers would find all their wives courtesans. But this, of course, was a satire. Numbers of the common prostitutes in Cairo have been accustomed to sell pigeons and other birds in the different bazaars. Hence has risen a proverb that a person who marries in the bird market must divorce his wife next morning. We find in these popular sayings many indications of the features which mark the system in Egypt. We have some in allusion to the shouts and disorderly conduct of persons issuing from the brothels in the morning, and others describing the career of the prostitutes themselves. Quote, "The public woman who is liberal of her favours does not wish for a procuress." End quote. Quote, "If a harlot repent, she becomes a procuress." End quote. One reason assigned for the practice of early marriages is the proneness of the young men to be seduced by prostitutes. It is only just, however, to observe that in Alexandria, though it is considered the refugium peccatorum of the Mediterranean, the European community has preserved itself to an unusual degree uncontaminated by the general corruption of the male population. The women of Egypt, as we have already observed, are, in point of morals, far superior to the men. They are generally silly and childish, because they are treated as soulless creatures and children. But on the whole, their character is not so degraded by unnatural vices as that of their male rulers. These generally are coarse voluptuaries, in whom little except the animal appetite is developed. We perceive in Egypt the illustration of some signal truths. We find there the proper fruits of Oriental despotism. We see the results of a vulgar, barbarian attempt to reform public morals. We witness also the influence of its position upon the character of the female sex. Women in Egypt have been made by their social laws what the originator of those laws considered them to be, the mere servitors of man. In the prostitute system of the country, we discover some singular features which contribute to render modern Egypt, in relation to our actual subject, one of the most interesting regions in the East. The Christian population we do not notice, because it is composed of fragments of races which will be noticed in their proper countries. Footnote: Lane's Modern Egyptians, Poole's English Women in Egypt, Yates's Egypt, St. John's Egypt and Muhammad Ali, St. John's Egypt and Nubia, St. John's Oriental Album, Guedelven and Brovary, L'Égypte, Megin's Histoire de l'Égypte, Burckhardt's Arabic Proverbs, Expédition Française à l'Égypte, Niebuhr's Travels in Egypt, and so on, Thackeray's From Cornhill to Cairo, Warburton's Crescent and the Cross, Bale St. John's Levantine Family, Henniker's Travels, Minutoli's Recollections of Egypt, Boaz's Modern Egypt, Clot Bay's Aperçu général sur l'Égypte, Puckler-Muskau's Egypt and Mehemet Ali. End footnote. End of section 45. Section 46 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 30. Prostitution among the semi-civilized nations, Part 12. Of prostitution among the states of Northern Africa. A very brief notice is all that is required by the other states of Northern Africa. They are distinguished from the barbarous communities of that region by having assumed the forms of regular society, which places them under a separate head, but in relation to our subject, they present little that is characteristic. In describing the condition and morality of the female sex in other Mohammedan countries, we shall meet with nearly all the features offered by Algiers, Barca, Morocco, Tunis, and Tripoli. Nevertheless, on account of the extraordinary mixture of the population, some curious details are observed. Turks, Christians, Arabs, Jews, Berbers, and Moors mingle in the cities of those states. The last, however, form the mass, and it is to them our remarks must apply. The Moors of Northern Africa possess all the vices, and scarcely any of the virtues, of the Mohammedans of the East. They are proud, ignorant, sensual, and depraved, without any of that high spirit of honour which often in the Oriental Muslim half redeems his character. The treatment of women among the Moors answers exactly to this view. They are regarded as the mere material instruments of man's gratification. Accordingly, their whole education is modelled so as to render them fit to serve the lust of a gross sensualist. Among the more elevated nations of Asia, men sometimes tire of their wives' company because they are simple beauties without animation of mind, seeking the society of educated courtesans more for their wit and vivacity than for their meaner and more material accomplishments. But with the Moors, the animal appetite is all that they seek to satisfy. A woman with daughters does not train them in seductive arts. She feeds them into a seductive appearance, as pigeons and doves are fed in certain parts of Italy. They are made to swallow daily a number of balls of paste dipped in oil, and the rod enforces their compliance. This practice is adopted as well by the inmate of the rich man's harem as by the courtesan. For to be plump, sleek, and fair are the objects of their common ambition. A girl who is a camel's load is the perfection of Moorish beauty. Thus, intellect and sentiment are not the possessions to recommend her, but fat. It is strange that the woman's character does not correspond altogether with her mode of life. Heavy, corpulent, and sensual, she is nevertheless alive to the keenest feeling. Hot impulses, untamable in their outbreak, characterize her sex. Rivarol once said that in Paris the veins of the women were full of milk, but in Berlin of pure blood. Pananti says that in the Moorish women fire is the circulating fluid. Fiery hearts, indeed, are general among the women of the East, and are as remarkable in Egypt as in Morocco, where Oriental passions seem to spring from African soil. Immured as the wives of rich men are in splendid harems, and rigidly excluded from intercourse with the other sex, they seek their whole enjoyment in the gratification of their passions or their senses. Their time is spent at home, or at the bath, lounging on cushions, sipping coffee, smoking, gossiping, or multiplying the devices of the toilette. The Moors are extravagantly jealous. Some have been known to slay their women before proceeding on a long journey. Others have forbidden them to name even an animal of the masculine gender. They are therefore entirely shut up within the walls of the harem, muffled under mountains of ungraceful black drapery as they move along the streets, or secluded from the sight of the world in the impenetrable recesses of the bath. There they exhaust all the ingenuity they can command in the perfuming and decoration of their persons. Many have wondered why women thus prevented from displaying themselves should be so untiring in the offices of vanity. The reason, however, is clear. In the Moorish harem, all that a wife or concubine has to look to is the favour of her lord. If she succeed in charming him, her lot is far more happy than under any other circumstances. Besides, it is not only to please him that she labours. The mortification of her rivals is an additional source of triumph, for in the narrow sphere of the harem, where the nobler qualities of the mind have no room for development, the meanest naturally flourish most profusely. The marriage laws of Mohammedan countries in general prevail in the Barbary States, with slight modifications. The husband has more absolute control over the wife. Few take more than one, though polygamy is universally allowed. Opulent men, however, sometimes indulge in the full complement of 4, besides a number of concubines. Though the betrothal usually takes place at an extremely early age, the actual union seldom takes place until the bride is 12 or 13, when, as a poet of Barbary expresses it, quote, "the rosebud expands to imbibe the vivifying rays of love." End quote. An extensive system of professional prostitution prevails in all the cities of these states. In Algiers and Morocco they are particularly numerous. The low drinking shops are crowded with men, and the loose characters of the town have each a companion who is a harlot. The public dancers all belong to this sisterhood. They exist in large numbers and are very much encouraged by both sexes. The women in the baths, after steeping their bodies in warm water until every nerve is relaxed and all their limbs are softened into a voluptuous languor, lie on cushions and sip coffee, while dancers, attired in a slight costume, display their licentious arts, and Almeh sing songs equally lascivious. These prostitutes are of various classes, from the low vulgar wretches encouraged by the French soldiers in Algiers, to the wealthy courtesans who live amid luxury and splendour. A late traveller was introduced by a friend to quote, "a Moorish lady." End quote. She occupied a fine house, situated, however, in a narrow and retired street. Its architecture was rich, and on the door being opened, signs of wealth became everywhere apparent. The visitor was ushered into a spacious apartment, roofed with graceful arches, and hung with rich-coloured silks. A lamp burning amid piles of freshly gathered flowers stood on the table. Reclining on a luxurious divan, with a tiger skin spread at her feet, was a woman of extreme loveliness, attired in a superb costume. Though of a fair and brilliant complexion, her hair was jet black, braided with curious art, and bound up with strings of pearl. Its heavy tresses were partly concealed by a tiara of crimson, figured with gold. Diamond drops hung from her ears. Corals and gems sparkled round her neck. A garment of a fabric almost transparent was folded over her bosom and fastened with a golden ornament. A loose pelisse of blue brocade, confined at the waist with a simar of embroidered silk, displayed the contour of her figure, and full trousers of muslin were furled about her limbs. Her cheek was tattooed with a blue star, and her nails were stained pink with henna. She was waited upon by a negro girl wearing a white muslin turban ornamented with a rose, the leaves and stem of which were gilded. Elegant in her manners, easy in her mode of address, this woman appeared to the uninitiated traveller the model of feminine grace. When he took his leave, however, his friend undeceived him with an apology, and he discovered that he had been conversing with a Moorish prostitute. This sketch of a woman belonging to the class may serve to show the extent to which some of them are encouraged. Indeed, the society of the dancers, who are all prostitutes, is a favourite recreation with the Moors of all classes. The women, as we have said, belong to various grades, from those who debase themselves by their obscene postures in the low coffee-houses, to those who display their more elegant licentiousness to amuse the wealthy. A man entertaining a party of friends sends for a company of dancers to enliven them in his kiosk or pavilion. There, amid the fumes of tobacco, and sometimes of strong liquors, for the precepts of the Koran are often disregarded, these unhappy women descend from ordinary immodesty to the most degrading obscenity, until the orgies become such as no pen could describe. When the master of the feast is particularly delighted with the beauty or the dexterity of any girl, he performs a favourite act of gallantry by dropping a few golden coins into her bosom. The whole company is liberally rewarded. Footnote: see Kennedy's Algeria and Tunis in 1845, Russell's Barbary States, Jackson's Account, St. Marie's Visit to Algeria, Pananti's Narrative, Beechey, Blaquière, and so on. End footnote. Of prostitution in Arabia, Syria, and Asia Minor. In whatever countries the Mohammedan religion has been established, to describe the condition of women would be generally to repeat the accounts already given. Their character varies in different populations, but everywhere the laws to which they are subject are substantially the same. In Syria and Asia Minor, the marriage code is, among the Muslims, precisely similar to that of Egypt and Turkey, and so also in Arabia. In Natolia especially, the influence of the Prophet's law is powerful, and the comparative simplicity of its inhabitants leads them to respect the boundaries laid down to their indulgences. Possessing within their own country all the materials of prosperity, they might, with virtue and industry, become once more a powerful and wealthy race. But misgovernment adds yearly to the mass of their corruption, and they perish in misery and servitude. In such countries, ambition sees no path but that of reckless crime, and mental activity only stimulates to sensual pursuits. Accordingly, profligacy flourishes in the cities of Asia Minor, though in the thinly peopled tracts there is perhaps more purity of manners than in any other Mohammedan country except Arabia. Polygamy, permitted as it is by the law, is far from being generally adopted. In 1830, the extensive city of Prusa contained only a single man who had more than one wife. Women are secluded to some extent, but enjoy great freedom. Loved and indulged they are, but not respected, and consequently their morals are inferior to those of the Bedouin wives. The Christians, who are so freely tolerated among the Mohammedan population of Asia Minor, preserve very much the customs of Europe, except in the lesser details of their life. In the rich provinces of Syria, Arabs, Greeks, and Ottomans have mingled, bringing each some characteristic habits to modify the general social scheme. The pastoral and the Christian tribes are by far the most moral. Among the Maronites of Lebanon, who hold our faith, a rigid code exists, with purity of manners. But, as among the ancient Germans, the severe law is only the moral influence in action. The law, without the feeling which upholds it, would be powerful, which constitutes the difference between a community which frames its own code according to its own spirit, and that which receives decrees from the caprice of a ruler. If a man among the Maronites seduce a girl, he must marry her. Should he refuse, fasts, imprisonments, and even blows are employed, which force him to submit. The illicit intercourse of the sexes, married or unmarried, is reprobated by the sense of the community, and the profession of prostitution is unknown. On the whole, this may be described as a simple and comparatively innocent race, removed above the profligacy which ferments around them. The Druses also are distinguished by the same characteristics. They do not permit polygamy, and marry very young. A man may divorce his wife, however, by only saying "go," or if she ask permission to visit her relatives and he concede it, without enjoining her to return, she must consider herself put away. In spite of this facility, such separations scarcely ever occur. An adulteress is mercilessly put to death by the hands of her friends. One who commits fornication suffers a similar punishment, but in this case the father may pardon her if he choose. The tenderness of the parent sometimes induces him to spare his child, though her guilt may stain the honour of his house. But brothers, it is said, never relent, visiting the sin of their sister with unsparing sternness. Prostitutes and dancing girls are common in all the cities and towns of Syria, but they are never met with among any of the pastoral or nomad tribes. In Asia Minor and Palestine, the same circumstance is to be observed. There is little to remark upon in the habits or characteristics of the class, which is similar to others of the same sisterhood in Egypt, Turkey, and other parts of the East. Footnote: the most valuable body of information on the Turkish Empire ever published was collected by the Rev. Robert Walpole, whose acquirements as a scholar are equalled by his accomplishments as a writer and a preacher. Since, therefore, little could be gained by dwelling at length upon these countries, we quit them, and pass to a region which, if the spirit of romance still remains on earth, may be described as its chosen home. In Arabia we find a system of manners at once unique and beautiful. In saying this, however, we allude to the Bedouins, or representatives of the true Arab race, who preserve their original simplicity in the rainless plains of their ancient country. In the cities of the coast, and wherever the fertility of the soil has attracted a crowded population, vice has introduced itself, and the graces of the shepherd state have quickly disappeared. In surveying the civilization of Arabia, this distinction must always be held in view. Many natural circumstances combine to influence the natural character of the Arabs in their native region. A country whose sunny and sandy plains alternate with tracts of hills and valleys of the richest bloom has been their home. In the mountains of Yemen, wet and dry seasons alternate, but over the desert hangs a sky of perpetual blue, bright, dry, and warm, while during the summer solstice a sun almost vertical floods the waste of rock and sand with insufferable light, parching the face of all nature. In this extraordinary region the Arabs live, some, as we have said, in cities or villages, some in separate families under tents. An independent patriarchal form of government has been preserved in complete unity with their simple system of manners. Their religion is that of Mohammed, though various interpretations of his law have divided them into numerous sects. Differing as they do in their scheme of education from Europeans, it is difficult for us to understand their character. The boy grows up until 5 years old under his mother's care. Then, without a graduation, he is taken to his father's side. From the companionship of women and children, he passes at once into the society of men. The Arabs hold the female sex in high estimation. They exclude women, indeed, from all public assemblies, preclude them from the use of strong liquors, and hold them from infancy to womanhood under tutelage. But they restrain themselves as well, and their general demeanour is modest, sober, and grave. Those in the fertile province of Yemen are more vivacious than those of the sterile plains. Nevertheless, the men love society. Every village has its coffee house full of gossipers, and every camp its place of rendezvous. The women of the family occupy the interior of the house or tent. They are secluded to some extent, but not in the extravagant degree described by some writers. A man will not salute one in public, or fix his eyes upon her. Strangers, in general, are not allowed to converse with them, and they are expected to pay great deference to the ruling sex. But they are neither disguised nor immured. Veils they wear, but do not hide their faces with that religious care considered indispensable in some countries. Among many of the tent dwellers, women drink coffee with strangers, and in some of the communities towards the south, they are allowed to entertain a guest in their husband's absence. Indeed, it may be said that they are in Arabia more free than anywhere else in Islam, and proverbially abstemious in the gratification of all their appetites. All the household duties are performed by them. They fetch water, drive flocks, and wait on the men. But they are loved and respected, notwithstanding, and no claim is held so sacred as that by which a mother exacts duty from her son. There is indeed something admirable in the simplicity of these desert tribes, where the wife sits within her husband's tent, weaving her own garments from the wool of his flocks. Where several families are congregated, the females visit each other, assemble together, and exchange every pleasant service. They meet in the evening to sing to the young men of the tribe, and many romantic assignations are kept in the little secluded valleys in which Arabia abounds. The well is the favourite spot of rendezvous. The dances of the Arab girls who perform before the men are not only decent, but elegant and romantic, totally in contrast to those of the Ghawazi. These amusements are as much for their own gratification as that of the other sex, for sometimes no males are present, nor are they forced to exhibit when disinclined. Sometimes, when the young men have offended the maidens of a tribe, they assemble night after night, but no damsels appear to dance or sing. All this indicates considerable purity of manners. The Mohammedan marriage law prevails among all the Arabs of the peninsula, though its details are modified by their system of manners. A man is expected, though not compelled, to take the widow of his deceased brother. A man has an exclusive right to the hand of his cousin, but is not compelled to marry her. He, however, must finally renounce his claim before she can be taken by any one else. Each may have 4 wives and as many concubines as he pleases. 2 sisters may not be had at once, but, one being divorced, the other may be taken. The disparity between the sexes in point of number, which has been asserted by some travellers, does not appear to exist. Polygamy, a privilege of the rich, is seldom practised even by them. Many wealthy Bedouins, who could well maintain a harem, declare they could not be happy with more than one companion. The law obliges a man to pass at least one night in every week with each of his wives, and this has assisted in checking the practice. The Mohammedans of Arabia are accused of selling their daughters, but they do not often bargain them away for profit. They naturally prefer a wealthy before a poor son-in-law, and receive a bounty from him, but they richly portion out the bride. She is further endowed by her husband. The contract drawn up before the Cadi stipulates not only what she is to receive upon her marriage, but what she may claim in case of a divorce. In many cases, a sheikh of substantial fortune takes a poor son-in-law, gives him the sum necessary to be paid before the judge, and exacts from him in return only a pledge of such an amount in the event of repudiation that it can never take place. The wife, not being compelled to vest all her property in him, is in some measure free from his authority. She is, indeed, more supreme in the household than in most countries, and is even more happy, because she can insist upon a divorce if ill used. Some men, indeed, take 2 wives, and some even 3, but these instances are so few that, though the sexes are numerically equal, almost every man may have a wife. In the towns, soldiers and domestics are more frequently married than in Europe. No insult wounds an Arab woman more than to compare her to a fruitless tree. In this way, the evils of polygamy in the cities are counteracted. A maiden past the marriageable age is ashamed of her virginity, and a widow without children is miserable until she finds a new partner. There are no retreats whither celibacy may fly for refuge from the taunts of the world. Every woman, consequently, is desirous to marry, but those who are taken by pluralists bear fewer children than those who have no rival under the roof. In the house of a polygamist, each woman, feeling she has to contend for favour, seeks by unnatural means to increase her own attractions, to seem more voluptuous than she is, and thus injures her natural powers. Concubinage is more common than polygamy. The Sheriff of Mecca has numerous female slaves, and his high example is followed by many wealthy men in the luxurious and corrupt populations of the cities. In the desert it is more rare, and indeed scarcely ever practised, except where a father presents his son with a beautiful bondmaid, that he may be satisfied with her and not enter the towns in search of prostitutes. In Mecca, the sacred city of the Mohammedan faith, nearly all the wealthy men maintain concubines, but if they bear children, must, unless their complement of 4 wives be already complete, marry them or incur public reproach. Some of these voluptuaries, who look upon women only as a means to gratify their animal appetites, marry none but Abyssinian wives, because they are more servile, obsequious, and voluptuous than those of pure Arabian blood. Foreigners, arriving at that city with the caravan, bargain for a female slave, intending to sell her at their departure, unless she bear offspring, in which case she is elevated to the position of a wife. Under any circumstances, to sell a concubine slave is by the respectable part of the community regarded as disreputable. Speculators, however, sometimes buy young girls, indulge their sensuality upon them, train them up, educate them, and sell them at a profit. No distinction is made among the children, of whichever class of mother they are born. It is one sign of pure manners among the simple communities of Arabia that chastity is highly prized. When the young Arab marries a girl, he sometimes stipulates in the contract that she must be a virgin. Of this he desires to assure himself by examination. If the outward signs are wanting, the bride's father has to prove the circumstance accidental. Should he fail in this, the fame of her innocence may be destroyed, and she may be driven from home, overwhelmed with shame. In many of the nomad communities, it is the invariable rule to put away a bride immediately after the discovery of any suspicious sign, and in the hills of Yemen the laws are equally severe. The man who marries a woman disgraced by incontinence shares her infamy, unless he send her back to her father. The dwellers in towns, estimating less highly the worth of feminine virtue, laugh at a man who dishonours his family on account of such a circumstance. A man finding that his bride is not a virgin, demands compensation from her father, keeps her a short time, and then puts her away privily, as Joseph was minded to do with the mother of Jesus. Many also understand that nature has refused the sign to some females, and that it is unjust to condemn a woman on the strength of a circumstance which 100 accidents may have caused. If adultery be committed by the wife, the law condemns her to have her throat cut by the hand of her brother or father. But in general, humanity prevails against the written code, and this horrible punishment is seldom inflicted. The usual manner of visiting such an offence is by summary divorce, which is indeed easily to be obtained for trivial causes, or for no cause at all. In towns, an agreement before the cadi, in the desert a lamb slaughtered before the door of the tent, is all the ceremony needed. The simple pronunciation of the word go is in many parts sufficient. Men of violent passions abuse this privilege, and it is said that some, not more than 40 years of age, have had as many as 50 wives. But it is utterly untrue to say that such instances are frequent. The existence of the pure and true sentiment of love, which is so rare in Mohammedan countries, is admitted to prevail in Arabia. The natural jealousy of the male sex, the superior wisdom of their regulations respecting the intercourse of the sexes prior to marriage, the independence of the women, and the lofty system of morals distinguishing the Bedouins of the desert, are totally incompatible with such a flagrant profligacy in the use of divorce. Were it the case, the complete confusion of society would ensue, whereas no region in the world presents spectacles of happier homes than the plains of Arabia, with their tents and wandering tribes. Women are comparatively free, being tolerated even in religious differences, which implies a high estimate of their intellectual qualities. The republican spirit of the desert assigns them indeed their natural position, and though much is required from them as modest women, little is exacted from them as an inferior sex. Some of the peculiar customs among the various communities of Arabia are curious enough to require notice. Before the Wahhabi conquest, it was customary among the Deir Arabs for a man to take his daughter, when marriageable, to the marketplace, where all such engagements were formed, and proclaim her for disposal, crying aloud, "Who will buy the virgin?" The Bedouins of Mount Sinai still adhere to their singular practices. A man desiring matrimony makes a bargain with some one who has an unmarried daughter, and, if able to settle it, sticks in his turban a sprig of green, which signifies that he is wedded to a virgin. The bride's inclinations are not beforehand consulted. She must go home with her husband, and submit for one night to his embraces. If she be not pleased, however, she may in the morning go home, when the contract is dissolved. Among the wealthier tribes of the East, no price is paid, and every girl is free to choose a partner. Modesty with them is regarded as the finest grace of the sex. It is genuine and unassailable. The bride even is sometimes so coy that her husband is obliged to tie her up and whip her before she will yield to him. A widow's marriage is disreputable and assailed with every demonstration of disrespect. This proves that divorce among them is unfrequent. Among the Nazyin, a tribe on the peninsula of Sinai, a girl, when given in marriage, flies and takes refuge among the hills, where she is supplied with food by her relations. The bridegroom goes in search, and when he finds his bride, must pass the night with her in the open air. She may repeat the flight several times, and indeed is not expected to live with her husband until a whole year has elapsed, or she has become pregnant. Various other customs characterize different tribes, but in every feature of Arabian manners we discover a simplicity and purity as admirable as it is rare. Conjugal infidelity is rare in the desert. Fornication scarcely ever happens, and common prostitutes are unknown. In the crowded towns on the coast, however, there are numbers of professional prostitutes, licensed to carry on their calling, who pay considerable sums to the magistrates for the enjoyment of their privileges. In Mecca they are extremely numerous, and for the most part inhabit the poorest quarter of the city. In Durda also they are extremely numerous, but the population of that place is almost exclusively foreign. These women bear scarcely any children. When, during the early years of their vocation, they are capable of producing offspring, they employ artificial means to ensure abortion. The seeds of the tree whence is obtained the balm of Mecca are used for that purpose. In the mosques of the sacred city, prostitutes collect in great numbers, and are largely encouraged by the mullah or priestly class, who find them a source of profit. Those of the more indigent description inhabit a particular quarter, but the others are dispersed amid the general mass of the population. They are more decent in their outward demeanour than the same class in the East and in Europe, and it requires a practised eye to detect, amid the throng of veiled women circulating in the streets and bazaars, those of the venal sisterhood. Contrary, however, to the rule which prevails in England, they are almost the only females who frequent places of worship, which is on account not of their devotion, but of their effrontery, the prejudices of Mohammedans being against it. The Bedouins near cities sometimes frequent the brothels in their neighbourhood, but these belong to the class the manners of which have been vitiated by intercourse with strangers. In what numbers the prostitutes of the Arabian cities are found, we know not, nor do we discover anything remarkable in their manners or modes of life. It would consequently be unprofitable to dwell on them. We have to notice, however, in connection with Arabia, two remarkable customs, one of which exhibits to us a class of male prostitutes, if such a term may be allowed, and the other a species of hospitality now very rare, except among the grossest communities. In the Arabian province of Hejaz, no unmarried woman may pass within the boundary or enter the mosque. As, however, many rich old widows and persons whose husbands have died by the way arrive with every pilgrim caravan, some device is necessary to procure them admission without breaking the law. A number of men, therefore, live in the frontier towns, who, upon the arrival of every concourse, hire themselves out to the women, marry them, live with them while they pass through the sacred territory, receive a munificent sum for their services, and are then divorced. If one of these individuals chooses to insist on keeping the wife he has procured, she cannot help it, but such an act would be attended with great discredit and the loss of a very profitable occupation. 800 men are sometimes employed as temporary husbands, and a number of boys are continually trained that they may inherit the calling. On the various roads to the shrine of Mecca congregate a number of women with somewhat of a sacred character attached to them. They are prostitutes, but not indiscriminate in their connections, since they offer to bear to wealthy pilgrims children who are considered as born under a fortunate auspice. Among the Merehedes on the frontiers of Yemen, a custom far more revolting has existed from ancient time and still prevails. A stranger, arriving as a guest, is compelled to pass the night with the wife of his host, whatever her age or condition. Should he succeed in pleasing her, he is honourably treated. If not, she cuts off a piece of his garment, turns him out into the village, and leaves him to be driven away in disgrace. When the Wahhabis conquered the Merehedes, they forced them to abandon this odious practice. But, some misfortunes ensuing to the tribe, they were all imputed to this sacrilegious infringement of an ancient law. The custom was therefore restored. Some other female of the family may, however, be substituted for the wife, but young virgins are never sacrificed to this barbarous hospitality. Footnote: Niebuhr's Description de l'Arabie, Burckhardt's Travels in Arabia, Burckhardt's Notes on the Bedouins, and so on, Chesney's Euphrates Expedition, Farrand's Letters to Lord Lindsay, Perrier's Série sur Mehemet Ali, Skinner's Overland Journey, Kinnear's Cairo, Petra, and Damascus, Kelly's Syria and the Holy Land, Walpole's Memoirs, Pougelat's Voyage en Orient, Ainsworth's Travels in Asia Minor, Blondel's 2 ans en Syrie. End of section 46. Section 47 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 31. Prostitution among the semi-civilized nations. Part 13. Of prostitution in Turkey. There is one general system of manners pervading the Mohammedan world. In examining, therefore, the moral aspects of the various countries in which the religion of the Prophet is established, we find little in each to distinguish it from the rest. In Turkey exists the same civilization as in Egypt, though its population is more corrupt. 25 million souls inhabit a region which would support twice as many, and yearly the work of decay is going on. The Osmanlis, a race of Scythian extraction, have held Turkey during 400 years, receiving, however, large infusions of Persian and Mongolian blood. The wealthier people their harems with the beauties of Georgia and Circassia. The humbler intermarry with Servians, Bulgarians, Albanians, and Greeks, so that the original physical characteristics of the race have been greatly modified. Their moral nature has changed also, but in a less degree. Proud, sensual, and depraved in their tastes, they are too indolent to acquire even the means of gratifying their most powerful cravings. Their pride is satisfied with the recollection of former glories. Their lust looks forward to the enjoyments of paradise, crowded, as they believe, with celestial creatures devoted to the delight of their senses. Immersed in an atmosphere of Epicurean speculation, the Turk, whom poverty does not compel to labour for his bread, passes the day in lounging on cushions, smoking, sipping coffee, winking with half-closed eyes on the landscape, dreamily indifferent to all external objects. Even the poor indulge in this idleness. They measure out the amount of labour sufficient to keep them from want, and spend the rest of their lives drowsily awaiting the sensual bliss promised them by their prophet in heaven. During this lethargy, passions more violent than are known to Europeans sleep in their breasts, and when these are excited, the Turk cannot be surpassed for brutal fury. All his ideas are gross. He is able to imagine no authority not armed with whip or sword. Moral power is to him an incomprehensible idea. It is perhaps for this reason that the Osmanlis have conquered so much and possessed so little talent for governing what they acquired. This notice of the Turkish character is necessary because it corresponds exactly with their estimation of the female sex. The person alone is loved. Intellect in a Turkish woman is a quality rarely developed because never prized. It is no part of her education to learn to read or write, to adorn herself, to dress in charming attire, to beautify her face, to perfume her hair, and soften her limbs in the bath or with fine ointments, is the object to which she applies her mind. And when, thus decorated, she lounges on a pile of cushions in the full splendour of her costume, her delight is some spectacle which will stimulate her passions and intoxicate her with excitement. Turkey is thus the empire of the senses. Polygamy, authorized by the Prophet's code, is not now so frequently resorted to as formerly. It is growing into disrepute, and the female sex, upon which the laws relating to property have conferred much independence, are generally averse to it. Men marrying wives equal in rank to themselves frequently engage in their first marriage contract not to form a second, and the breach of this agreement is viewed as a profligate abuse of manners. The practice of polygamy was once, however, very prevalent among the higher orders, and contributed much to corrupt as well as to diminish the population. In the families of those Mohammedans who indulge in a plurality of wives, the children are fewer than in those of the Greeks, Armenians, and Jews, to whom polygamy is not permitted. The offspring of married women also, in the middle ranks of life, is more numerous than in the wealthier harems. Indeed, the sex in Turkey is naturally prolific, but the growth of the nation has been checked by this among other causes. To account for the origin of the practice in Turkey, many ingenious theories have been framed. It appears easy, however, to find its origin. The men are naturally sensual, and have never been accustomed to respect the female sex. When, therefore, an individual's wealth allowed him, he naturally made use of it to multiply the sources of that animal enjoyment, dearer to him than any other earthly pleasure. Some have supposed that polygamy was necessitated by the numerical disparity of the sexes, but this does not seem the case. In those cities and towns where the women are in greater numbers than the men, we find that they are purchased in large numbers from the neighbouring villages, or in the markets, to furnish the harems of the opulent. The social code of Turkey requires a woman to preserve herself in strict seclusion. The privacy of her apartments is so great that unless on very rare occasions, no male is allowed to enter them except the master of the house. There are only certain days of the year in which a brother, an uncle, or a father-in-law can be admitted, or on festive occasions such as a birthday or ceremony of circumcision. The usages of the country do not even permit a man to see his wife before marriage. In this respect, the Turks are more jealous than their written law, for the Prophet advised his friend to obtain a glimpse of the woman whom he designed to receive into his bed. She may gratify her curiosity by seeing him, but such an occurrence is not frequent. This severe separation of the sexes has given employment to a class of professional matchmakers, who, as in China, make considerable profits by their calling, and often gain money under fraudulent pretences. The beauty and temper of the women are exaggerated to the man, who, on the other hand, is described to the lady as possessed of every heroic qualification. They are mutually deceived. They rush into a marriage, and perhaps in a few days a divorce is required. Children of 3 or 4 years are sometimes betrothed, and married when they are 14. This interference of the parents leads often to evil results, For the youth who is forced to accept his father's choice sometimes hates his bride before he sees her, and resolves to take a concubine as soon as circumstances permit. Each family deputes an agent to promote the satisfactory settlement of the transaction, while the girl herself, under her cloudy veil, sits in her harem to await her fate. To expose her face to a strange man's gaze would be regarded as a species of prostitution. Her fortune is therefore decided for her. The terms of the contract are laid down in a document which is signed by witnesses, and the woman is then called a wife by writing. This is concluded some days before the actual rite of wedding. But the whole interval is occupied with ceremonies, rejoicing, and liberal displays of hospitality. A man in Constantinople usually reckons on spending a year's income on the occasion of his marriage. The average of this, in the middle ranks, is from 2,000 to 2,500 piastres. On the appointed day, the union, which is a mere civil contract, though blessed by religious rites, is concluded. The bridegroom is conducted by an imam, or priest, to the entrance of the bride's chamber, and there a prayer is uttered, to which all his friends make response. He is then left alone, standing outside the door. He knocks 3 times. A slave maid admits him, going out herself to fetch a table with a tray of viands. While she is gone, the husband endeavours to uncover his wife's face, in which, after the usual coy resistance prescribed by custom, he of course succeeds. Meanwhile, the damsel returns, and they eat together. The meal is very quickly dispatched, and a bridal couch is spread on the floor. Then the bride is taken into a neighbouring room, where she is undressed by her mother and her friends, after which the newly married pair are left alone. Among the most popular stories connected with Ottoman manners is that of the Sultan throwing his handkerchief to the woman he chooses as the companion of his pillow, and the imitation of this practice by great men in their harems. This, however, is a fanciful invention, repeated by some travellers who desired the world to suppose they were intimate with the secrets of the seraglio. When the Sultan chooses any one of his women to pass the night with, he sends a eunuch with a present to inform her of the intended honour. She is taken to a bath, perfumed, attired in beautiful garments, and then placed in bed. The story of her creeping in at the foot of the couch is also a fable. The first chosen is the chief in rank. The first of these fanciful accounts was probably suggested by a custom still practised among some of the Bosnian communities in western Turkey, where manners are more simple than in the eastern provinces. The young Muslim girls are there permitted to walk about in the daytime with uncovered faces. A man inclined to matrimony, who happens to be pleased with the appearance of one of these maidens, throws an embroidered handkerchief, or some part of his dress, over her head or neck. She then returns to her home, considers herself betrothed, and never again exposes her features in public. This is the usual preliminary to marriage, but it is probable that the lover has more than one look at his mistress before he makes the sign. Even the Sultan's concubines are purchased slaves, since no free Turkish women can occupy that position. Occasionally he gives one away to a favourite pasha, who looks with pride upon the acquisition, and glories in the refuse of a palace. Little girls about 7 years of age are much prized as slaves, and are often sold for upwards of 100 guineas. Life in the harems of Constantinople is similar to that in those of Cairo. It is a round of sensual enjoyment, in which vanity is almost the only relief to the grosser appetites of humanity. The bath is a favourite place of resort. Lady Wortley Montagu has left a celebrated description of one of these palaces of indolence. The ladies, perfectly naked, walked up and down, or reclined in various attitudes on heaps of cushions, attended by pretty slaves, who handed them coffee or sherbet. They delighted in the voluptuous movements of the female dancers, of which the public class in Turkey, as in Egypt, is composed of prostitutes. It struck them with surprise and disappointment that Lady Mary did not take off her clothes as they did, but she showed them how she was cased up in her stays, so that she could not strip, which they imagined was an ingenious device of her jealous husband. The morals of the Turkish women in general are described by most writers as very loose. The veils, which were invented to preserve their virtue, favour their intrigues to dispose of it. The most watchful husband may pass his wife in the street without knowing her. Thus they live in perpetual masquerade. The places of assignment are usually at Jews' shops, where they meet their paramours, though very seldom letting them know who they are. "You may easily imagine," said Lady Montague, "the number of faithful wives to be very small in a country where they have nothing to fear from a lover's indiscretion." This may be taken, however, as an exaggerated view, for her ladyship was accustomed to breathe the impure moral atmosphere of courts, and cared little for the character of her sex in any part of the world. The wife in Turkey holds this check upon the caprice of her husband. Her property belongs to herself, and if she be divorced, she may take it away. The widow also is inviolable in her harem, not only against private intrusion, but against the officers of the law. If a woman's husband neglect her, that is, if he fail to visit her once a week, she may sue for a separation, which may be easily effected before a cadi. If she commit adultery, he may also sue, but if the divorce takes place by mutual consent, no formality whatever is required. As in Egypt, a man may marry a woman twice after divorcing her, but the third time he must not take her again until she has been had and put away by another person. Women in Turkey regard as an object more pitiable than any other the childless wife. With them, to be barren after marriage is viewed as more disgraceful than with us to be fruitful before. All sorts of quackeries are resorted to by them to prolong and increase their powers of childbearing, so that many kill themselves by the dangerous devices they employ. It is common to see a woman who has borne 13 or 14 children. Some in the middle ranks bear from 25 to 30. They pray for the birth of twins, and are usually good mothers, though some have expressed themselves indifferent whether all their children lived or half of them were swept off by the plague. The single instance of superior refinement observable in Egypt is also remarkable here. Midwives only attend the bed of childbirth. There are no accoucheurs. Female practitioners also cure diseases, though a European physician is sometimes admitted to feel a pulse or even to see a patient's face. Among the humbler classes, the condition of the women resembles very nearly that of our own country. Their morality is generally superior to that of those wealthier inmates of the harems whose indolence seduces them into vice. The dancing girls of the public class of Turkey resemble in all respects those of Egypt. They are prostitutes by profession, but they do not appear to be so numerous in that country as formerly. Their performances, however, are prized by all classes, and they dance as lasciviously in the harem before women as in the kiosk before a party of convivial men. Those who perform in public indulge in every obscenity, and vie with each other in their indecent exhibitions. Their costume is exceedingly rich, both in colour and in material. Frequenting the coffee houses by day, they pick up companions whom they entertain with songs or tales or caresses until nightfall, when preliminary orgies take place, and they disperse with their patrons to houses in various parts of the city, generally in the more narrow, tortuous, and remote streets. The outsides of these habitations are usually of a forbidding, cheerless, dirty aspect, but the interior of those belonging to the wealthier chiefs of the dancing girls are fitted up with every appurtenance of luxury. One of the most extraordinary features in the social institutions of Turkey is the temporary union, or marriage of convenience, which is adopted by many. It is indeed, strictly speaking, simple prostitution. A man going on a journey and leaving his wife behind arrives in a strange city where he desires to make some stay. He immediately bargains for a girl to live with him while he remains in the neighbourhood. A regular agreement is drawn up, and he supports her and pays her friends while he has her in his possession. The mullahs declare this to be one valuable privilege of the male sex in Turkey. But the engagement does not appear to be valid before the law if contracted expressly as a temporary union. But this is not necessary. The facility of divorce renders all such precaution useless. The man therefore takes the girl nominally as his wife, but virtually as his mistress, until he is tired of her or wishes to depart, when she returns to her friends and waits the occasion of a new engagement. Such is, in outline, the social system of Turkey with reference to the female sex. Footnote: Walpole's Memoirs of Turkey. 2 années à Constantinople. Walpole's Travels. Sketches of Turkey by an American. Castellan's Mœurs des Ottomans. Macfarlane's Constantinople in 1828. Porter's Philosophical Transactions. Lady M. W. Montagu's Letters. St. John's Notes. Thornton. Walsh. Slade's Travels. Marshall. Marmont's Turkey. Hervieux's Voyage. Russell's Aleppo, and so on. End footnote. End of section 47. Section 48 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 32. Prostitution among the semi-civilized nations. Part 14. Of prostitution in Circassia. A peculiar interest attaches to the nation inhabiting that isthmus with its stupendous mountains, which forms the natural barrier between Asia and Europe, and is perhaps still the least known region in the ancient world. The Western Caucasus comprehends an immense district, commencing at the middle Kuban and terminating with Georgia. It is peopled by various tribes claiming a common descent, and governed by princes, elders, and nobles. The Circassians are a brave and civilized, hospitable and courteous race, resembling the ancient Swiss, and they present a singular system of manners varying considerably with the different tribes. There is a race known as the Abassians, which is considered the aboriginal nation of the Caucasus, described by Strabo as a predatory people, pirates at sea, robbers on land, characteristics which they have to this day preserved. They are, however, in other respects, virtuous, dwelling in fixed habitations, strangers to the worst vices of civilized life, and humble in their desires. Their religion, a compound of Judaism, Christianity, and Islamism, permits polygamy, but as a wife is expensive, they are usually contented with one, who is more the companion than the menial of her husband. The women are exceedingly industrious, employing themselves in a variety of pursuits, and tasking themselves far more than is essentially necessary in order to procure ornamental clothes. To reward them for this, they are allowed full liberty, are free in their social intercourse, and, if they wear a veil, wear it only to screen their complexions from the sun. Their costume is highly elegant, and their state is indicated by the colour of their trousers, white being that for a virgin, red for the wife, and blue for the widow. The laws these people have made to protect their own morals have in some degree answered their purpose. Illegitimate children have no claim to a share of the patrimony, and can legally claim no relationship with anyone. Should they be sold as slaves, there is no one bound to ransom. Should they be assassinated, there is no relative expected to avenge their death. Nevertheless, the inherent kindness of the Abbasians mitigates the effect of these harsh laws. Illegitimate children are rarely treated ill, and their legitimate brothers often make with them a voluntary partition of property. But when a man marries a barren woman, he is allowed to take a concubine, whose children inherit no disability on this account. When a man dies, be his rank what it may, the social law confers on his wife the superintendence of the household, and she administers the property without division until her death, when it is divided among the sons. Should any of the daughters remain unmarried, their eldest brother is bound to support them until a suitor appears, when he may make as good a bargain as he can. Severe laws have been enacted against immorality. The man detected in illicit intercourse with a married or unmarried woman is tried before the elders of the community, who rarely fail to punish him, either by a fine or by perpetual banishment. The dishonoured wife is returned to her parents, as well as the girl, and sold as a slave. The dowry which her husband had given for her is returned to him. If the guilt have happened in the family of a prince, it can only be washed out by the blood of one, if not both, of the criminals. So bitter, indeed, is the shame which such an occurrence brings upon a house, that they who have been so disgraced often retire to some desolate part of the Caucasus, there to hide themselves from the obloquy which ever afterwards attaches to their name. When a man desires to divorce his wife, he must declare before a council of elders the reasons for such a step, and if these be not perfectly satisfactory, he is obliged to pay the parents of the woman a sufficient amount to recompense them for the burden thus thrown upon their hands. Should the woman, however, marry again before 2 years have expired, this sum is returned. Frequently, a maiden having formed some romantic attachment, and hating the man chosen as her husband by her parents, flies alone into the woods, and hides until her friends proclaim themselves willing to concede her desires. Occasionally also 2 warriors select the same girl to marry, and in this case a duel is fought, sometimes with firearms, the victor carrying off the prize. Similar laws and usages prevail among the Circassians, except that the wealthier men among them seclude their wives, and are altogether more Turkish in their manners. On the whole, however, the patriarchal institutions of this singular and dramatic people are admirable for the effect they produce, since the Circassians and Abbasians are exceedingly pure in their morality. Among the Circassians themselves, with the exception of the prouder nobles, women are not secluded. The wives and daughters of a house are often introduced to the traveller, and unmarried girls are frequently seen at public assemblies. One singular custom, however, is observed, which is that the husband never appears abroad with his wife, and scarcely ever sees her during the day. This is not from neglect or scorn, but in accordance with ancient habits, and a desire to prolong the first sentiments with which the bridegroom approaches his bride. All Circassian women wear until they are married a tight corset of leather, which makes their complexion sallow and hurts the figure, as all unnatural compression does. The consequence is that the young wives are infinitely more beautiful than the maidens, and the charms of the women of this race are celebrated throughout the world. The reason assigned for this strange custom is that it is shameful for a virgin to have a full bosom. When a girl has been chosen and purchased, her future husband comes to the house, places her on horseback, gallops away, and conveys her home. Then, when all the people are supposed to be asleep, the bridegroom first unlooses the abominable ligatures which confine the bosom of his bride. He does not, until some time has passed, live with her openly. An idea prevails among the vulgar in Europe that the Circassians sell their daughters as slaves to any Turk or Persian who may desire to buy them. This is not correct. They are particularly careful as to the position and birth of the individual who desires to intermarry with them, and the sale is no more than takes place among their own people, as well as among all the nations inhabiting the Caucasus. Great precautions are taken to secure the happiness of the girls, and long negotiations frequently produce no bargain. It is true that in the bazaars of Constantinople and the principal towns of Asia Minor and Persia, numerous girls are sold under the name of Circassians, but they are mostly Abassians, or the children of Circassian peasants, or children ravished from the neighbouring Cossacks, or slaves procured from those base Circassian traders who have given in their adhesion to Russia. Many of the girls, being trained to such ideas from childhood, prefer the Turkish harem to the life they follow among their native hills. Some come back after having obtained their liberty, and bring accounts, in the most fluent language, of the voluptuous joys they have indulged in their luxurious prisons. But generally the race is dearly attached to its freedom. Throughout the Caucasus we have found a high scale of manners. Prostitution as a profession is unknown. In one of the simple tribes, still under patriarchal rule, a girl who took up such a calling would be so shunned and abhorred by the rest of her countrywomen that she would speedily be compelled to fly beyond the bounds of their territory. That is, if she escaped being sold as a slave, or put to death by her indignant friends. The parental authority, more moral than legal, is a great check upon profligacy, since a man of whatever age, if he have a father living, pays obedience to him, and fears to incur his reproof. It is therefore delightful to point out a country surrounded by gross and profligate nations, where simplicity of manners still prevails, and where the female sex is as happy and as highly esteemed as it is modest, chaste, and virtuous. Footnote: Spencer's Western Caucasus. Klaproth's Voyage dans le Caucase. Spencer's Travels in Circassia. Wilbraham's Travels. Marigny's 3 Voyages. End footnote. Of prostitution among the Tartar races. The immense region of Central Asia, little known and seldom visited, has been the cradle of great nations, which have exercised a mighty influence on the fortunes of the world, and may again become conspicuous in history. It is therefore interesting, as well as important, to inquire into the characteristics of the populations which still cling to its soil. They are divided under many names, and among the most remarkable are the hordes of Kirghiz Kazakhs, who wander between the borders of the Caspian Sea on the west and the fortified line which forms the southern frontier of the Russian Empire. On the east it is divided by a similar chain of posts from the Chinese dominions, but towards the south the limits of their wanderings are unknown. Over this vast steppe a various climate prevails, but the whole is particularly marked by extremes of heat and cold, while the soil is composed of alternate deserts of sand and pasture, where rain during the greater part of the year is exceedingly scanty. A short and delicious spring, a burning and dry summer, a short and miserable autumn, which speedily darkens into a long, bitter, and gloomy winter, Such are the influences to which these hordes are subject. Forests, patches of green, salt lakes, springs and rivers of fresh water, a few rich valleys, and some rocky hills vary the aspect of the wilderness which is their home. But generally it is a blank and monotonous waste. All these circumstances are enumerated, as they may be supposed to have formed, or at least to have modified, the character of the Kirghiz Kazakhs. They are divided into three principal hordes, the Great, the Lesser, and the Little, amounting altogether to from 2,000,000 to 2,400,000 souls. Engaged perpetually in wandering from place to place, they have nevertheless certain spots belonging by prescriptive rights to particular tribes, where they encamp for the coldest months of the winter. Their manners afford a faithful picture of the ancient patriarchal life, not indeed the poetical life of Arcadia and the pastures of Israel, but that of the Scythians, as represented by Herodotus, or the Bedouins in their original simplicity. Forming a nation of shepherds, they appear to live only on and for their flocks, accustoming themselves little to the use of arms, and, though perpetually on horseback, seldom engaging in the chase. They dwell in huts or temporary habitations of strong wickerwork, covered in with fleeces, and in the interior of these singular habitations much comfort, elegance, and even sumptuous luxury may often be found. Nevertheless, they are a robust, hardy race, possessing very indistinct ideas of property, and, though addicted to sensual enjoyments, long-lived and seldom visited by epidemic diseases, except when the smallpox is brought among them from Siberia. Their manners with respect to the character and treatment of the female sex are simple, but in comparison with other pastoral races, somewhat coarse. In costume, the woman differs little from the man. Both men and women adorn themselves with ornaments of silver, gold, or coral, or even pearls and other gems, and in this reciprocal display of vanity we discover a token of equality between the sexes. It is difficult to ascertain the religion of these hordes, but it is apparently a crude mixture of Mohammedanism and paganism. The Moslems have attempted to disseminate their doctrines widely, but few of the Prophet's laws have been accepted so readily as that which allows a plurality of wives, which the Kirghiz indulge in whenever they can afford the amount to be paid for a bride according to the usages of their nation. The Kirghiz are immoderately addicted to voluptuous pleasures, and are extremely idle. It is curious to remark, however, that while the men are distinguished by their indolence, the women are fond of exertion, occupying themselves, as much from inclination as from necessity, with the affairs of the household, with attendance on the flocks, and with the manufacture of garments. Their recompense is to be treated as servitors by masters who are sometimes proud and harsh. But the labour of the women is not compulsory, nor are they shut up in harems, or forbidden to mix with the other sex. The seclusion of females indeed is not a custom. Their manners of living exposes them to every temptation. Jealousy has little power to watch, and the wife's virtue is, for the most part, left to guard itself. Though, as we have said, the Kirghiz, when they are rich enough, eagerly avail themselves of the privilege of polygamy, few possess wealth enough to enable them to marry more than one wife. This circumstance prevents them from indulging in that pride which impels a man to shut up the partner of his pillow from every eye but his own. They who have seraglios must follow a steady and uniform course of life. The Tartar's tent offers few obstacles to curiosity or intrigue. Turks and Persians who keep a harem usually possess slaves also, whose labour permits their mistresses to lounge idly on silken cushions. But as the Kirghiz loves to be indolent, he is constrained to let his wife be as active as she pleases, and is never so happy as when she saves him the trouble of moving from his couch, by going everywhere and doing everything herself. But on horseback he is proud of motion, which accounts partly for the migratory habits of the hordes, though the nature of their country is the chief cause of their nomad manner of life. Women consequently enjoy their liberty, and to their love of industry they join a goodness of heart and a warmth of affection, which extort praises from many travellers. The great check upon polygamy is, as we have noticed, the cost of the kalims, which is to be paid for every woman. This price varies in amount from 5 or 6 sheep, and occasionally less among the poor, to 200 or 500 or even 1,000 horses among the rich. To these are added different household effects, with, on rare occasions, a few slaves, male or female. Out of these payments, a considerable share goes to the Mohammedan mullahs who frequent the steppes, and who are attracted thither no less by their profitable occupation of marrying the people than by religious zeal. The kalim increases with the number of wives. The second costs more than the first, and the third than the second, and so forth, which enables none but a very wealthy man to keep a harem. The Khan of the little horde, who was lord over nearly 1,000,000 men, had 16 or 17 wives, besides 15 concubines, whose offspring, however, were all on an equality. This patriarch had 42 sons and about 34 daughters. Young men usually take their first wife not according to their own choice, but under their father's direction. As to girls, they are always under their parents' control, and many are affianced during infancy. The first arrangement made when a marriage is in contemplation is to fix the amount of the kalim and the date on which it is to be paid. These preliminaries concluded, the mullah consecrates the transaction by asking 3 times of the parents of the bride and those of the bridegroom, "Do you consent to the union of your children?" and reading prayers for the happiness of the married couple. Witnesses and arbitrators are then chosen, who may decide future disputes, should any such arise, and the nuptials are terminated by a feast and various kinds of merrymaking. The man then begins to pay a kalim, or else his father does this on his behalf, and the parents of the girl occupy themselves with getting ready a trousseau for their daughter, among the articles of which it is essentially requisite to include the tent which the bride is to occupy when she is finally delivered over to her husband. While the kalim remains unpaid, the marriage is suspended, though the bridegroom may pay visits to the maiden he has chosen, and even live with her, provided he engages not to take away her chastity. Among some tribes, these preliminary meetings are conducted with much ceremony. In all, they are often the first interviews which the husband has with the woman who is to be his wife. When once, however, a part of the required amount is paid, neither can retract without disgrace. Ruptures, indeed, rarely, if ever, take place, partly because no young girl dare to assert a will of her own, and partly because the man does not care to rebel against a union which he is free to break when he desires. Frequently, however, the bride and bridegroom, during their preliminary visits, anticipate the final nuptial ceremony, in which case this is usually hastened, though the whole amount of kalim may not have been paid. They are led, richly clothed if possible, into a tent where various rites are performed. The husband then departs, but immediately comes again on horseback and demands his wife. The parents refuse to yield her. When he enters, bears her off by force, places her across his saddle, and gallops away to his tent, which, during many hours after, is sacred against all intruders. This custom, however, is not universal. If a man finds his wife not to be a virgin, he may disgrace her, send her home, and demand from her father the restitution of the kalim, or of one of his other daughters who happens to be chaste, without payment. As every woman brings with her dowry a new tent, so each wife when a man has more than one, dwells in a separate habitation. The first is styled the rich wife, and exercises superior authority over all the rest. Though she may have disgusted her husband, he is bound to distinguish her by respect, while the others, entirely equal among themselves, remain always in a certain dependence on her. Prudent husbands divide even the flocks belonging to the different women, that the children of each may justly inherit her property. The chief wife may quit her husband, if she can show any grave cause for separation, and return to her parents, but the others have not that privilege. The manners of the Kirghiz women are in general simple and courteous, and the conduct of the men towards them, though often rude, gross, and contemptuous, is frequently also polite and deferential. The love songs of the desert are some of them exceedingly poetical, and the pictures drawn by Tartar improvisatori of their mistresses are full of passion and adulation. A man may kill his wife if he find her actually committing adultery, but not otherwise. A fine is the usual punishment of the adulterer, while the woman may be divorced or chastised in various ways. Generally, the morals of the Kirghiz Kazakhs are good. Chastity in their women is highly prized, its loss entailing disgrace. But as numbers of the men are extremely sensual, many prostitutes may usually be found in each camp, though not so many as some appear to imagine. They live usually in companies, resembling the class of sutlers in European armies, though some of superior fortune inhabit separate tents and live in ease and plenty. Among the Nogai Tartars, who are also nomads, the custom prevails of a man serving his father-in-law for a certain number of years. With them, the weaker is absolutely the property of the stronger sex, and all contracts are transactions of sale. The father sells his daughter, the brother his sister, and girls are considered part of an inheritance as much as flocks and herds, and are equally divided among the sons. The value of a woman is measured in cows, 5 being the cost of an inferior and 30 of a superior one. The man, however, though obliged to buy, is not allowed to sell his wife. If she transgress beyond his patience, he turns her out of the dwelling, and she returns to her parents, who seldom fail to receive her kindly. Divorce is permitted, but is so costly that few resort to it. When a wife leaves her husband against his consent, he may demand her back, but if she meanwhile commit adultery or theft, her parents must restore the callum which was originally paid for her, and she becomes so infamous that only the poorest man will buy her. The rich are polygamists, and as the sexes are about equal in point of numbers, many of the poor cannot get a wife of any kind. The woman is not allowed to eat with her husband, and if she expect paradise, it is with the understanding that she is to dwell there as a servitor. Marriages are not fruitful, and the population is regularly decreasing. The Russians have introduced into the country certain virulent diseases, which aid rapidly to thin the people, who themselves have lost much in morality. Wherever they have large encampments and settle for the winter, numbers of prostitutes spring up among them, not indeed entirely addicted and altogether destined to that calling, but employing it as a means of gain and living on its wages for a shorter or a longer period. Prostitution, which is unknown among the pastoral tribes of Arabia, is in fact very prevalent among some of the shepherd communities inhabiting the Tartar steppes. There are 2 classes of women who betake themselves to it, widows and divorced women, who, having no independent means of subsistence, hire out their persons under a sort of necessity, and linger through a miserable remnant of life in dirt, rags, and contempt, and a few who addict themselves to prostitution simply under the impulse of a profligate disposition. On the whole, however, the morality of Tartars is of a superior character. Footnote: Levshin's Les Kirghiz Kazakhs, Spencer's Travels, Klaproth's Travels, and so on and so on. End footnote. End of section 48. Section 49 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 33, of the Mixed Northern Nations, Part 1, Introductory. Pursuing our inquiries among the northern races to the very extreme of polar cold, we discover many interesting peculiarities. Perhaps, however, the most important result of our research is the establishment of the fact that the popular idea is in great measure erroneous of hot countries having the most licentious population. Climate, indeed, may by fine degrees influence the temperament of men, but the conspicuous truth evolved from all our investigations has been that the manners of nations are regulated by their moral education and not by the thermometer. In Egypt, India, Persia, and the other hot regions of the African and Asiatic continents, there prevails a voluptuous spirit, but in Russia, in Siberia, among the Greenlanders, and the tribes of the snowy deserts in the utmost north, equal sensuality is to be discovered. In the warm and happy plains of Arabia, in the sultry champaigns of various parts of the East, we find shepherd communities with manners most pure and simple, and we find the same among many roving nations in the cold of Tartary and Siberia. The languor and indolence engendered by a fervent climate may indeed induce a thirst for exciting pleasure, but the rigour and inclemency of the north appear equally to dispose men to take refuge in sensual gratification. Ispahan was never more licentious than St. Petersburg 50 years ago, nor are the debauchees in the burning atmosphere of Africa more gross and indiscriminate in their pursuit of animal delights than many tribes of Eskimo, buried though they be among the frosts of an eternal winter. Thus, climate appears to exert at least far less influence than is popularly imagined. The horrible orgies of the Ariois in the voluptuous islands of the Pacific were rivalled and surpassed by the physical societies of Moscow, nor are the revels of southern India more profligate than those enacted among the snowy solitudes of Siberia. Indeed, among the Hindus, we have never found perpetrated even by the lowest classes depravities more vile than those we have discovered among tribes in Kamchatka and other parts of the Arctic regions. One circumstance, however, appears to be undeniable. The temperament of Asiatics is more easily inflamed than that of northern races. Their mind is more active, their fancy more busy, their imagination more creative. They give even to their vices a picturesque colour, quality, and configuration, whereas the voluptuaries of cold countries are dull and drowsy sensualists, without a tinge of poetry in their composition. For this reason, the ardent passions of the East have been celebrated in romance and history, while the slothful sensuality of the North has been neglected and forgotten. The world consequently has heard much of the one, and little or nothing of the other, and in course of time, by a very natural process, has imagined that the burning climates of Asia represent the passions of its inhabitants, while the snows of the opposite regions of polar cold are characteristic of their purity and freedom from the dross of vice. This idea, which we confess we once shared with the rest of the public, has been dissipated in our minds by the inquiries we have made. The sensuality of the East is more striking, more conspicuous, more celebrated, because it has been dressed by history and fable in more attractive forms, while that of the North is forgotten, because it has presented no theme for declamation or romance. But the people of the one resemble very much the people of the other, and even in the south, among the old and decaying nations of Europe, the same truth is discovered. Spain and Italy are supposed to be the cradles of voluptuous sentiment, but history shows how they have, in the manners of their people, passed from gradation to gradation, from variety to variety, while their climate has remained perpetually the same. Nature alters in nothing, but civilization is in continual change. And Rome, which was the sanctuary of female virtue in the heroic times of the Republic, is now, like Babylon, a city where adultery is licensed, and profligacy has the encouragement of the law. Manners in Russia appear also to have passed through a considerable change since the days of the Empress Catherine. When it becomes civilized, it will probably improve still further. Its manners are now gross and profligate in the extreme, which in servile populations is invariably the case, but they have undergone considerable ameliorations since the close of the last century. In the neighbouring and kindred regions of Siberia, alterations appear only in those parts where a congregation of tribes has taken place, and the ruder are giving way to the more refined forms of society. Throughout the north, indeed, as much variety appears as in the east, and communities dwelling under the same temperature present a perfect contrast in their morals and customs. In Finland, a very extraordinary state of manners still prevails. A recent traveller affords a curious illustration of this, showing how the ideas of decency in various countries are modified by habit. He went to a bath, and when conducted into a private chamber, found to his astonishment a tall, handsome girl ready to attend him. She exhibited the utmost coolness and indifference, stripped off all his clothes, and rubbed him with herbs from head to foot, as though he had been a mere log of wood, bathed him, laid him on his face, scourged him with a bundle of twigs until he broke out in copious perspiration, dried him with towels, and all the while appeared utterly unconscious that her task was inconsistent with modesty or decent manners. In many parts of the north it is customary, as in some places in the east, and in the heroic ages in Greece, for the maidens of the house to attend a guest to his bedchamber and assist in disposing him in comfort for the night. These practices do not, in all countries and at all times, illustrate the same national characteristics. They belong, on the contrary, to two extremes of social development. They indicate either a perfect simplicity or a total corruption of manners. It was genuine purity of mind and unsuspecting innocence of character that is represented in the virgin who attended Ulysses to the bath, but it was the vilest sensuality and brutality of manners that allowed the Roman emperor of later days to be bathed and dressed by women. Consequently, in passing from the semi-civilized nations through the races of the north to the educated communities of Christendom, we proceed without the theory of measuring a country's manners by its geographical position. If it be civilized, it will be moral. But civilization is a false name when it is applied to a corrupt and enervated society. Art and luxury are not its highest evidences, but virtue and obedience to the exalted maxims of ethical philosophy. Of prostitution in Russia. Russia, included by courtesy among civilized states, retains strong traces of its original barbarism. Resembling China in its system of government, it resembles it also in manners. What is admirable in its social characteristics arises from the natural good qualities of the people, who, notwithstanding a despotism which has wanted no feature to degrade them, please the traveller by a display of many signs of good disposition. Russia resembles Asia in the indolence and apathy of its population. In the one region, nations appear to have been enervated by heat, in the other benumbed by cold, into a torpid submission to power. This is evident from the state of public manners. In Russia, The inquiry is not what is essentially wrong, but what is wrong according to the police. And nothing else is condemned. Abject towards their rulers, they assume towards others the arrogance of slaves, so that a succession of tyrants may be said to exist from the emperor who tramples down 60 millions to the peasant who oppresses his serving boy. No more striking proof could be mentioned of the fact that the condition and character of women form an infallible measure of civilization, than the state of the sex in Russia. It is true that our knowledge is very incomplete. Most travellers who have written on that country complain how difficult it is to describe it well, and they have generally verified their remark. Still, we learn enough from various authorities to enable us to judge in a general way of its characteristics. Among the higher classes, women affect and study a polish and refinement of manners, but this relates chiefly to the formalities of life. They dare not, under their own social code, make an inelegant salutation, transgress a point of etiquette, ride in an unfashionable equipage, or converse in a vulgar tone. But they may break the most sacred moral laws, may speak openly of indecent subjects, and may act and talk in a way which a modest English lady would blush to think of. The position they hold in society is in accordance with this view. Formerly, marriage was little more than a bond between master and slave, but the relation has been in that respect improved. Women are to a certain degree independent, but it is the independence of neglect. They lead, in a word, a life very nearly resembling that of fashionable persons in our own metropolis, but their morals are not to be compared. Little need be said of the marriage contract in Russia, since it is under the laws of the Christian Church. It is, however, necessary to mention that few engagements occur between persons mutually united by affection. Interest is the usual tie, and frequently a girl is taken to the altar where her appointed husband stands before her, all but an utter stranger. The ceremony is so theatrical that it wears no solemnity whatever. It is a drawing-room scene, directed by priests, so that the very seal of matrimony is of such a kind as to impress the women with no idea of a holy union. The wives of the Russian nobles have accordingly little reputation for fidelity to their husbands, a characteristic observed by Clarke long ago as he travelled, and confirmed by Mr. Thompson, who wrote a year or two since, as well as by many other writers. Immorality and intrigue are of universal prevalence, from the palace to the private house. In a social sense, they are scarcely looked upon as offences. The husband and wife, united by a bond not of affection but of policy, look on each other from the first with coldness and indifference. Gradually each withdraws in a separate circle of life, and at length one looks without much care upon the guilt of the other. Before marriage, the sexes are divided by etiquette, after marriage by mutual repulsion. The women, inferior in personal attractions, but superior in manners and acquirements to the men, receive from them little respect, and thus society, poisoned in its very springs, becomes yearly more dissolute and melancholy. None will require to be reminded that numerous exceptions occur, that pure and strong family attachments exist in Russia, that young persons marry sometimes influenced by reciprocal feelings of affection. But from the accounts of all the writers we know who have described Russia, no other picture of its society could fairly be drawn. There is in that state license for every crime which does not offend the government, and the more the nation is absorbed in its sensual enjoyments, the less will it be disposed to weary of servitude. Among the peasantry, sensuality is equally prevalent. They generally marry very young, but it is by no means essential that the bride should be a virgin. On the contrary, numbers of women never marry until they have had an intrigue with some other lover. St. Petersburg, it is said, is a city of men, there being, in a population of about 500,000, 100,000 more males than females. The native Russians are less handsome and sooner faded than the women of Germany, Finland, Livonia, Estonia, and Kurland, countries which supply the state with prostitutes. Such are the manners of the city that no woman may walk out unless accompanied by a man, not even on the great promenades in the broad light of day. In 10 years, from 1821 to 1831, the deaths in St. Petersburg were 61,616, being 24,229 more than the births, and during the same period there were 11,429 marriages. The native Russian women are remarkable for the ease with which they bring forth children, while the foreigners in that country are precisely the reverse. Of the former, 15 in 1,000, and of the latter, 25 is the average of those who died in childbed. The average of 20 years gives 6 stillborn infants out of every 1,000. The foundling hospitals of Russia, magnificent as they are, cannot but be regarded as a premium upon immorality. Those of St. Petersburg alone cost from 600 million to 700 million of rubles annually, supporting from 25,000 to 30,000 children, who are received at the rate of 7,000 or 8,000 a year. They are called houses of education, because a prejudice attaches to their proper name. They are not, however, intended for infants who are picked up in the streets. There is never a case of such exposure. Women who have children of which they desire to be rid bring them usually in the twilight, and they are taken in without any questions being asked. No one can tell whether they are legitimate or illegitimate, whether the offspring of poverty, adultery, or prostitution. In cases where fear or shame might in other countries induce a woman to murder or abandon her child, the mothers bring them to the hospital, and impenetrable obscurity remains over the previous part of the transaction. It is questionable whether the crimes thus prevented would make up an amount of evil equal to that caused by the profligacy to which the license of impunity and encouragement is thus afforded. Violence committed on a woman, married or single, is in Russia punishable by the knout. But this is almost the only check which the law, written or social, imposes on immorality. It is said that judges sometimes compound with a female criminal who happens to possess beauty, and pardon her at the price of her virtue. When a French writer, many years ago, astonished the civilized countries of Europe by the description of a private institution in Russia known as the Physical Club, his report was rejected by the majority of persons as one of those travellers' tales which had their origin in a man's impudence or credulity. Lyell, however, made extensive inquiries upon the subject, and found that there did actually exist at Moscow a society called the Physical Club, the object of which exhibited perhaps more depravity of manners than could be found in any other part of the world, except among the Ariois of the Pacific. This club was originated by 8 men and women of high rank who agreed to hold common intercourse with each other, and for that purpose established a society. Its members all belonged to the nobility, and they sought to exclude all but beautiful women with the bloom of youth still upon them. Admittance was very difficult to be procured. A person before being initiated was sworn to secrecy, so that the names of the members remained unknown. At stated intervals, the members of the club assembled at a large house, where, in a magnificent saloon, brightly lighted up, they indulged in every kind of licentious amusements, inflaming themselves with strong potations, and preparing for the hideous orgies which were to follow. Suddenly all the candles were put out, each man chose a companion, and a scene of indescribable debauch ensued. On other occasions, tickets were drawn by lot, and the company paired off to bedchambers prepared for this libidinous festival. This horrible institution, transferring its pestilential influence through every circle of society in Moscow, was abolished by Catherine II, who hated to see the reflection of her own vices, for it is matter of history that she was a vulgar prostitute herself. Of the prostitute system in Russia, our accounts are the most scanty possible. They exist in large numbers in every city and almost in every village, and a traveller remarks that they have the character of demanding to be paid beforehand, and refusing afterwards to remain with their companion. They do not form so distinct and conspicuous a class as in some countries, for the virtue of married women and young girls in the various ranks of life is not so inaccessible as to distinguish the professional prostitute so broadly from the other classes, as in a society whose manners are less corrupt. They are, in the cities, under the perpetual surveillance of the police. In the rural districts, numbers of young women belonging to the village populations addict themselves to prostitution for gain. Some permanently, others only until they have a chance of marriage. There is apparently no check upon this calling, unless the women become afflicted by disease. When this is discovered, the prostitute is forced to discontinue for a while her dissolute course of life, and remain in a hospital until cured. When, as very frequently happens, the wife of a soldier takes to this occupation and becomes tainted, she is delivered to her husband, who is obliged to sign a bond, engaging for the future to restrain her from profligacy. The wives of serfs are also delivered up to their husbands, who must pay the expenses of their cure at the hospitals. If they refuse to do this, and to answer for the future conduct of their partners, the women are sent without further ceremony to Siberia. Another peculiarity in the civilization of Russia is exhibited in the Market of Wives, which is annually held in St. Petersburg. It is one of those things which many persons exercise their philosophy by refusing to believe, but its existence is undoubted. It is still practiced even among the upper orders, while among the humbler classes it is extremely popular. Every year, on the 26th day of May, numbers of young women assemble in a particular part of the city summer garden, where they are exhibited in a formal bride show. Decked with an oriental profusion of ornaments, all the marriageable girls are arranged in lines along the shady alleys, while some friends and professional matchmakers stand in attendance on each group. The men who are inclined to matrimony visit the garden, pass along the rows of maidens, inspect them leisurely, enter into conversation, and, if pleased, enter into a preliminary but conditional contract. Numerous matches are thus formed, but very frequently the engagement here concluded has long, between the youthful couple, been a matter of contemplation. Those who do not possess sufficient beauty or fascination are sometimes loaded with the signs of property to induce men to take them. A mother once, desiring to match her daughter to a man of substance, hung about her neck a massive chain of gold, to which was attached 6 dozen silver-gilt teaspoons and 3 dozen tablespoons, besides 2 heavy punch ladles of the same metal, which soon attracted the attention of the young men. In the towns, indeed, we are told that marriages among all classes are generally settled by interest. In the rural parts this is also the case, but in a less degree. There it is the custom, among the peasantry, for the bride and bridegroom to enter the church door side by side, which they take care to do with the utmost regularity, since the superstitious idea prevails that the one who plants a foot first inside the threshold of the edifice will be supreme over the other, and become a tyrant in the family. The serfs cannot marry without the consent of their masters. In all parts of Russia, the marriage of a felon is dissolved by the sentence which condemns him, but if he be pardoned before his wife has married again, he can recover her. It will from this account be seen that the manners and morals of the Russians are dissolute in an extraordinary degree. There is perhaps no part of Europe where the people as a race are so profligate. This does not imply that the society of St. Petersburg or Moscow is not distinguished by many virtuous families, but on the whole, all travellers concur in showing the facts upon which we have based our estimate of the national character with respect to morality. Footnote: Cole's Russia and the Russians. La Russie en 1844, par un homme d'État. Russia under Nicholas I. Clark's Travels. Lyell's Character of the Russians. Voyage des deux Français. Granville's Travels. Golovin's Russia under the Autocrat. Venable's Domestic Manners of the Russians. Burke's St. Petersburg and Moscow. Thompson's Life in Russia. Jesse's Notes by a Half-Pay. Ehrman's Travels. End footnote. End of section 49. Section 50 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 34. Of the Mixed Northern Nations, Part 2. Of Prostitution in Siberia. From Russia, the transition is natural to the contiguous and kindred region of Siberia. Thence we may, without any apology, extend our inquiries to the remotest north, for the Arctic countries do not present themselves with sufficient prominence to occupy a separate account, and to none could they be added as a supplement more fitly than to the snowy wilderness which spreads on one side to the shores of the frozen sea, and on the other to the frontiers of the Chinese Empire. It may appear anomalous to include any of these tracts under the head of civilized countries, but we place them as an appendage of Russia, to which indeed they form an appropriate companion. The state of manners at which the population of these snowy tracts have arrived is extremely low. Nature has taught them many rude arts, but their civilization has not advanced far beyond its crudest elements. The severe rigours to which they are exposed have produced pressing wants, which they have ingenuity enough to satisfy, and, further than this, their education does not appear to go. They are rude, ignorant, and gross. Some remain with none but the faintest idea of a deity. Others preserve the ancient heathen belief of the shamans. Others have accepted a form of Christianity, but in few of them has a variation in their religious ideas resulted in a change of manners. In fact, the form and not the spirit of our creed has been introduced among them. Throughout the immense tracts of Siberia we find numerous tribes, and even nations, classed under various denominations, but all, in their general manners, very much resembling each other. The condition and character of the female sex among them is low, but it is not treated with that harshness or contumely which it experiences in some savage races. Although the rude Ostiak, for instance, considers his wife as no more than a domestic drudge, seldom thinks of giving her a cordial word, and loads her with tasks, he does not use her with positive severity. Among the Samoyeds, women are much less happy and more harshly treated. In the perpetual migrations of the tribes, they are charged with the principal burdens, and drag after the men like a train of slaves. The wife is viewed as a necessary, but almost disgusting, appendage to a man's household. She is regarded as unclean under many circumstances, especially childbirth, after which her husband will not approach her for 2 months. When about to be delivered, she experiences, instead of the kind, considerate usage which some, even of the wildest savages, pay to their women in such situations, a scorn and indignity to which by long custom she has thoroughly learned to bend. In many parts of Siberia, however, a better prospect is presented, and the sexes appear more on an equality. towards the centre, away from the sea on one hand and Russia on the other, the tribes enjoy a very independent existence, being indeed the most free among the subjects of the Tsar. In the winter time, when the rivers are completely frozen, the young girls assemble on their snowy borders, taking care to deck themselves out with every sort of finery they can procure. Their friends also congregate, forming groups, gossip and enjoy themselves, while the youths mix with the maidens, each selecting the partner he likes the best. It is at this time of the year that the principal matches are arranged. In all parts it is customary to pay a certain amount to the girl's parents to buy the privilege of marrying her. Should a man not be rich enough to offer the sum required, he hires himself to her father, who tasks him sometimes very heavily, and continues in servitude for 3, 5, 7, or 10 years, according to the agreement made beforehand. At the end of that period he takes his bride, is redeemed from his servile condition, and enters the family with all the dignities and rights of a son-in-law. Among the Ostjaks it is regarded as very disgraceful to marry a brother's widow, a mother-in-law, or indeed any person connected in an ascending or descending line with the wife, but it is reckoned honourable to marry several sisters. The sister of a deceased wife is considered a particular acquisition, and indeed is attended with a solid advantage, for a man taking the second daughter of a house pays to her father a sum only equal to half of that which he paid for the first. No one can marry a person of the same family name, but this appears to apply to men only, for a woman under this description, who enters another household and bears a daughter, may bestow her upon her brother. In a word, every union is lawful, provided the father of the bridegroom and the father of the bride are of different families, though custom makes other distinctions, which are generally observed with as much strictness as those marked by the traditionary law. When an Ostjak desires to marry, he selects from among his companions or relatives a mediator. He then goes with a train of friends, as numerous as his influence enables him to collect, and stands before the door of the house in which the girl whom he has fixed upon resides. Her father easily guesses, on the arrival of such a cavalcade, what the object of it is, and consequently asks no questions, but invites the company in and welcomes them with a feast. Then, retiring with the mediator into another hut, he enters into a negotiation about the amount which he is to receive for his daughter. These things are quietly arranged, though the spirit of bargaining is generally active on both sides. It is not necessary to pay down the whole amount at once, but this must be done before the nuptials can take place. Sometimes, however, a man snatches away his bride before he has fully discharged his debt. In that case, her father waits for an opportunity to seize her, carries her home, and keeps her in pledge until the amount be faithfully paid. Similar customs prevail among the Samoyeds, who are polygamists, though they prefer the changing one wife for another, according to the changes in their inclination, to having 2 or 3 at once. The Tungeses, however, often keep as many as 5, but even among them, the majority of men marry no more than one at a time. They enter into matrimony at a very early age. It is common to see a husband 15 years old, and a wife, or even a widow, of 12. There is with them no feast or ceremony of any kind. The bargain is made and ratified, and the young couple proceed forthwith to their nuptial couch. The Bulwots, who are also polygamists, treat their women well. Among them, one curious observance is, that the consummation of every marriage must take place in a newly built hut, where, as they say, no impure things can have been. This is, at any rate, a poetical and a somewhat refined idea. Certain feasts are essential before the union is contracted. The Chutkas, beyond Nigri Kolinsk, have been baptized in large numbers. Their Christianity, however, does not incline them to remove polygamy, for they have in most cases a plurality of wives, whom they marry for a certain period, long or short as circumstances may determine. It sometimes happens in one of these households that the wife obtains sufficient ascendancy over her husband to bind him to her, and a convention, intended from the first to be only temporary, becomes permanent. The woman who accomplishes this achievement is honoured by the rest of her sex, and is thenceforward supreme in the family. Generally speaking, the women of this tribe are more happy and free than in any other part of Siberia. Among the Chuvasses, it is customary on the occasion of a betrothal to offer a sacrifice of bread and honey to the sun, that he may look down with favour on the union. On the appointed day, while the guests are assembling, the bride hides herself behind a screen, then she walks round the room 3 times, followed by a train of virgins bearing honey and bread. The bridegroom entering, snatches over her veil, kisses her, and exchanges rings. She then distributes refreshments to her friends, who salute her as the betrothed girl, after which she is led behind the screen to put on a matron's cap. One of the concluding rites performed is that of the bride pulling off her new husband's boots, a ceremony to symbolize her promise of obedience to him. When, however, he on his part takes the cap from her head, she is divorced and goes home to her parents. Still more degrading is the custom of the chermisses. A man representing the girl's father presents to her husband a whip which he is allowed freely to use. There is only one occasion during the year when men permit their wives to eat with them. The Mordouans betroth their children while very young, but the youth does not know his bride until he marries her. She is then brought to him, placed on a mat, and consigned to his charge with these words, "Here, wolf, take thy lamb." Still more singular is the custom of the Wotjahe tribes. With them, it is usual for the young wife, a few days after the wedding, to go back to her father's house, resume her virgin costume, and remain sometimes during a whole year. At the end of that period, the husband goes to fetch her, when she feigns reluctance and exhibits every sign of bashfulness and modesty. The women of this community are habitually chaste and decorous in their behaviour. The usual occupations of the men in Siberia are hunting, fishing, smoking, drinking, and bartering with the Russian traders. Those of the women are far more numerous and wearisome. They build the huts, they tend the cattle, they prepare the sledges, they harness the reindeer when their husbands are away, and drive them also occasionally. They weave mats, baskets, and cloth. They dye worsted for embroidery. They tan hides, make garments, cook the food, and in some tribes assist in catching fish. While they perform these varied and harassing offices without a murmur, as they usually do, their life is one of peace. But if they repine, they are sure to be harshly reproved, if not severely punished. In some communities, the husband is permitted the free use of his whip, but in others, as that of the Ostiaks, the husband dare not flog his wife without the consent of her father, and on account of some grievous fault. If he does, she has the privilege of flying home, when her dowry must be restored, and she has her liberty complete. Jealousy is a sentiment little known among the Ostiaks, or indeed any of the Siberian races. Sometimes the women wear veils, but not with that strictness observable with some nations, and more to save their eyes from the effect of the snow glare than from any other motive. Modesty, indeed, is by no means one of their characteristics, nor is chastity very highly prized. When a Samoyed woman is about to be delivered, she is obliged to confess, in presence of her husband and a midwife, whether she has engaged in any criminal intrigue. If she tell an untruth, the national superstition is that death will assail her amid the pangs of childbirth. Should she declare herself guilty, The husband contents himself with going to the person whom her confession has accused, and exacting from him a small fine by way of compensation, for having, without permission, carried on intercourse with a stranger's wife. The barbarous manners of Siberia do not allow us, indeed, to expect any refined modesty among its women. Wrangel was introduced into the family of a rich and influential man, the head of a tribe. Within a low-roofed but spacious habitation, he found 5 or 6 women, wives and daughters of various ages, all completely naked. They roared with laughter when their visitor entered, and appeared excessively amused at being discovered in that condition. The dancing women of these tribes wear clothing while they display their skill, but otherwise they are as indecent as possible. Obscene and degrading postures, indeed, make up the chief merit of their performances. A late traveller, hearing of these dancers, desired some women to perform, but they appeared so modest, bashful, and diffident, that he feared to urge them. However, after considerable solicitation, they consented, when he was disgusted at seeing them fling themselves with marvellous rapidity into 100 disgraceful attitudes. Infanticide is not practised in Siberia, except on those children who are born with deformities. These are, it is said, invariably destroyed. There is in fact little inducement to the crime, for the whole region is but scantily peopled, and marriages are not at all prolific. The morals of the Siberian races are universally low. A licentious intercourse is carried on between the sexes long before marriage, early as this takes place. In the great city of Yekaterinburg, where religious dissensions are extremely bitter, profligacy is still more powerful, and women, from sheer lust, prostitute themselves to men of all sects, with whom, however, they would rigidly refuse to eat or drink. In all the towns, numbers of prostitutes reside. They are scarcely, if at all, reprobated by the other classes of the population, and the young men who do not wish to marry or cannot afford to procure a wife, as well as widowers, resort to them continually. The process, in fact, which educates a Siberian prostitute to her calling appears to be this. A young girl, in a community where general licentiousness of manners prevails, is brought up from her mother's breast with the most loose ideas. She is not taught to prize her chastity, though told that marriage is the destiny to which she must look, and warned that her husband will require her to be faithful to him. Meanwhile, however, there is little in her own mind, or in the care of her friends, to protect her virtue. She forms acquaintances, and is seduced first by one and then by another, until her profligacy becomes so flagrant and so public that no one will purchase her as a wife. Accordingly, she follows as a means of livelihood that which she has hitherto resorted to only as a means of indulging her vicious appetite. Thousands of prostitutes are thus made, especially amid the crowded communities. In some of the small wandering tribes, the women are comparatively chaste, but on the whole the refined sentiments of virtue are unknown, and prostitution extremely prevalent. This appears strange to those who are accustomed to believe that a warm climate is essential to form a sensual race. It seems, on the contrary, that one extreme of temperature is accompanied with influences as demoralizing as another, for it is certain that nations dwelling in the temperate zone are more moderate in their passions and more abstemious in the gratification of them. For the races inhabiting the Arctic regions, the Eskimo may be taken as a proper type. As a race, they are dirty, poor, and immoral, but not so grovelling as the tribes of Western Africa. Though their ideas of beauty and grace are totally at variance with ours, it is wrong to suppose that they have none. For the Eskimo woman, who tattoos her skin to charm a lover, exhibits undeniably one of those characteristics in human nature which allow opportunities to civilize individuals and nations. They are an ingenious, industrious people, understanding well how to make use of those conveniences and appliances of life which have been placed by nature at their disposal, and they who make themselves comfortable and happy in the coldest and most desolate parts of the earth must possess a certain amount of that genius which, properly developed, flourishes in civilization. The estimation in which women are held among the Eskimo is somewhat greater than is usual among savages. They are by no means abject drudges, those cares only being assigned to them which are purely domestic, and which are apportioned to the females among the humbler classes in all European countries. The wife makes and tends the fire, cooks the food, watches the children, is sempstress to the whole family, and orders all the household arrangements, while her husband is labouring abroad for her subsistence. When a journey is to be performed, they, it is true, bear a considerable share of the burdens, but not more than among many of the poor fishing populations of civilized countries in Europe, in some of which the man's occupation ceases when his boat touches the shore. It is a division of labour not so much imposed as shared, and the toil is not by any means hateful to them. During the stationary residence in the winter, the life led by the women is in fact one of ease, indolence, and pleasure, for they sit at home, cross-legged on their couches, almost all the day, enjoying themselves as they please, with a fire to warm the habitation, which it is a pleasant task to attend. The Eskimo women are not very prolific, few bearing more than 3 or 4 children. They generally suckle them themselves, but it is not uncommon for one woman to nurse at her breast the infant of another, who may be closely occupied at the time. They are more desirous of bearing male than female offspring, for parents look to their sons in old age as a means of support. The Eskimo are permitted by their social and hereditary law to have 2 wives, but the custom is by no means general. Parry describes a tribe of 219, 69 being men, 77 women, and the rest children, among whom there were only 12 men who had 2 wives, while a few were doubly betrothed. 2 instances occurred of a father and son being married to sisters. Children are usually plighted during infancy, that is, from 3 to 7 years of age, and the boy sometimes plays with his future bride, calling her wife. When a man has 2 wives, there is usually a difference of 6 or 7 years between their ages, and the senior, being mistress, takes her station by the principal fire, which she entirely superintends. Her position is in every respect one of superiority, but this is seldom asserted, as the 2 generally live in the most perfect harmony. The marriage contract has nothing of a sacred character about it, being merely a social arrangement which may be with great facility dissolved. A man can, without any ceremony, repudiate his wife, to punish her for a real or supposed offence, but this is rarely done. The husband, who is usually older by many years than his partner, chastises her himself when she irritates him, though caring comparatively little for her fidelity. Absolute in his authority, according to the laws of the Eskimo, he is sometimes, nevertheless, ruled by the women. Usually, however, he upholds his prerogative, and punishes any infringement of it in a very summary manner, but the utmost harshness commonly employed is to make the delinquent lead her master's reindeer, while he rides comfortably in his sledge. Women are very careful of their husbands, partly, no doubt, from natural sentiments of affection, but partly also, we may believe, from knowledge of the fact that widows are not half so happy as wives, being dirty and ragged, unless they have friends willing to support them, or sufficient attractions to enable them to gain a livelihood by regular prostitution. Respecting the virtue of the Eskimo women and the morality of the men, little of a favourable nature is to be said. Husbands have continually offered their wives to strangers for a knife or a jacket. Some of the young men told Parry that when 2 of them were about to be absent for any length of time on whaling expeditions, they often exchanged wives, as a matter of temporary convenience, instances of which have been noticed by the voyager, in some cases merely because one woman was pregnant and unable to bear the hardship of a journey. The same writer affirms that in no country is prostitution carried to a greater length. The behaviour of most of the women while the men are absent causes a total disregard of connubial fidelity. Their departure, in fact, is usually a signal to cast aside all restraint, and, as the last excess of profligacy, children are sent out by their mothers to keep watch, lest the husband should return while his habitation is occupied by a stranger. Footnote: Wrangell's Nord de la Sibérie, Cottrell's Recollections of Siberia, Dobell's Travels, Holman's Travels, Erman's Travels, Parry's 3 Voyages, Batch's Narrative, Batch's Land Expedition, King's Journey to the Arctic Ocean, Fisher's Voyage of Discovery, Barrow's Voyage, Schillinglow's Arctic Discoveries, Snow's Arctic Regions, Scoresby's Arctic Countries, and so on and so on. End footnote. End of section 50. Section 51 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 35, of the Mixed Northern Nations. Part 3. Iceland and Greenland. Iceland and Greenland, differing in their people, their fortunes, and their civilization, may nevertheless be classed together, for both belong geographically to the Western world, while both present intimate relations with Europe. Iceland, a lonely, gloomy, and extensive country, is inhabited by a serious, humble, and quiet people, numbering about 55,000. Isolated from the rest of the world by dreary and tempestuous seas spreading far around it on every side, its inhabitants remain to this day almost in their primitive condition. 9 centuries have produced little change in their language, costume, or modes of life. Formerly, indeed, they were heathens, and have now been converted to Christianity. Modifications have also occurred in their manners. At one period, for instance, the law allowed the exposure of such children as their parents desired to be rid of, and the unnatural sacrifice was common. It originated with the men, and the women appear never to have become reconciled with the usage, which has now been entirely abolished, though infants perish in large numbers from insufficient and unskilful nursing. On the whole, however, the original manners of the Icelanders remain unchanged. We refer, of course, to a period since what has been termed the heroic age, when a system of society prevailed which has been entirely swept away by a new and victorious civilization. In those ancient times, when Iceland was a republic, with institutions of a most remarkable nature, the treatment of the female sex there, and among the Scandinavian nations generally, was unequalled by any other heathen communities, except the Polish state of Greece. Polygamy, though not forbidden by their religious code, was exceedingly rare. Their manners, indeed, are, in several other respects, superior to their enacted laws. Fathers, or other near male relatives, possessed unlimited power to dispose of the young girls as best suited their convenience or caprice, but seldom or ever exercised this invidious prerogative, leaving them rather to their own choice. With mild advice, indeed, they persuaded them to prudent unions, but with no harsh, inconsiderate authority. The daughter received on her marriage a dowry from her parents, besides a present from her husband. These acquisitions formed a property which remained absolutely her own, and constituted her provision in the event of a divorce. This could take place whenever she chose to express before certain prescribed witnesses her desire for such separation. A harsh word, any ill usage, or a hasty blow might be pleaded as sufficient reason for her resolve, and by a liberal use of this prerogative the wives of Iceland obtained high authority over their husbands. They occasionally accompanied them to the public assemblies, which were convened in conformity with their popular institutions, and were always present at the great festivals. Sometimes they assembled in rooms assigned exclusively to them, and made merry among themselves. Sometimes they mingled with the general company. With the exception of a few, whom the fearful superstition of that age condemned to death as witches, no women suffered very severe punishment. The warriors of the island delighted to celebrate their praises, and terms expressing the high qualities of the female sex were abundant in the Icelandic language, and profusely employed in its literature. At present the condition of the sexes is somewhat equal. The men of the humbler classes divide their labours with the women, but do not oppress them with any of the taskmaster's tyranny. Both are alike filthy and coarse in their habits. Among the wealthy, as well as in the middle orders, it is customary for ladies to wait at table when strangers are present, but this is considered as an employment by no means menial. The hospitality of the Icelanders, indeed, assumes some very singular forms. Their women often salute the stranger with a cordial embrace, from which, on account of their uncleanliness, he is generally desirous to escape as quickly as possible. When Henderson, the missionary, resided there, he visited, during his travels, the house of a respectable man, where he was liberally treated. At night, when he retired to his bedroom, the eldest daughter of the family attended him, and assisted him to undress by pulling off his stockings and pantaloons. He was unwilling to accept such services, to which he was wholly unaccustomed, but she imputed his refusal to politeness, and insisted on performing the office, declaring it was the invariable custom of her country. It is the task of the women, almost always, to unloose the sandals or latchets of their husbands' shoes. The intercourse of the sexes in Iceland is regulated by few absolute laws, but Christianity has abolished polygamy, while public opinion holds a strong check upon illicit communication. With the exception of those seaport populations which have been corrupted by an influx of Danes and other foreigners, generally of disreputable character, they are, as a nation, moral. These exceptions contribute very considerably to the number of bastard children. In 1801 the population was 46,607, 21,476 males and 25,131 females, or in the proportion of 13 to 15 of men to women. The average marriages during a period of 10 years were 250, or 1 out of 188 of the population. The births 1,350, or 1 in 35, and the deaths 1,250. One child out of 9 was illegitimate. In 1821, 1 out of 7 was illegitimate, and in 1833 the proportion remained the same. Men usually marry between the ages of 25 and 32, women between those of 19 and 30. If, however, we give credit to a scandalous anecdote related by Lord Kames in his Sketches of Man, we must impute to the Icelanders of a century and a half ago a very profligate disposition. In 1707, it is said, a contagious distemper having cut off nearly all the people, the King of Denmark fell on an ingenious device to repeople the country. He caused a law to be promulgated that every young woman in Iceland might bear as many as 6 illegitimate children without injuring her reputation. But, says the gossiping philosopher, the young women were so zealous to repeople the country that after a few years it was found necessary to abrogate the law. Little dependence is to be placed on such stories, though the number of illegitimate children born does certainly contradict the panegyrics on the pure morality of the Icelanders, in which some writers are fond of indulging. About 1 person in 7 is married, but it is the custom among the poor for persons of both sexes to sleep promiscuously in small close cabins, which cannot but corrupt their manners. In the fishing towns especially, where numerous foreigners have congregated, there are many prostitutes, who usually gain only part of their livelihood by that profession. What their numbers are, it is impossible to tell, but it seems that the crews of the fishing vessels, as well as the traders who frequent the ports from time to time, generally resort to the company of prostitutes, who present themselves in any numbers that may be required. Extending our observations to the remote and desolate coast of Greenland, we find a population partly composed of European colonists and partly of Eskimo, who have, however, a system of manners not identical with that of the tribes we have already noticed. They are a vain and indolent, but not a very sensual people. What virtue they possess consists rather in the negation of active vice than in any positive good qualities. Their women occupy an inferior, yet not a degraded position. They take charge, indeed, of all domestic concerns, make clothes, tools, and tents, build huts and canoes, prepare leather, carry home the game, clean and dry the garments, and cook the food, while their husbands catch seals. But the men often assist their wives in these occupations. Marriage is essentially a contract for mutual convenience, to be dissolved when it ceases to be agreeable to both. The woman looks out for a skilful hunter, the man for an industrious housewife. She brings him little dowry, possessing usually no more than a kettle, a lamp, some needles, a knife, and a few clothes. Parents seldom interfere with the matches of their children. It is considered proper for a girl, when a man comes to request her in marriage, to fly away and hide among the hills, whence she is dragged with a show of violence by her suitor. He takes her home, and if her aversion be real, she runs away again and again, until he is weary of pursuit. Formerly it was the custom to make incisions in the soles of a bride's feet, as some tribes in Siberia and Borneo are accustomed to do to the captives, to prevent their escaping. When a woman is courted by a man whom she detests, she cuts off her hair, which is a sign of great horror and grief, and usually rids herself of her suitor. Among the heathen tribes, polygamy is allowed, though seldom practised. Divorces sometimes take place. All the man has to do is to assume a stern expression of countenance and quit the home for a few days without saying when he intends to return. The woman takes the hint, packs up her few effects, and goes with her children to the house of her parents or some friend. Generally, however, they lead a reputable life, the women being docile and the men indulgent. Considering themselves, as they do, the only civilized people in the world, the Greenlanders feel a pride in observing the outward shows of decorum. They do not allow marriages within 3 degrees of affinity. It is not considered reputable for persons, though not related, who have been educated in the same house, to marry. Sometimes a man takes 2 sisters, or a mother and her daughter, but this is viewed with general reprobation. The marriage contract is, on the whole, very strictly observed, few divorces taking place except between the young. The most detestable crime of polygamy, as a Danish writer terms it, produced, where it was practised, little of that jealousy which might be expected among the wives, until the arrival of the missionaries, who preached against it, and speedily won the female sex to support their doctrine. There was formerly in Greenland a society resembling very closely the Physical Club of Moscow, but still more obscene in its practices. This, however, has disappeared. Prostitution nevertheless prevails to a considerable degree, widows and divorced women almost invariably adopting it as the only means of life, indeed, to which they can resort. There are numerous habitations in the larger communities which can only be described as brothels, but the profession entails the worst odium on those who follow it. Footnote: Henderson's Residence in Iceland. Trails, Letters on Iceland. Kames, Sketches of Man. Guémar's Voyage en Islande. Hooker's Tour in Iceland. Krantz's History of Greenland. Account of Greenland, Iceland, and so on. Dillon's Winter in Greenland. Barrow's Visit to Iceland. Egde's Descriptions of Greenland. Groll's Voyage to Greenland. End footnote. Of prostitution in Lapland and Sweden. A notice of the Scandinavian populations would be incomplete unless we touched particularly on the Laplanders, especially as they contrast very strongly with their neighbours the Swedes, notwithstanding that these are far more inflated with the pride of civilization. Forming a nomad race, known in their own region as Finns, they occupy a country little favoured by the prodigality of nature. Nevertheless, where they have settled into fixed communities, we find them adopting many forms of luxury, polishing their manners, and pursuing wealth with eagerness. But these scarcely belong to the body of the Laplanders, and it is only necessary to say of them that they are a happy, virtuous people, distinguished by the affection and harmony existing between men and women. The genuine Laplander, among his free rocks and snows, lives partly in a tent, partly in a hut, but whichever tenement he inhabits, he is content with the most simple economy. During the summer he wanders, and is equally industrious and frugal. During the winter he remains in one place, enjoying the fruits of his labour in ease and idleness. This is a peculiar mode of life, and has much influence on the manners of the people, for during their leisure months they invent many pleasures, few of which are indulged in by one sex apart from the other. The Lapland families are generally small, 3 or 4 children being the largest number habitually seen, but what they do bring forth, the women bring forth easily, scarcely ever requiring help, and speedily leaving their couch to fulfil their usual tasks. The general character of the Lapland race is good. From whatever cause the circumstance proceeds, it is certain that their morals are strict and virtuous. Few strong passions of any kind prevail among them, and they are more especially distinguished by their continence. The priest of a large parish assured one traveller that there had been but one instance of an illegitimate birth during 20 years, and that illicit intercourse between the sexes was almost unknown. Old travellers have amused their readers with accounts of the conjugal infidelity common in Lapland, and asserted that the men are in the habit of offering their wives to strangers. This appears to be wholly untrue. So far from truth is it, indeed, that adultery is a crime almost unknown among them. They are, in fact, rather jealous than otherwise of their women. The intercourse of the sexes, nevertheless, is free and agreeable. Their marriages are contracted sometimes according to the choice of the young people, sometimes by that of their parents. Prostitution is unknown among them, except in the fishing towns, where a few wretched women have taken to that mode of life, but on the whole they are a chaste and virtuous race. The great difference between the institutions of Norway and those of Sweden consist in this, that in the former, manners influence the law, while in the latter, law attempts to regulate every detail of public manners. Men, says the public law of Sweden, attain their majority at the age of 21 years, but women remain in tutelage during the whole period of their lives, unless the king grants a privilege of exemption. Widows, however, are excepted. Men cannot legally marry before the age of 21. Even to this rule there is an exception, for among the peasants of the north it is lawful for a youth of 18 to take a wife, a device adopted to increase the population of those thinly inhabited provinces. Women may marry immediately after their confirmation, which never takes place before 14. The nuptials are recognised by law and are celebrated in the presence of a priest by the gift of a ring. A man desiring to take his sister-in-law to wife must have permission from the king. A few years ago, an ordinance was abolished which required a similar formality to be gone through previous to the marriage of cousins. A man may marry without the consent of anyone, but a woman must obtain the sanction of her parent or guardian. To render binding the contract, which stipulates for the rights of each with respect to property, it must be presented to the magistrates of the place, and signed by the priest, before the celebration of the wedding. In default of such an agreement, a division takes place, under rules which differ in the country and in the town. In the former, 2/3 of the property belong to the man, and 1/3 to the woman. In the latter, half is apportioned to each. Marriage, when fully consummated, is not indissoluble. Divorce may be pronounced by the public tribunals of justice. First, for adultery on the part of the husband or of the wife. Second, on the condemnation of one or the other on account of a felonious crime, to loss of honour and liberty for 10 years. Thirdly, in cases of insanity. Fourthly, for desertion, neglect, or the continued absence, without intelligence, of husband or wife. When a married person complains of having been abandoned, the magistrate fixes a certain interval during which the other may make answer. A notice is inserted in the Gazette and the newspapers. If at the expiration of this period no reply is heard, the divorce is pronounced. The length of absence necessary to justify such a separation is left to the discretion of the judge. Fifthly, when one person is palmed off for another. Sixthly, for ill treatment. Seventhly, for apostasy. Eighthly, for incurable epilepsy. After the sentence of the civil tribunal, the divorce is held good in an ecclesiastical court. A man is bound to support his natural children, and inquiries in cases of affiliation are frequent. When a girl accuses a man before a public tribunal of being the father of her child, he may deny it upon oath, when her allegation is dismissed, unless she can prove by witnesses or by any other evidence that her claim is absolutely just. As such a proof is difficult to obtain, there are abundance of false oaths made at Stockholm. A girl sometimes accuses a peasant of being the parent of her child, demanding perhaps a sum of money equal to a sovereign of our coinage, by way of compensation. The man refuses to pay it, and offers to swear that he is not the child's father. The magistrate then seeks by persuasion to induce him to confess the truth, but he persists in his refusal until the woman modifies her claim. He continues all the while to threaten her with the oath of repudiation, unless she is contented with his offer. If she accepts a miserable trifle, he acknowledges the debt. If not, he perjures himself, and the law allows him to escape, though morally convinced, beyond all question, of his profligacy and falsehood. The illegitimate child has no claim on the property of its father, or even on that of its mother. But if the parents marry, however short a time before the child's birth, it is saved from the stigma of bastardy. A legitimate child cannot be disinherited by its parents unless for marrying against their consent, or being condemned for felony to a heavy and disgraceful punishment. Death is the penalty attached to infanticide, but is almost invariably commuted to detention for a longer or shorter period, with hard labour in prison. In 1832, The House of Correction for females in Stockholm, which served for all Sweden, contained 290 women, of which 45 were condemned to hard labour for life. Of these, 30 had murdered their children. The punishments denounced against adultery endeavour to make a distinction between particular degrees of the crime. Incest and bestiality are, however, punished only with a moderate fine. When a married man indulges in guilty intercourse with a married woman, they both suffer death by decapitation. When it is committed by a married man with a girl betrothed and pregnant by her lover, he receives 120 blows with a stick, and she 90 lashes with a whip. Punishments of this sort continually take place in a public square at Stockholm. At present, in whipping the girls on their naked persons, care is taken to protect their bosoms and their abdomens with plates of copper. Formerly, however, when this precaution was not adopted, the lash frequently lacerated the bosom and tore open the flesh, so as to expose the bowels. When adultery is committed by a married man with an affianced girl, or the reverse, a simple fine is exacted, in default of which imprisonment on bread and water, or a public flogging, is inflicted. When one of the criminals only is married and the other is entirely free, an inferior money penalty is adjudged. An unmarried woman becoming a mother pays to the church penance money to a certain amount. So also does every man. That is to say, the law enacts it, but it is perhaps needless to add that the priests get in this respect much less than is legally their due. In 1836, prostitution was forbidden by law throughout Sweden. The public woman, being convicted, was imprisoned in a house of correction until she had time to reclaim herself and someone was willing to take her into service. The same indeed was done to any poor woman, whatever her character, who could not describe her occupation. Many little girls, some not more than 11 years old, were confined as a punishment for being without a regular avocation. Professional and open prostitution being thus severally prohibited by the law, there were at that period no regular brothels in Sweden. But the women of the lower orders were so corrupt that prostitution was as common as possible. Quote, "Every servant girl," says the advocate Angelo, who wrote in 1836, "may be considered as a public prostitute, and every house of public entertainment may be described as a brothel." End quote. So far, the laws describe the manners of Sweden, that is, they indicate the profligacy they are unable to cure. The country is perhaps one of the most demoralized in Europe. During many years, it continued to decline in population, prosperity, and character. And if during the last quarter of a century it has improved in these respects, it is because the old system of institutions is gradually wearing away. Superficial travellers, who gather their ideas of other countries by no other light than that of the chandelier, and in no other society than that of fops and flirts, describe Sweden as a paradise of good breeding and elegance. Society is there often gay and lively, which satisfies the inquiries of such tourists. The ladies of that nation also possess many fascinations, with an apparent frankness and sincerity which never fail to please. The women of the humbler orders wear in the streets the airs of modesty, and never shock the eye by exhibitions of wantonness or indecency. The intercourse of the sexes is extremely free, and therefore there are fewer signs of intrigue, because this is not necessary. But to infer from such circumstances that Sweden is a moral country is to fall into a grievous error. Sweden is immoral, and Stockholm is the most immoral place in Sweden. For many years it absolutely decayed under the moral disease which afflicted it. In 1830 it contained nearly 81,000 inhabitants. This number decreased in a year or two to 77,000, and the deaths during a period of 10 years exceeded the births by an average of 895. Yet it is in a healthy situation, the people are well lodged, everything indeed is there to render it pure and salubrious. But the moral atmosphere is tainted by a continual epidemic of depravity. The whole nation numbers about 3 million, but it is in the capital that the excess of profligacy is displayed. 3 or 4 years ago, the proportion of illegitimate children was as 1 to 2 3/10. That is to say, 1 person out of every 3 was a bastard. Taking all Sweden, we find the proportion of the 10 years from 1800 to 1810 was 1 in 16, from 1810 to 1820, 1 in 14, from 1820 to 1830, 1 in 14 6/10. It was thus the town population which was to be charged with the immoral result of depravity. In Stockholm, however, statistics could not fully exhibit the general demoralization. Lane asserts his deliberate belief that the offspring of adultery, and children saved from illegitimacy by the late marriage of their parents, were there exceedingly numerous, and it is probable that the law forbidding young men to marry before they were 21 years of age had in this respect a very evil influence, as similar checks have undoubtedly had in Norway. In 1837, the government of Sweden, finding that to prohibit prostitution was not to prevent it, and that the vice they sought to check increased in spite of their efforts, ran at one impulse to a contrary extreme. Formerly, no public women were allowed. Now, they were created as a class. Formerly, no brothels were permitted to be kept by private individuals. Now, a huge brothel was instituted by the authorities. A large hotel was hired, was fitted up for the purpose, and opened to all the city. A number of unfortunate women were expected to inhabit this licensed resort of infamy, and it speedily overflowed. A code of regulations was framed for the government of the place, but the barbarity of this discipline prevented the scheme from succeeding. Prostitution, however, had been recognised by law. Therefore, though the government brothel was abandoned, others were multiplied in its place, and vice, which had rioted under a mask, appeared in her proper form among the citizens of Stockholm. Nevertheless, numbers of the restaurants and houses of public entertainment still retain their original character as the secret resorts of prostitutes and their companions. One great cause of the immorality prevalent in Stockholm was that no woman who could afford to do otherwise, or had any of the wretched pride of respectability, would suckle her own child. Wet nurses, therefore, were in great request. Unmarried girls were absolutely preferred because the family was not troubled with their husbands. Their own offspring were meanwhile transferred to the Foundling Hospital, which remains another license to immorality. There are in Stockholm 2 of these institutions, where the children are educated on payment of a premium, varying from £5 to £10 sterling of English coinage. In 1819, there were born in Sweden 14,000 illegitimate children, being nearly a seventh of the births. Monsieur Alexandre Dumont says that there was in Voisend, a canton of Finland, a special law which, granting to women equal rights of property with the men, improved the character of their morals. But no institutions will improve the manners of a country like Sweden until the national sentiments are purified. For the example of the court and the nobility, says Mr. Lane, have instructed the people so far that it is only a moral revolution which can reclaim them. There is in Stockholm a separate hospital for the treatment of syphilis. It received in 1 year 701 patients, 148 being from the country, and the rest from the city itself. In that year, 1832, the number of unmarried persons of both sexes above the age of 15 was 33,581. Consequently, 1 person out of every 61 was afflicted by the venereal disease. The condition of women in Sweden is low in comparison with the other countries of Europe, and offers a strong contrast with that which we discover in Norway. Tasks are assigned among the humble orders to the female sex, against which true civilization would revolt. They carry sacks, row boats, sift lime, and bear other heavy labours. Among the middle classes they hold an inferior situation, but among the higher, though little respected, they are comparatively free. Footnote: Angelo's Législation des États du Nord, Capel Brooks, Winter in Lapland and Sweden, Reichard's Guide des Voyageurs, Bramson's Letters of a Prussian Traveller, Lane's Tour in Sweden, Treizel's History of Sweden, Frankland's Visits to Courts of Russia and Sweden. End footnote. End of section 51. Section 52 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 36. Of the Mixed Northern Nations, Part 4. Of Prostitution in Norway. Living under ancient laws and social arrangements distinct in their principles no less than in their forms from those which discipline society in the feudal countries of Europe, the people of Norway are among the most singular and interesting in the world. Their peculiar institutions, which never admitted of a hereditary nobility, have distributed property among all, so that nowhere is there less poverty or more abundance of the necessities of life. These circumstances have exerted a powerful influence on the moral character of the Norwegians. It is consequently important to inquire into their manners, since the solution of many social problems may, by such an investigation, be assisted. There are in Norway 2 classes of checks upon the rapid increase of population, one arising from their public economy, the other artificial and under the influence of law. In all countries where the poor possess the land, provident marriages prevent the growth of a pauper population, and this is the case in Norway. So far, the results produced are wholly beneficial, but here other restraints are imposed, which, being somewhat extravagant, miss their object and exert bad effects on the moral tone of the community. A marriage in Norway is an occasion not only of long and formal ceremonies, but of considerable expense. This circumstance has 2 opposite tendencies on the character of the people. It is not considered respectable to marry unless some grand display takes place, with a liberal festival, the distribution of presents, a long holiday, and other means of expenditure, which create a provident spirit and prudent habit, which stimulate industry and contribute to the general happiness and prosperity. Spending on their wedding day what would support them during 12 months, many young couples do indeed commit acts of injurious extravagance in emulation of their neighbours, but in accumulating what they thus lavish, they have acquired the custom of saving, the necessity for which puts off the period of marriage. The Lutheran Church also holds another strong check upon improvident and ill-considered marriages. It compels all within its communion to observe 2 separate ceremonies, one the betrothal, the other the wedding. The first must precede the second by several months at least, and generally does by 1, 2, 3, or even 4 or 5 years. This interposes a seasonable pause between the first engagement, which may have sprung out of a temporary passion, and its irrevocable ratification, which may be the prelude to a life of misery. It has been calculated that the practical result of this interval between the period when a girl becomes naturally and that when she becomes legally marriageable, checks the growth of the population by 4 or 5%. Maintained within just limits, such social laws are found to act beneficially and tend in every way to improve the condition, manners, habits, and morals of the people. In Norway, however, they have been pushed beyond the frontiers of moderation, and in many cases cause more evils than they cure, for it is found impossible to put a bridle on human nature. Powerful impulses attract the sexes to intercourse, and it frequently occurs that the betrothed girl becomes a mother before she becomes a wife. Up among the high districts of the interior, it is said that the peasant girl rarely marries until she has borne a child. Throughout Norway, indeed, the proportion of illegitimate to legitimate children is about 1 to 5, and in some parishes, where the restraint upon marriage is greatest, the average lies far more towards the side of immorality. In one of these districts, where there are no other obvious causes of profligacy, such as the resort of shipping, the cantonment of troops, the neighbourhood of a great manufactory, or any other of the usual demoralizing influences, the proportion of illegitimate children is nearly 1 to 3. This by no means implies, however, a profligate disposition in the Norwegians, male or female. The woman who bears offspring by a lover is almost invariably married to him afterwards. It is impatience of the restraint put upon them by the law which impels them to this illicit communication. The evils of illegitimacy are also, in a great measure, counteracted by liberal and wise regulations. Subsequent marriage of the parents removes the stigma of bastardy from their children. A man even who feels inclined to marry another woman when his first friend has died or become indifferent to him, may legitimize his former children by a particular legal instrument. This, in such cases, which are rare, is commonly done, and all consequently share alike in their father's inheritance. Some neglect to form this act of justice, but instances seldom or never occur of a man leaving his offspring desolate when he has any means or opportunity of providing for them, which in Norway almost every person has. Women in Norway occupy a position of superior honour. They have perhaps more to do with the real business of life, and more share in those occupations which require the exertion of intellect and study than in England. They enjoy less compliment but more respect, which all the sensible members of their sex would infinitely prefer. She indeed who provides for a household under the peculiar domestic arrangements of the country, and presides over its economy, is held in high estimation. Women, in fact, hold a very just position in the society of Norway, having that influence and participation in its affairs which develop their mental and cultivate their moral qualities. Yet it is far from true that they occupy themselves entirely with the sober business, paying no attention to the elegant arts of life. Many of them adorn themselves also in those lighter accomplishments which gracefully amuse a leisure hour, but they certainly do not exhaust on song or dance, or the embroidery frame, the most valuable powers they possess. The able and observant traveller, Lane, supplies a true picture of their character and position, observing that among the wealthier merchants the state of the female sex is less natural and less to be admired than among the humble classes, which compose the general mass of society. Generally speaking, therefore, women nowhere play a more important part in the affairs of social life than in that remote and romantic part of Europe. Among the poor, the division of labour between the sexes is excellent. All the indoor work is assigned to the women, all the outdoor labour to the men. Travellers, among whom Mary Wollstonecraft is one, have nevertheless complained direly of the situation women hold in Norway. One gentleman condemns the national character because the ladies in respectable houses often wait at their own tables. But this is a national peculiarity, hereditary among the Norwegians. It is a voluntary office. No compulsion is used to impose this or any other task upon them. All that we can infer from such a custom is the dissimilarity of ideas on points of propriety which prevail with different nations. The English pity the women of Norway because they sometimes wait at their own tables. The Norwegians accuse the men in England of ill breeding because they do not take off their hats whenever a female appears in sight, and because they dismiss the ladies after dinner. With respect to the actual morals of Norway, we may assign them the highest rank. The number of illegitimate births can scarcely be described, under the circumstances we have noticed, as indicating an immoral disposition in the people. Nowhere is adultery less frequent. The matrons are almost universally above suspicion, while street walking and professional prostitution are almost unknown. The most profligate class of females appears to be the domestic servants. Footnote: Lane's Residences in Norway, Vitich's Western Coast of Norway. 2 Summers in Norway. Latham's Norway and the Norwegians. Eliot's Letters from the North. Matthew Jones's Travels. Clark's Travels. Count Bjørnstjerne's Moral State of Norway. Buch's Travels in Norway. Price's Wild Scenes in Norway. Ross's Yacht Voyage to Norway. Kraft's Topographisk Statistisk Bestrifelse über Congrès Nord. Christiania, 1820, 5 volumes, 8 vo. End footnote. Of prostitution in Denmark. In the laws of Denmark in 1834, the position of the sexes, the regulations of the marriage contracts, and the restrictions on public immorality were sought to be fixed with every distinction of detail. A man was declared under tutelage until the age of 18, and under a modified authority until 25, after which he attained independence in all the acts of his life as a citizen. The woman was declared to remain under tutelage all her life. Even the widow must place herself under a guardian, without whose consent she can do nothing, but this person she may choose herself. She may place herself under the direction of one or many, and even distribute authority among them, but is never allowed to assert an independent existence. To contract marriage, a man must be at least 20 years old, and the woman not under 16. The system of legal and binding betrothments was abandoned in 1799, but previous to that period, the ceremony of affiancing the bridegroom to the bride was important and almost as absolute as the last ceremony itself. To contract a legal marriage, it is essential that both persons shall be free from the ties of any other legal engagements. Persons who are related to each other in an ascending or descending line are prohibited from marrying. Brother and sister, says the code, may not marry, but brother-in-law and sister-in-law, uncle and niece may. A man who desires to marry his mother's or father's sister must obtain a special permission from the government. It is necessary before marriage to procure the consent of the parents or guardians of both parties, but if they refuse, their refusal may be complained of, and the judge, reproving them, may order the union to take place in spite of their opposition. At 25 years of age, the man is released from this authority. According to an ordinance passed in 1734, promises of marriage may be written or verbal. A promise of marriage by written agreement must bear the handwriting, seal, and signature of him who makes it. It must be certified by 2 witnesses, respectable men, before there is any communication between the man and the woman. The verbal promise must also be spoken aloud in the presence of 2 respectable men before any intercourse is allowed. Such engagements are binding, and the man who breaks one may be prosecuted at law. There are, however, certain descriptions of persons whom the law does not allow to invoke the faith of such promises. Widows who desire to act against their guardian's consent, and women of bad reputation, are in this manner excluded. A servant cannot plead a promise of marriage against her master's son, or any person dwelling in the same house. A man may also repudiate by a formal oath the accusation of a pregnant woman who pretends he has promised her marriage, and that he is the father of the child she bears in her womb, unless she can prove her allegation by sufficient testimony. Divorce is permitted, and may be pronounced immediately when legal cause is proved against one or other of a married pair. It may be demanded in the case of simple abandonment during 7 years, or malicious intentional desertion for 3 years, in the case of condemnation to perpetual hard labour, of impotence existing previously to marriage, of the venereal disease contracted previously to marriage, of insanity supervening upon marriage, and of adultery. Divorce may also take place without any judgment from the public tribunal when both parties equally desire it. In this case, after the married persons have declared their intention, they must be entirely separated in bed and at table during 3 years, when, if they persevere in their desires, the separation is legally complete. If, however, at the expiration of that period, one of them refuse to abide by the agreement, the Administrative College may order it to be fulfilled, notwithstanding all such opposition. Lastly, the King may always allow a divorce to take place for any or no cause, according to his royal pleasure. Inquiries into the maternity or paternity of children are permitted. If a girl accuses a man of having been the father of an infant to her, he can only rebut the charge by taking a solemn oath that he had intercourse with her at the period presumed to be the date of her conception. She may then prove, if she can, by any means whatever, that he is swearing falsely. But such evidence being difficult to complete so as to produce legal conviction, many individuals escape the burden which justly attaches to them. He who acknowledges or is proved the father of a natural child is bound, until he attains its 10th year, to maintain it according to his rank in life. Should he refuse to pay what he has promised, he may be imprisoned on bread and water. Every 24 hours thus spent acquit him of about half a crown of his liability. Illegitimate children have no claim upon the inheritance of their father's property, but to that of their mother, or even of their mother's parents, they are absolutely entitled. A natural child may be adopted or legitimized by subsequent marriage, in which case it loses all the disability which attached to its former condition. In 1831, the proportion of illegitimate children in Denmark was 1 in 9 3/5. In Copenhagen, however, the frightful proportion was exhibited of 1 to 3.5. The law adjudges to the child killer death without mercy. She is decapitated, and her head fixed upon a spike. The woman who does not take proper precautions before the delivery of her offspring is accounted guilty of infanticide should the infant die. Notwithstanding the severity of the law, infanticide is a very common crime in Denmark, although it contains foundling hospitals, at least in Copenhagen. Angelo saw in one of the prisons of that city a man who, after having flung his 4 children into the water, went immediately before a magistrate, declaring that he could not provide them with sustenance, and had consequently thought it better to send them to God. Another of these murderers was a woman who had cut the throats of 2 of her children, and was engaged in attempting to kill the 3rd when she was arrested. Superstition and misery, combined with the looseness of morals in the capital of Denmark, were the chief causes of these fearful crimes against nature. The criminals are condemned to the death we have mentioned, but their sentence is usually commuted to imprisonment for life in a house of correction. The punishment denounced against unnatural crimes was formerly that of burning alive, but it is now softened to that of perpetual exile or forced labour. The husband may be prosecuted for adultery as well as the wife, and it is an offence which, says the Code, may be punished by law, but authority seldom interferes. The ancient Danes visited the crime with death, and that at a period when murderers were only condemned to pay a fine. At present, the penalty is fixed for the first offence at confiscation of a tenth part of the guilty person's property, for the second, banishment, for the third repetition of the crime, the adulterer may be tied up in a sack and drowned. The law, however, has now become obsolete through long disuse. Women may take to public prostitution if they receive permission from the authorities. They are not troubled afterwards unless they offend against peace or decency, or bear more children than may legally be born. The Code declares that any unmarried woman who becomes the mother of 2 children may be prosecuted, fined, and committed to prison. Custom, however, in this, as in many other instances, is more considerate than the law, and no woman is troubled who has not borne 3 children by 3 different men. Even then, a permission of a special character is necessary before the prosecution can be carried on. No doubt these restrictions encourage women to procure abortion or destroy their offspring when born. Prostitutes are very numerous, and the vexatious restraints upon marriage appear to produce much immorality. In Copenhagen, however, the corruption of society cannot be altogether, or even chiefly, traced to that cause, for the manners of the city are in a general sense profligate. The appearance of the women belonging to the lower classes in Copenhagen, as in Stockholm, is remarkably modest and unpresuming. Neat and tasteful in their costume, they preserve in their own homes a freshness and a comfort which indicate that they enjoy a position of some honour, for where women are not well treated, they never have a pride in keeping their clothes, habitations, or persons clean and elegant. It seems that the condition as well as the morality of the sex has improved since the laws of the country have become more polished by civilization. The code we have described belonged to a period several years back. Since then, a new constitution has been established. The nation has become more free. The penal laws especially have been very considerably modified. The relations of the sexes have lost some of the rudeness which characterized them before. And though civilization still remains at a low ebb, public manners have certainly undergone great improvement. The prostitutes of Copenhagen live, some in a kind of hotel, where they take part in mixed entertainments, to which the dissolute persons of the city congregate, some in a sort of boarding houses, others in private dwellings of their own, or they lodge in small rooms and go with their companions to houses where temporary accommodation may be had at various charges. Their numbers would appear to be considerable, and their habits do not differ in any peculiar manner from those of the same class in other cities of the continent, which afford materials for a more complete description. Footnote: Angelot's Législation des États du Nord, Bremner's Excursions in Denmark, Feldborg's Denmark Delineated, and so on and so on. End footnote. End of section 52. Section 53 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 37. Of Prostitution in Civilized States, Part 1. Introduction. We have inquired into the history of the female sex under the social laws of antiquity, under the rude codes of barbarian races, and under the Mohammedan and Hindu systems. It will now be interesting to trace it through the dusky period of modern civilization from the rise of Christianity to the Middle Ages. Many writers afford the materials for a view of the prostitute systems of Europe during that era, and M. Rabouteau especially has combined their researches in one wide and broad view. The Christian emperors of Rome endeavoured to suppress prostitution, but with little success. Constantine, Constantius, Theodosius the Younger, Valentinian, and Justinian took up the task by turns, denounced penalties against offenders, those who debauched others, and those who prostituted themselves. But though the world changed its aspect, it did not change its vices. Among the northern barbarians, indeed, austere principles ruled over the people, and women occupied a higher place than is accorded them now. They were companions of the men, not toys for their pleasure, or bagatelles for their amusement. Called at a later age to the functions of maternity, they previously learnt the use of reason, and succeeded from a virtuous maidenhood to the dignity of matron. The chastity which Tacitus describes among the barbarians of Germany continued long to be their characteristic, but their penal customs became milder as they received better maxims of social policy. A woman who debauched herself was expelled from the city, a sufficient punishment. She had no more any family. Even the ties of paternity were broken. Gradually, however, the barbarian conquerors of Europe bent to the attractions of a corrupted society, and though the laws of the Visigoths forbade prostitution, men were found to encourage and females to pursue this infamous occupation. The free woman who prostituted herself was, for the first offence, punished with 300 strokes, and for the second reduced to slavery, given to some poor man, and prohibited from entering a town. Parents who connived at the vice of their children were flogged. If the offender was already in bonds, she was whipped, shorn of her hair, and returned to her master. Should he himself be the accomplice of her sin, he lost her and suffered an equal penalty of the rod. Prostitutes who walked the streets and fields were flung into prison, scourged, and fined. A decree of Theodoric, king of the Goths, declared death against all who gave an asylum or any encouragement to infamous persons. The epithet of lost woman, applied to one of honest character, was an insult punishable by law, generally by fines. A maiden or a widow was especially protected against such imputation. In France, the female who accused another of infamous habits was condemned to pay 5 sous, or to walk in penance, only clothed in a light shift, while a matron followed and thrust a fine pointed instrument above her thighs, more as a humiliation than an injury. The Spanish code also recognized this offence, as well as that of general defamation. The Church was the universal censor of public manners in the Middle Ages. No sin was more severely denounced by the Christian law than that of licentiousness. Yet it inculcated no savage persecution of the fallen. Good men could never forget that a courtesan had washed the feet of Christ, and accordingly a humanizing spirit presided over the social code of the early fathers. They received into their communion any woman who renounced her evil life, married, and was faithful to her husband, or remained single without prostituting herself again. Everywhere, indeed, Christianity tolerated prostitution. It was impossible to eradicate vice, and it was better one class should make a profession of it than that all should follow it as a secret occupation. Suppress courtesans, said St. Augustine, and you confuse all society by the caprice of the passions. Nevertheless, efforts were made to check the evil, though the principal rules of this police of manners were applied to confine the prostitutes of every town in a separate quarter, and to force on them a uniform apparel, that their shame might not be concealed, and that other women might be safe from the address of brutal libertines. But while the woman who lost herself was forgiven by the civil and religious law, no toleration was extended to the wretch who made her such, the pander who seduced young girls and sold them for profit. The Council of Elvira refused pardon, even on his deathbed, to the wretch who was guilty of leading the innocent to prostitution. Quote, "Miserable wretch, brand of hell!" exclaimed Merot to one of these, "dost thou believe that when thy accursed soul is lost in eternal pains, God will be content? No, he will augment thy punishment." And he added that the young females he had ruined should inflict his tortures. All the rigour of the law, every form of public infamy, every device of humiliation, was called in to brand with additional opprobrium the depraved trader in prostitution. In France, the punishment was in general arbitrary, according to the circumstances of each case. Nevertheless, law and usage regulated the degree of it. In Paris, an edict was published in 1367 forbidding persons to procure girls for prostitution on pain of being exposed in the pillory, marked with a hot iron, and expelled from the city. It was renewed in 1415, and we find an instance of its application in the next year, for in the public accounts Cassin le Bot is described as receiving money for the expenses of an execution of this kind, in which some wretches were led into a public place, branded, mutilated by the ears, and set in the pillory. Sometimes the procuress was mounted on an ass, with her face towards its tail, a straw hat on her head, and an inscription on her back. In this state she was paraded through the streets, whipped, and sent to prison, or exiled. These circumstances appear to have frequently occurred as lately as 1756. We find it applied in a provincial town to some prostitutes who had infringed the local rules. Quote, "They were led through the place with a drum beating before them and exposed." End quote. In England, similar occurrences were common and were accompanied by some peculiar details. The cart in which the culprits sat was preceded by 2 men playing music, while a crowd followed and showered filth and mud upon the offenders. Sometimes, when the penalty was aggravated in severity, the culprit's hair was burnt. Thus, in 1399, at Paris, several men and women suffered this punishment, being pilloried and deprived of all their possessions. At Toulouse, a prostitute was conducted to the town hall, where the executioner tied her hands, stripped her naked, placed a cap, made in the form of a sugar loaf, ornamented with feathers, on her head, hung an inscription on her back, and then took her out to a rock in the middle of the river. There she was compelled to enter an iron cage, which was plunged 3 times into the water, while nearly the whole population was assembled to witness the scene. Afterwards she was led to the hospital, where she remained labouring for the rest of her days. A similar custom existed at Bordeaux. Everywhere, indeed, the same rude devices were employed to terrify the people from profligacy. The laws of Naples were extremely severe. Before the 13th century, we find every procuress endeavouring to corrupt innocent females punished like an adulteress by the mutilation of her nose. The mother who prostituted her daughter suffered this punishment until King Frederick absolved such women as trafficked with their children under the pressure of want. The same prince, however, decreed against all who were found guilty of preparing drugs or inflammatory liquors, to aid in their designs upon virtuous females, death in case of injury resulting, and imprisonment when no serious harm was effected. These laws, however, proved insufficient for their purpose, and towards the end of the 15th century profligacy ran riot in Naples. Ruffiani multiplied in its streets, procuring by force or by corruption multitudes of victims to fill the taverns and brothels of the city. Penalties of extreme severity were proclaimed against them. The ruffiani were ordered to quit the kingdom, and the prostitutes were prohibited from harbouring such persons among them. Any woman who disobeyed was condemned to be burnt on the forehead with a hot iron, whipped in the most humiliating manner, and exiled. The code of Alfonso IX, King of Castile, which belonged to the second half of the 12th century, included procurers among infamous persons, which condemned them to civil death. 5 classes of these were enumerated. 1. Men who trafficked in debauch. These were expelled the country. 2. Speculators who hired their houses to abandoned women for the exercise of their vocation. Their houses were confiscated and they were fined. 3. Men or women who kept brothels and hired out prostitutes. If the females they sold were slaves, the law gave them liberty. If they were free, their corruptor was, under pain of death, forced to endow and place them in a situation to marry. 4. Death was denounced against the husband who connived at the dishonour of his wife, and against every one who seduced an honest woman to infamy. 5. Girls who supported ruffiani were publicly whipped and deprived of the clothes they wore when arrested. The men themselves were, for the first offence, flogged, for the second, expelled from the city, and for the third, sent to the galleys. Between 1552 and 1566, additional terrors were devised against this crime, and the ruffiani, once convicted, were sentenced to 10 years chained at the oar, while, for a repetition of the offence, they received 200 blows, and were condemned for life to the galleys. The incitement to vice has indeed been everywhere considered a crime deserving of the heaviest punishment, but prostitution itself has not been tolerated without interference. In France especially, efforts were early made for its suppression. The laws, however, failed on account of the number of offenders it would have been necessary to condemn, and a few examples only were made, to show that no licence was extended to debauch. The first edict published was an absolute prohibition by Charlemagne. He commanded strict search to be made throughout his dominions, in every habitation and place of resort, that every public woman and all persons without known occupations or means of livelihood might be exposed. Men who were found harbouring prostitutes were compelled to carry them on their shoulders to the place where they were to be whipped with rods. In case of refusal, they suffered this infliction themselves. It is singular to find that among the ancient Parisians no disgrace was equal to that of bearing on the back a debauched woman. During 3 centuries and a half after Charlemagne, public immorality flowed in a tide over the country. Prostitutes multiplied in every town, and in the 11th century Paris was as one general brothel. Everywhere harlots thronged the streets, soliciting the men who passed, dragging them by the arms into their dens, and if they resisted, abusing them in unmeasured terms. In the same house might be found a school on the upper floor and a brothel below. In 1254, an effort was made for the reformation of manners, but the only effect was that vice dissimulated instead of bearing its title on its face. Clandestine succeeded to public debauch. At length, however, some real good resulted from a succession of rigorous edicts. At the commencement of the 15th century, the scourge of society had been lightened, but there broke out wars and troubles which gave new license to immorality. 100 years revived the pestilence in all its virulent shapes, and in 1503 a council was assembled at Paris to deliberate on the best means of abolishing the brothels which were crowded around them. Laws were passed, which we cannot describe in detail, especially as they are of no value to the legislators of this age, for in spite of them, the moral malady of France extended, and public custom recognised what authority refused to allow. In Paris, the prostitutes resorted to places known as clapiers, or mole holes, in allusion to the brutal subterranean life they led. They did not live in the houses where they received their temporary companions. There were localities common to many, where they assembled during the day, and which the magistrates ordered to be opened and closed at stated hours. They were not permitted to carry on their orgies at night, to prostitute themselves in their own homes, or publicly to shock the decent population. But they rebelled against all discipline, and evaded where they did not openly contradict the law. In 1307, an edict was published assigning to prostitutes certain streets as places of abode: Rue de LibriVox, Macon, la Boucherie, la Rue Froidmantel de Glatigny, la Cour Robert de Paris, les rues Baillouet, Tiron, Charon, and Champfleury. It is remarkable that the infamy of these neighbourhoods has been hereditary, for after the lapse of 500 years, after all the alterations in the city of Paris which have been effected, after all the vicissitudes of its domestic history, the same places still exhibit the same spectacles, and are inhabited by the same population. The complaint of two neighbours was enough to cause a prosecution against the keeper of a brothel. Notwithstanding every exertion which the inefficient law and police of those ages enabled rulers to make, prostitution increased, spread into prohibited streets, and throughout France was a characteristic feature of society. Nor were the palaces, whence issued decrees for the reformation of public manners, superior, in many instances, to the brothels they denounced. In the 11th century, a brothel and a church stood side by side at Rome, and 500 years after, under the pontificate of Paul II, prostitutes were numerous. Numerous statutes were enacted, and many precautions taken, which prove the grossness of manners at that epoch. One convicted of selling a girl to infamy was heavily fined, and if he did not pay within 10 days, had 1 foot cut off. The nobility and common people indulged habitually in all kinds of excess. Tortures, flogging, branding, banishment were inflicted in vain on some to terrify the others, but with very incomplete success. To carry off and detain a prostitute against her will was punishable by amputation of the right hand, imprisonment, flogging, or exile. The rich, however, invariably bought immunity for themselves. In Spain, although violence offered to a public woman was an offence, few women dared to complain of having been seduced. In Naples also, under King Roger, such a charge was never taken, but William, the successor of that prince, punished with death the crime of rape. But the victim must prove that she shrieked aloud, and prefer her complaint within 8 days, or show that she was detained by force. When once a woman had prostituted herself, however, she had no right to refuse to yield her person to anyone. This legislation extended to the extreme north, and obtained in Schleswig. Among the most extraordinary acts of legislation on this subject was the bull of Clement II, who desired to endow the church with the surplus gains of the brothel. Every person guilty of prostitution was forced, when disposing of her property, either at death or during life, to assign half of it to a convent. This regulation was easily eluded and utterly inefficacious. A tribunal was also established, having jurisdiction over brothels, upon which a tax was laid, continuing in existence until the middle of the 16th century. Efforts were made to confine this class of dwellings to a particular quarter, but without success. In Naples, the same failure attended the attempt. Prostitutes, in spite of the law, established themselves in the most beautiful streets of the city, in palatial buildings, and there, with incessant clamour, congregated a horde of thieves, profligates, and vagabonds, of every kind, until the chief quarter became uninhabitable. In 1577 they were ordered to quit the street of Catalana within 8 days, under pain of the scourge for the women, and the galleys for such of the proprietors as were commoners, while simple banishment was threatened against nobles. One example of good legislation was the Pragmatic Law of 1470, to protect the unfortunates against the cupidity, the extortion, and the fraud of tavern keepers and others, who grew rich upon their infamy. Men went into their places of entertainment with some single girls, contracted a heavy debt, and then left their victims to pay. These were then given the choice of a disgraceful whipping or an engagement in the house. They often consented, and usually spent the remainder of their lives in dependence on their creditor, without ability to liberate themselves. By the new law, masters of taverns were forbidden to give credit to prostitutes for more than a certain sum, and this only to supply her with food and clothing absolutely necessary. If he exceeded this amount, he had no legal means of recovering it. The most remarkable feature in the Neapolitan legislation on this subject was the establishment at an unknown but early date of the Court of Prostitutes. This tribunal, which sat at Naples, had its peculiar constitution, and had jurisdiction over all cases connected with prostitution, blasphemy, and some other infamous offences. Towards the end of the 16th century it had risen to extraordinary power and was full of abuses. It practised all kinds of exaction and violence, every species of partiality and injustice, and even presumed to publish edicts of its own. The judges flung into prison numbers of young girls whom they compelled to buy their liberty with money, and sometimes dared to seize women who, though of lax conduct, could not be included in the professional class. This was discovered, and led in 1589 to a reform of the court. Its powers were strictly defined, and its form of procedure placed under regulation, while the avenues to corruption were narrowed. The institution itself existed for nearly 100 years after that period, until 1768, when a royal edict declared the ruler's resolution to abolish the infamous calling altogether. Vice, however, when widely spread in a nation, does not vanish at the breath of authority. Denounced by the law, prostitution continued to flourish, and society to feel its influence. Passing from the south to regions with a less voluptuous climate, we find Strasbourg as overflowing with vice as perhaps any other city in the world. Prostitutes were in the 15th century so numerous there that, though a distinct quarter was assigned for their residences, they invaded every locality and swarmed into the finest streets. Speculators were accustomed to travel abroad and bring home unfortunate girls, whom they kidnapped and reduced to a state of slavery. Officers were appointed to visit the brothels and collect the tax imposed on them. More than 57 of these places existed in 6 streets only. One contained 19, while other neighbourhoods were infested in an equal degree. At the commencement of the 16th century, so far were public manners demoralized that prostitutes hoarded in the clock towers and aisles of the great cathedrals, as well as in several smaller churches. In 1521, an ordinance appeared directing the cathedral girls, who were called swallows, to quit the sacred places of their retreat within 15 days. To those who persevered in their libertine mode of life, various residences were assigned in the suburbs. Strasbourg was now in the depth of demoralization. But the Reformation soon visited the city. awakened its people from sensual pleasures to an intellectual battle, and a speedy change was apparent. In 1536 there were only 2 brothels there. In 1540 public prostitution was effectually suppressed. 10 years after, it was proposed to establish a house of legal debauch, but the attempt was resisted, though renewed in the 3rd and 4th year after this. It was little matter to the prostitutes to inhabit houses especially dedicated to their vile traffic. They cared not to wait passively at home for visitors. Wherever men congregated for pleasure or for the business of life, wherever there was any chance of provoking their desires, they thronged, sometimes impelled by the love of excitement, sometimes by the pains of hunger. They thus transformed into so many brothels, wine-houses, barbers' shops, and students' rooms, and the perseverance of government against them was by no means equalled by their own tenacity. An edict of 1420 forbade prostitutes to enter the cabarets. Another of 1558 prohibited tavern keepers from entertaining them. Another denounced gambling, and prostitutes were only allowed, when desirous of refreshment, to stand without and drink what was handed to them from within. In England, similar regulations was established, and barbers especially were made the object of very severe restrictions. Seamstresses and butchers were forbidden to employ any females of bad character, and others were restrained by similar laws. All these efforts, however, to render the sisterhood of prostitutes a homeless, desolate, hopeless class, to deprive them of shelter, of comforts, and the honest means of life, failed in purifying the manners of the age. The baths became a regular resort of women belonging to this order. In Paris, in Geneva, in Venice, in Rome, in Naples, in Milan, in Ferrara, in Bologna, in Lucca, and in every other city of the peninsula, so that there was scarcely the keeper of a bath who was not at the same time a brothel keeper, employing numbers of ruffiani to procure attendance at his house. There were other cities in which baths were publicly tolerated and recognised as places of prostitution. Among these were Avignon and London. A statute of the Church of Avignon, dated 1441, interdicted the use of certain baths, known to be brothels, to the priests and clergy. An offence committed by day was not punished half so severely as one committed by night. There is only one other instance of a punishment inflicted during that age on men who violated the public law of morals. It was that of certain citizens of Anvers in Flanders, who were condemned to make the pilgrimage to expiate an offence of this kind. On one occasion, indeed, of which the date is lost, the magistrates of Bordeaux caused a man to be hanged for forcibly violating a prostitute. In Avignon, however, the licence of prostitution was shortly taken away. The residence of the popes in that city had attracted a concourse of strangers from all parts of the globe, and brothels sprung up in profusion in the neighbourhood of churches, at the door of the papal palace, and side by side with prelatical residences. A display of libertinism so gross that the public acts of encouragement at once ceased, and an edict drove all the prostitutes out of the city. In London, as we have said, as at Avignon, prostitution took refuge in the public baths, a practice of very ancient date. These places were situated in the borough of Southwark, which was not included in the city until 1550. It was a miserable quarter, full of inhabited ruins, to which some public gardens, dedicated to dog and bear baiting, alone attracted the people of the neighbourhood. In this general preliminary sketch, it is not necessary to say more of London. End of section 53. Section 54. of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 4, by Henry Mayhew, 1812 to 1887. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Gillian Hendrie. Prostitutes, Part 38. Of Prostitution in Civilized States, Part 2. Introduction. Continued. In various parts of Europe, a continual stream of edicts was poured out against the system of prostitution, but it was only persecuting the victims instead of eradicating the cause. In some states, as in Lombardy, men were forbidden to give them an asylum. They were prohibited from appearing among honest citizens. They were prevented from purchasing food or clothes, or borrowing money by the hire of their persons. In fact, fines, prisons, whips still continued to attempt the reform of morals. Hitherto, however, we have seen prostitution in some places protected, but in all restrained, though everywhere freely exercised by those persons who would brave its perils and its disgrace. It was now sought by the direct and continuous intervention of the law to transform it into a public institution, organised, watched, disciplined by particular officers, and subjected to special authority. In France, and especially in Languedoc, these principles were, during the Middle Ages, firmly established. Louis XI proclaimed that from the remotest antiquity it was the custom in Languedoc to have a house and asylum for public women. The most celebrated of these were at Toulouse and Montpellier. That at Toulouse was known to exist during the 12th century, and by an abuse of terms not uncommon at that period, was called the Great Abbey. The Commune and the University divided the expense, and were proprietors of the building, and a good revenue was derived from it for municipal purposes. But in 1424 the receipts diminished considerably, to the great regret of the governors. The turbulent youth of Toulouse behaved to the poor girls whom they sacrificed to their lust with the utmost violence and brutality, beating them and their children, breaking up the furniture, and wrenching off even the doors of the house. Many attempts were made to repress these outbreaks, but the prostitutes were at length compelled to take refuge in the interior of the city. Severe regulations were imposed upon them. All who were diseased were compelled to live in solitude until cured, and some were whipped for disobedience. On one occasion, when a famine prevented the inhabitants from indulging in their ordinary pleasures, the prostitutes emigrated, but returned to their post in 1560. The magistrates, shamed by public outcry, which accused them of purchasing their robes from the tax on debauched women, abandoned the money, at this time, to the hospitals. But the administrators of these afterwards made them some compensation. In 1566, a council was called to deliberate on the best means of ridding the city from the profligacy and wickedness which had grown up through the immense licensed brothels it contained. To increase the scandal, 4 prostitutes were discovered in a monastery of Augustine friars. 3 of these unhappy girls were hung. Shortly afterwards, 3 others were found in a convent, and they also were sent to the gallows. It appears that in 1587 prostitution was almost eradicated from Toulouse, though it flourished in the rural districts around. Many of the girls were forced to labour at cleansing the streets as a punishment. 2 decrees of Louis XI and Charles VIII indicate the history of prostitution at Montpellier in the 15th century. A man named Panet possessed and governed the place devoted to this purpose, and dying, left a dynasty of brothel keepers, 2 sons who associated with a banker. They embellished the edifice, furnished it luxuriously, constructed beautiful baths, and obtained a legal monopoly in their infamous traffic by engaging to pay a certain tax. However, in 1458, another individual was permitted to establish himself, which he did with éclat, and the women deserted their old quarters for the new hotel. A public cause was made of the quarrel, and it was decided that the original promoters should continue to enjoy their privilege. The two brothel keepers, who gained the titles of "friends and faithful counsellors of the King of France," grew wealthy, and their trade of prostitution became one of the most important branches of enterprise in the city. The city of Rhodes appears to have been another city of Europe where a chartered brothel existed, for the bishop, in 1307, forbade the inhabitants to receive any of the public prostitutes into their houses, which supposes that some particular retreat was open to them. There was one also at Lisbon, but it was not until 1394 that the magistrates deliberated on the propriety of erecting a building at the public expense, expressly as a brothel. 10 years later, we find the inhabitants lamenting that their wives and daughters were endangered by the want of such a place, and in 1424 it was established. A tax was levied on the women to assist in defraying the cost, and fines were imposed for misconduct. In Italy, licensed brothels were very numerous. There was one at Mantua, and Venice was the very sink of prostitution. In 1421, the government enlisted women to this service to guard the virtue of the other classes. A matron was placed over them, who governed them, received their gains, and made a monthly division of profits. The names of several women, the most notorious and beautiful of the Venetian courtesans, are preserved by Niccolò d'Aglioni. A very small sum was paid to them by their patrons. In Valencia, a public brothel on a colossal scale existed towards the end of the 15th century. It resembled a little town surrounded with walls, and had a single gate. In front of this stood a gibbet for criminals. Near this was an office, where a man stood who addressed all who entered, and said that if they would deposit what valuables they had with him, he would return them safely as they came out. But if they refused and were robbed within, he was not responsible. The wall enclosed 4 or 5 streets of little houses, inhabited by girls dressed in brilliant habiliments of velvet and silk. 300 or 400 of them were usually in attendance. They received only a small sum for their favours. Whether this system was then general in Spain, we know not, but it is certain that common prostitutes abounded. Servants appear to have been hired for this purpose, for Philip II, in 1575, in order to check the ravages of immorality, ordered that no female domestics under 40 years of age should be hired by men. A decree of 1623 required that in all cities throughout the kingdom public brothels should be abolished. In Geneva there was a Queen of the prostitutes, elected by the civic magistrates, who took an oath of office and undertook to govern all the women engaged in her occupation. At Schellstadt a man was commissioned to a similar duty, and very strict rules were imposed on the population. We have seen that in many places prostitution became a source of revenue, and might enlarge our details and multiply our examples, but it would be tedious to cite the laws of France, Spain, Italy, and Germany on the subject. They varied much in different times, but offer little interest. The legislator, however, has not contented himself at all times with dividing the prostitute class from other classes of females, with shutting them up in separate quarters, or even confining them in houses of which he kept the key. In some cases he obliged them to assume a peculiar costume, or at least a conspicuous badge of infamy. They always endeavoured to resist or elude the restrictions laid upon them, and feeling deeply the humiliation of such compulsion, sought by all means to evade it. The first regulation of this kind for the city of Paris is mentioned by the chronicler Geoffrey. He says that the Queen of Louis VII, going one day to church, met a woman gorgeously attired, and, deceived by her appearance, gave her, according to custom, the kiss of peace. She was a court prostitute, and when the royal lady heard this, she complained to her husband, who ordered that no mantles should in future be worn by prostitutes. From time to time, new edicts on this subject appeared. One of 1360 forbade them to wear any embroidery, any gold or silver buttons, any pearls, or any trimmings of grey fur. In 1415 and 1419, golden and gilded zones were prohibited to them, as well as silver buckles to their shoes. The very fashion of their dress was afterwards regulated. These devices to distinguish prostitutes from respectable females were speedily imitated. An aiguillette of a certain colour, hung from the shoulder, was most generally adopted in France. In some towns, silk was prohibited to them. The Bishop of Rhodes, in 1307, forbade them to wear mantles, veils, amber necklaces, or rings of gold, while the popes of Rome followed the example. The laws of Mantua obliged prostitutes, when they appeared in the streets, to cover the rest of their clothes with a short white cloak, and wear a badge on their breasts. At Bergamo, the cloak was yellow, in Parma white, in Milan at first black woolen, and then black silk. If disobedient, they might be fined, and in case of a second offence, publicly exposed and whipped. Anyone might strip the garments of any girl he met in the streets, illegally attired. In London, a similar distinction was imposed on them, and at Strasbourg a sugar-loaf bonnet was invented for their use. In Spain, besides prohibitions concerning dress, they were forbidden the use of coaches and litters, as well as prayer carpets or cushions in the churches. Even a hackney carriage was not allowed to be hired by them. The acts of legislation in France were almost exclusively police regulations. Forced to tolerate the prostitute class, the law endeavoured, by watching, restraining, shaming, and insulting it, to render its occupation so infamous as to terrify persons from seeking it as a means of livelihood. It does not seem that, in France, during the Middle Ages, legislation ever passed this limit or went beyond the action of police. In Italy, however, and in Spain, this was not the case. The Roman law had left many vestiges, which have never in reality disappeared. The ecclesiastical prerogative was powerful and disposed to be active. Local statutes existed in great abundance, and the combination of these authorities gave rise to a jurisdiction full of details, profuse, sometimes strange, always subtle, in parts inconsistent, and laboriously commented upon by a numerous school of jurists, a jurisprudence which elevated itself above simple measures of security and municipal rules, and instituted for prostitutes a civil and social statute of their own. Ulpian says that a woman is a prostitute not only when she frequents regular brothels, but when she visits cabarets or any other places where she is careless of her honour. She is a prostitute who yields herself for base purposes to all men, but she who has connection only with one or two is not. Octavianus, however, thinks more justly that she is a prostitute who gives up her person in common, whether she receive money or not. The lawgivers of the Middle Ages were not accustomed to insist on perfect or precise definitions. They liked to subtilize over terms. Some held Ulpian's limited view to be correct. Others, with Octavianus, declared that any woman yielding to the solicitations of several men, even without being paid, was a prostitute. The Roman law defined prostitution to be the reception of numerous libertines. But how many? Inquired St. Jerome. This threw divisions among the theorists. Some declared 40 men to be enough. Some insisted on 60. others on 70, while a few, carrying extravagance to its utmost limits, asserted that no woman was a prostitute who had not delivered up her person to at least 3,000 persons. While these ridiculous disputes engaged attention, the corruption of manners went on. It is just to the wisdom of that age, however, to remark that these discussions of the casuists appeared no less ridiculous to contemporary statesmen than to us, while the general public idea of prostitution was habitual debauch for vile purposes, whether mercenary or otherwise. Some theorists, nevertheless, insisted that the nature of a hireling was inseparable from that of a prostitute. On this account, the name meretrix had by the Latins been given to a woman of this class. But this view led to consequences which the wise legislator would not accept. If any female accepting a reward for her dishonour was to be publicly enumerated among professional harlots, many, from a single offence, must, under compulsion, follow a life of systematic vice. Others argued that 2 or 3 repetitions of this infamous sale would justify the title being applied. But this is a point on which writers have never agreed. Consequently, a long controversy arose upon the 3 conditions in dispute: what amount of publicity, what number of vicious connections, what kind of venality, was sufficient to stamp a woman with the name and character of a common prostitute. Rabuteau describes her as one who, under constraint or by her own will, abandons herself without choice, without passion, without even the impulse of the grossest lust, to an unchaste course of life. By want of choice, he means the absence of a preference for the individual, by which, he adds, a forbearing judgment extenuates the offence of immorality. If, he insists, there be any choice of persons, there may be libertinism, there may be debauch, there may be scandal, there may be vice, but there is not prostitution in the true sense of the word. It applies to sacred prostitution, whether gratuitous or venal, which was an unblushing and indiscriminate sacrifice of chastity, to that which the barbarous hospitality of savages, whether on the rivers of Lapland or in the deserts of Africa, gave up a woman to every guest, and to that legal kind in civilized countries which sold itself promiscuously for hire. Such is M. Rabuteau's idea. We differ from him. Prostitution appears to us the application to a vile purpose of that which was designed for honourable uses, and the mere satisfaction of animal lust is in itself the vilest object. There may exist in a woman's mind, even when most debauched, a preference for some, an aversion to others, but she is no less a prostitute if she abandon herself viciously, whether to one or many. While these theories divided the opinions of lawgivers, legislation on the subject was extremely difficult. They were forced to be contented with what they thought imperfect proof, and to fix the infamy of a woman, accepted evidence from witnesses, even those accomplices in sin who, of all others, have lost the right to accuse. A female who chose the night for the period of her orgies, who, as a wanderer, without a companion to protect her, entered house after house, who waited on revellers in a place of entertainment, might be registered among common prostitutes. A legitimate suspicion also attached to her who received the visits of many young men, and above all, who, in light or darkness, frequented a public school. These women, when once consigned legally to the prostitute class, gained, in the Middle Ages, a right which they could not otherwise assert. The Roman laws adopted by the jurisprudence of that period allowed her to have a legal claim to payment when she prostituted her body, and the reason assigned was founded on a strange and subtle distinction of terms. "The courtesan's vocation," says Ulpian, "is infamous, but the wages of it are not. The act is shameful, but not the reward which is in prospect when the act is committed." End quote. The Spanish law was still more favourable to her. When a man paid in advance, and she refused to submit according to her promise, he could not demand his money back. On one side, she received a legitimate emolument. On the other, he was guilty of immoral turpitude, which the law would not recognize. The Code of Alfonso also permitted this interpretation. Some commentators, however, allowing that the woman had a right to revoke the promise of yielding her person, but was bound to restore the amount for hire she had received. Long and vigorous controversies arose among the theologians when this was referred to them. It was also disputed in France whether the prostitute could enforce payment when she had sold herself and an avaricious person refused to reward her. An imposing list of authorities is arrayed on either side. Another question long debated was the use to which such gains could lawfully be applied. Alfonso the Wise, on the authority of Isaiah, forbade priests to receive offerings from such a source. Valdius and others insisted that the church could not accept taxes from public women, but this by many was repudiated as contrary to the principle that the wages of prostitution were lawfully acquired. The Spanish law allowed money of this kind to be given in alms, and the public opinion recognized the right to dispose of it by testament, though several popes attempted to decree a contrary usage. If, then, they could dispose of their gains as they pleased, could they inherit property? They could, but under limitations. In Savoy, it appears that legacies to prostitutes made by soldiers who had not quitted service more than a year were null and void. In Spain, no women of this class could inherit to the disadvantage of the testator's relatives in a direct or collateral line. Many authorities only admitted the brother of the deceased to this right, but an exception was made when it was a daughter who succeeded to such property, or when the woman was herself married. A mother, however, could disinherit her daughter for leading a vicious life, but lost this privilege if she had been the accomplice of her immorality. The father had equal authority, but with one curious limitation. When, said the law, a father has sought to marry his daughter and endowed her sufficiently, if she, against his will, refuses to marry and becomes a prostitute, he may cut her off. But if he have opposed her marriage until she reached the age of 25 and become a libertine, he cannot refuse to bequeath her his property. In the Duchy of Assota, in Piedmont, a similar regulation was established, but the age was fixed at 29. And the woman, on every opportunity to marry, was bound to present herself before her father and demand his consent. If he refused it, he was not allowed to punish her when, at 30, she became a harlot. The church, in those ages, made it a pious act to marry a prostitute, and absolved from their sins all who did so. In France, a woman of this class might, at a very ancient period, save a criminal from death by inducing him to espouse her, and Farnacius relates an anecdote which shows this custom to have existed in Spain. In a city which he does not name, a young man mounted on an ass was being conducted to the scaffold. A courtesan was struck by his beauty, offered him his life if he would become her husband. He refused. The temptation was not strong enough to induce him to accept such a wife. He merely answered, "Let us move on," and reached the place of execution. Meanwhile, however, an account of the incident had reached the king, and he, admiring the youth's courage, pardoned him. From this, we may learn that, though the church consecrated such a marriage with peculiar grace, public opinion considered it infamous. The jurisprudence of the Middle Ages introduced new principles, and these unions became more rare. Many doctors of law announced that they were contrary to the sacred code. In Spain, where concubinage was legally recognised, men of rank were forbidden to take as concubines slaves, whether born in actual bondage or emancipated, dancers, servants of taverns, go-betweens, or prostitutes. It was disputed whether the children of these women could be legitimised by subsequent marriage. It was decided that they could, though with more difficulty than others, and their mothers became amenable to the laws against adultery. Persecution in all barbarous ages and countries has endeavoured to perform the task of teaching and reclaiming mankind. The members of the venal sisterhood have, more than any others, experienced the harsh effects of this species of legislation. The law sought to withdraw them from vice by shutting from them every approach to virtue, to reform their minds by forbidding them the society of honest persons, to elevate them from their degradation by adding to their infamy. It refused to receive them as witnesses, even when violence was done upon their persons, though more liberal jurists cried out, amid the clamour of intolerant bigotry, that the protection of justice should attend even the vilest prostitutes in the vilest dens of her resort. But the spirit of the times was vindictive, and because society was corrupt and base, it was most unsparing in its cruelty towards the victims of debasement and corruption. In spite of every one of these rude devices of a rude society to banish immorality to habitations of its own by badges, quarters, distinct costumes, and even separate laws, prostitutes swarmed in every city of Europe, and still more in its innumerable camps. Armies were then undisciplined bands of adventurers, and pillage was the soldier's chief purpose. Xenophon tells us that the nations of Persia, Asia Minor, and India were accompanied on their marches by their women and their children, to defend whom they fought with more courage. And Athenaeus describes Chaereas causing a band of beautiful courtesans to dance before his phalanxes to the tune of flutes and psalteries. 2,000 prostitutes were driven from the camp of Scipio Africanus. And so, in the Middle Ages, every army drew in its train numbers of public women. 300 were with the army which laid siege to St. Jean d'Arc in 1189, and during the whole of the Crusades, the Christian armies were followed by them. Many times the leaders endeavoured to check this debauchery. Some of the girls were flogged. Sometimes the man who was found with one of them was obliged to allow her to strip him to his shirt and lead him with a rope through the camp. On the plains of Peretola, after the defeat of the Florentines in 1325, public dances were executed by prostitutes for the amusement of the army. In all parts of Europe, similar profligacy distinguished the camp. And long after, we find Jeanne d'Arc, when reviewing the camp, chastised with her sword several prostitutes whom she detected among the ranks. Marshal Strozzi, with a ferocity worthy of that period, drowned 800 of them in the Loire. When the Duke of Alva invaded Flanders, there accompanied his army, quote, 400 courtesans on horseback, beautiful and grand as princesses, and 800 others on foot. End quote. These were for the pleasure of 10,000 men, all veterans. Prostitution was authorized and disciplined, not only in the camps, but in the palaces of those days. From the 11th century to that of Francis I, a regular community of public women was attached to the court. We have already noticed the Queen of Louis VII kissing one of them on her way to church, and we find Charlemagne ordering his palace to be cleared of them. At the Council of Nantes in 660, it was complained that the concubines of the nobility, instead of remaining at home, thronged to public assemblies, but the seraglios of these lords in the 9th century were places of prostitution. The German law imposed a fine of 6 sous on a man who committed violence on a female in the principal or royal Ginecé, but only 3 in any other. It was formerly the custom to send to one of these retreats a woman convicted of adultery, but this was at length forbidden, lest it should simply allow her an opportunity to repeat the offence. Sometimes they were only the harems of the proprietor, sometimes brothels. William IX. Of Poitou established in the 11th century an abbey for prostitutes, where he added to his profligacy the crime of sacrilege, giving the harlots the titles of abbess and prioress, and parodying every sacred rite. The orgies of his palace, and indeed of all others of that age, are indescribable. The title of King of the Prostitutes was given to the officer who presided over the royal brothels. In Paris, in Normandy, and in Burgundy, we find this functionary. Under the kings of France, he enjoyed a high rank and many privileges, and associated with him was a woman who governed the prostitutes and punished them with whipping when they offended. In England also, the palace and the mansions of the nobles contained small brothels. In Henry VIII's palace was a room with an inscription over the door, Chamber of the King's Prostitutes. Thus, throughout the world, there was in the Middle Ages profligacy and corruption, which rose to its height at the period which preceded the Reformation. From their chief places of resort in royal palaces, prostitutes spread over the whole of society, invading the church, the hearth, following the camp, dividing the privileges of the wife, and ever debauching both sexes by their companionship. Rods, prisons, gallows, chains, pillories, tortures, served in no way to prevent or even to discourage them. Badges and restrictions proved equally futile. But it is agreeable to find some relief to this dark spectacle of demoralization. In the age of primitive Christianity, religious men endeavoured to reclaim from vice those whom they found making a trade of it. We cannot stay to dwell on the sincere apostleship which laboured, especially in the East, and was followed by fathers and hermits from the desert. Stories of conversions of this kind fill the legends of the time, and earnest attempts were made to offer an asylum to the unhappy women who had abandoned themselves to profligacy. We have noticed Theodora, the imperial harlot of Rome, collecting 500 prostitutes in a palace on the Bosphorus. But her impure hand could not perform well the offices of charity, and she applied force to fill her asylum. Many of the girls, therefore, who were shut up in her magnificent and luxurious prison, found their confinement insupportable, and committed suicide to escape it. In 1198, 2 Parisian priests established a nunnery for repentant women, and 30 years afterwards the House of the Daughters of God was instituted, and these efforts were rewarded with much genuine success. 2 centuries passed without many enterprises of the sort being undertaken, but in the 15th century an association of public women was formed to exchange their base gains for those of piety and virtue. In 1489, all the prostitutes of Amiens, animated by a sudden awakening of remorse, applied for a place of retreat, where they might bury their shame and renew their honesty. This was granted, and several others were established, the inmates of which wore white garments. In several other parts of France, and generally in Europe, the religious orders made attempts to recall some of the abandoned class of females, to redeem the virtue of their sex, and, as they laboured with sincerity, many of their enterprises were successful. But, on the whole, prostitution still increased, and the Reformation broke over a state of society demoralized to the very core. Footnote: Rabuteau, ex Lacher, Lachaud, Laird, Knight, Dulour, Chaussard, Jacob, Saint-Hilaire, Hugues, Faumin, Sabatier, Béraud, and so on and so on. End footnote. End of section 54.